So how many days does she come to the center?
She comes once a week.
Once a week? And so, you know, if it wasn't for the center, you know, where would she go to get this kind of help? Where would she go?
So living in Dexter, she might have to go, to Sykeston or Cape to one of the hospitals to get outpatient therapy services there.
Yeah, that's the thing about our center. Let's make sure, we have kids from Dexter, Cape, Sykeston, Portageville, New Madrid. We're not just something here in Sykeston. We're all in the area. And, we if it wasn't for the center, we would see these kids have to go to Memphis or St. Louis, and that's just a big impact on the families. So, Sydney, so it looks like you have something for us there. Do you have a check for us? This is all right. So it looks like Sydney was able to bring in a check. All right. $1,073, and that's why we're here today. We're here to raise money to help for the center to raise so that we can help the kids and the kids can receive therapy and because we don't charge them. We want to make sure that we always know that we're here. We bill the insurance, but after that, we're here for the kids, and we want to make sure this is why we're here today. Make those phone calls, send that money in. So we are so glad that you were able to be here, Sydney. So is there anything that she's really developed that that's really come a long way in the last year?
Well, something I've noticed as her speech therapist, maybe not in the last year, but maybe the last couple of years, is she used to be terrified to go up and down the stairs. And I've seen so much improvement with her going up and down the stairs and by herself, not having to hold on to anything. So yeah, definitely in that area.
Okay, well that's great. That's what we want to see. Being able to, just being able to go up and down stairs. That is just a normal part of life, and that's where we want to see. So I believe we're going to go back here to some very special people. CJ.
I don't know about special, but this lady here is special.
Yes.
This is Michelle Fayette. She is the executive director of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And Michelle, this is a new venue, lots of new things this year.
This is a new venue, and we do have a lot of things going on. First of all, we're just excited to be back having a telethon, and we are at a new place, and we're really excited about that. Sometimes smaller is better, so we've got a lot of stuff going on outside, a lot of things to bring you down to the Minor Convention Center. I bet before the day's over, one or both of us will say field house at least one time.
Oh yeah, we probably, how we normally had the little the bucket there for when somebody got on camera by accident. This year's the field house bucket. So if somebody says that by chance, we have to put $1 in the field house bucket. So we also have a cornhole tournament that's going to go on today. Tell me about that. That's something new.
Yeah, that's a little different. We're worried about the winds outside, so we actually brought it inside here. It's going to be taking place throughout the day while we're all in here between us and the auction items.
Now, I don't know if you've ever watched any of the cornhole tournaments like on TV and things like that. Those guys get pretty serious.
Yes, this is a league, and I think they are pretty serious about their cornhole. And I think even if you haven't registered a team yet, you can still get registered. So come on down to Minor Convention Center, and we'll get you registered for the tournament.
And a reminder that everything that goes on inside of the convention center today, outside the convention center, proceeds are going to go right back to the center.
Proceeds are going to come back to the center and help kids like Sydney that we just saw. Another thing we're going to get to do that we haven't been able to do for the last 2 years, and that's one of the reasons we're here, is to highlight some of the wonderful kids that we treat at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
And I love, personally, the success stories, hearing family after family talking about how their kids wouldn't be where they are without the help of our therapists at the center.
Right. We were just talking to Sydney, and one of the therapists pointed out that one of the things she has seen so much improvement on is her just going up and down stairs. And you don't think about how debilitating or how much that holds someone back. She was afraid of that. And so, we can work with kids to overcome fears, to boost their self-esteem and their confidence as they continue to grow up and become a part of our communities and a part of our families.
And what people don't realize is we kind of use this day to showcase some of the things that the center can do that people may or may not know about. There are different items and different things that can be done at our center that can't be done in St. Louis or Memphis.
You know, that's really true. We specifically work and specialize in pediatric therapy, and that's is a specific specialization. It is more difficult. A lot of times when kids go to the hospitals in St. Louis, and when they're going to send them home for therapy, and they ask where they're from, and when they say they're from Psych Center somewhere in their boot heel, they're like, oh, you're so lucky you've got the Kenny Rogers Children's Center down there. So those places are well aware of what we do here at the center and what we're able to do.
Our families had one of those experiences where we were at the hospital with our son, and we told them that, you know, we have therapy at home, and they said, oh, where are you going? We said, Kenny Rogers Children's Center. They said, oh, wow.
Yes, we, both Children's Hospital and Rankin Jordan in St. Louis, we work very closely with them.
Well, Michelle, I'm looking forward to a great day out here. We've seen lots of the auction items. Folks can go online, which is, it's taken this auction to a whole new level with this being online.
It is so wonderful because people have been looking all week, and I want to remind everybody, this is really, really important. My own daughter-in-law even said, I've got to get back tomorrow before the auction closes. The auction will close today. So if you have an item that you want, you have to get registered on your phone, and it will let you know instantly if you're outbid. So no more cruising the tables to make sure you've got the high bid. As long as your phone's in your back pocket, you can make sure you've got that bid where it needs to be.
I personally don't miss that, having to kind of hawk your item right there at the last minute to make sure nobody's come in and outbid you on it. So, and one of the other things that I really like is this is kind of like eBay. There's a buy it now option for these items.
There is a buy it now option, and it's about double the value, but I want to remind everybody, you know, it's a fundraiser, and we're here to raise money. So if you do a buy it now option, we appreciate that.
Absolutely, because every bit of that is going to come right back here to help kids at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And our goal this year, $300,000. Seems like a lot of money, but we base our entire budget off of that right there.
You know, Telethon is really important because schools are about to get out in May, and Telethon is really what enables us to continue to provide the services throughout the summer. We do provide school services, and that's where we make the majority of our money, but we would not be able to continue the services without the Telethon helping us.
Absolutely. So get out to the Minor Convention Center today. Bring the kids out. We'll have the Touch a Truck event, which will be going on out there with all the different fire trucks. And what all are we going to expect out there?
Oh my gosh, we got so much going on. So we do have Touch a Truck. We got fire trucks, police cars, tractors, dump trucks, all the big trucks that kids love to see. So bring your kids out. We're going to do Touch a Truck. And then we have the best food trucks in Southeast Missouri. So come out for lunch. There's a lot of good food, and we're just going to have a great day here at the Minor Convention Center with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
That's right. Come out and check us out at the Minor Convention Center. We're going to head over to our stage right now. I do believe, or no, over to the side. Mike's standing by.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm here with Charlene Reese, and she told me her friends call her Charlie, so we are now friends. So this is my friend Charlie. So this is really my second favorite thing to do at the Telethon. My first thing I already got to do was get to talk to one of the kids and the therapist and see what we're doing. But the second favorite thing is to get checks. So Charlie, tell us who you represent and kind of what you did to raise this money.
I'm with the 6th Missouri Company D Civil War Reenactors. To get the money, I call friends, family. I reach out to everyone. I actually pick up auction items for the telethon as well. So no one is exempt from me. I go out and I just beat the doors and the bushes and find things and people to talk to and tell them about the center. And most everyone has a story about someone that they know who's been to the center and has had to use the center. That's why they're very generous with me.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. Everywhere we go, I see people all the time. My family has had people go to the center. Everywhere you go, you know, I tell them, hey, you know, I'm part of the center, and they're like, oh, I know them, and my cousin, whoever, part of their family has went there. So you're on the reenactment. So tell us a little bit about that.
We pack up everything for a weekend. We go out and we immerse ourselves in an event. We camp in canvas tents just like they did back in the Civil War. We dress in period clothing. We are actually like a living history. We go out and teach people about their history.
Oh, that's amazing. So, I don't know if I'd want to do the 10 anymore, but anyway. So I'll tell you what, let's take a look at your check and let's see what we raised here. All right, looky here. That's amazing. $9,573. So great job. Everybody, let's give her a hand. That's great. So just make sure that we're being open to her. She said nobody's exempt.
That's right. I'll hit anybody up for money.
All right. So let's make sure that we help Charlie, and that, hey, if you're at home, if you're online, if you're watching, you can give today. Let's just make sure that we're reaching out, we're reaching deep for the kids. So, Charlie, so when do you do these reenactments? What are you done it for the year? Will you be doing another one?
Well, the biggest time are spring and fall, but there are some winter events and summer events. We don't usually do them. It's hot or it's really cold. So we're kind of fair weather reenactors.
Yeah, that would be when I would want to do it. I sure wouldn't want to do it out there in the heat or the cold. So where do you do this at?
All over the country. We've been to Gettysburg. We've been to Shiloh. If there's been a Civil War battle there, odds are I've been there.
Oh, that's amazing. So is there somewhere that people can go on and look for this information or be part of, or is there somewhere where they can look for information?
Well, we don't really have a site. Our group has kind of fallen apart over the years, but there are entities out there. The 7th Arkansas still have a big, strong group down there, and they still have a big bunch of reenactors that get together. We've actually hosted at Bloomfield 3 different events ourselves, the 6th Missouri, and they've always been a big hit. We always fed the people on the weekend and made sure that they had firewood and straw for their encampments. And it takes a lot. It's like the telethon. It takes a lot of planning and a lot of logistical things go on to get that going. So, it's kind of a hard work kind of thing to put on your own event. But we've done it. We've pulled it off before.
All right. Well, we sure appreciate you doing all that. We sure appreciate bringing in the money and the check, the donation. So I believe we are going to go now over to CJ, and I believe you got some more great people over there, CJ.
Absolutely, we do. This is Team Gabe, and I'm here with Tricia, who is one of our therapists at the center. And Tricia, give us a little bit of story here on Team Gabe.
Well, I've been seeing Gabe for quite some time now. This is my 7th telethon, believe it or not, with the center.
This is my
right, yeah. So, and I've been seeing Gabe for how long now? 5 years, maybe, I think. And we've been working. He has tight heel cords, so almost kind of like a toe walker, but not quite that tight. But it really kind of limited how far he could go and how much activity he could do. Couldn't quite do what he wanted to do or keep up. And so we were really working on stretching those out, giving him some more mobility, allowing him to just be more free with what he wanted to do. And unfortunately, Gabe started out not taller than me, and now he's a whole head taller than me. And so we've really had to battle that time and time again because he just keeps growing on us. But he's great to work with and always super compliant, and his family's always, just supporting the center, and that's so great to have.
It's great that you pointed that out. As he's growing up, your therapy has to change based on, as they grow up. And with the heel cords and things like that, is there a lot of pain that's involved in that with having tight heel cords?
Is there a lot of pain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. There is. Really, there is. And not just pain during therapy, but like he would be painful if he was going on a long walk or something like that. And so really it was my goal to keep him pain-free. Like it doesn't have to meet a specific number. Like I'm not really shooting for that, but I just want him to make him pain-free so he can do what he wants to do.
Make him be a kid again.
Absolutely.
And be able to just run and play whenever he wants to. And that's the goal of the treatment here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. This is Mom. Tell us a little bit about the changes that you've seen so far with Gabe.
So, like Tricia said, he made a lot of progress about 1.5 years ago, and then his body decided to do a big growth spurt. So every time he hits a growth spurt, which he's a teenage boy, that's going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen for years from now, they kind of have to change up his therapy just a little bit, and he could be, in his normal range, and then he grows a couple inches, and we're kind of back to square one with him. So on his part, it's a lot of patience and him knowing that this is just what it's going to be like for a little while. But he has a great relationship with Tricia, and she gives us just tons of feedback on what we should be doing, and we try to kind of find that magic formula of things to do at home to help him also be pain-free.
I'm glad you touched on the fact of doing therapy at home, because, therapy isn't just for an hour a day or 30 minutes a day or whatever. You guys actually put together plans, comprehensive plans for goals for the week and goals for the month and where we're going to be a year from now. And the family gets involved with that too, right?
Right, absolutely. The family is with him so much more, so we can't make much progress 30 minutes a week or an hour a week. But if the family and everybody's on board, then that's when we really see good progress. And it's been really important for Gabe to have consistency at home as well as, at the center to make good progress, because his body does just keep changing. And so if we stay on top of it, then we can manage his care well.
So we know there's several different items that you have at the center when it comes to therapy. What are some of the things that you give the parents to do at home?
A lot of stretching or exercises. But Gabe had these special boots that were called ACMO boots. It's like a cereal cast, but he can take them off if he needed to, and so they had to wear those, and they had to wear knee immobilizers, and just giving them like a workout plan, like you would send somebody to the gym, send one home with him, and he did workouts at home. And actually, that's something we talked about with Gabe. He's a teenager now, and so we've talked about that transition period, and that's something that we also do at the center, is work with families to transition them to have a good plan for after, because they're not always going to be a kid at the Kenny Rogers Center. So we've started that transitional talk with Gabe too.
Well, with that, you guys have been raising money for the Kenny Rogers Center as well. Tell us real quick how you guys went about doing this.
So for us, I posted on our Facebook page, my Facebook page, and the really amazing thing in bringing God into this is we prayed about what our goal was for Gabe, and we set a goal for $1,000, which is more than what our goal was last year. Last year it was $500. We raised a little bit over $1,000. So I said this year, let's start at $1,000 and just see where God takes us. And in less than 24 hours, we'd met our goal. Honestly, I was telling Tricia, within the first 2 hours, we'd already met over half of our goal. So we put, honestly, a lot of prayer into this too, and it's another piece of relationship with Tricia. So, yeah, we just kept raising it.
All right, so let's turn the check around and see what we got. This is from Team Gabe. Look at that, $1,311.20. Met your goal. So that means your goal is going to go up next year, right?
Right. I think that's the lesson we've learned here. So.
Always aim high. Always aim high. Well, thank you guys so much. And I know, like many other families, what would you tell somebody right now if they're on the fence about giving to the center?
Oh, I would tell them to do it in a heartbeat, because not only does this help, my child, but it helps so many families. And you just don't know how much help that provides to people. We've never had to pay a dime here in the almost 12 years that we've been coming here. And that's such a freedom for families whenever they know that they're going to get the care that they need, and the center takes care of the price.
Absolutely. You heard it right there from the family. So you want to learn more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center? Watch this.
So Gideon is 7 years old. There's a lot of things that he likes. He's a really good eater. He likes a pretty wide variety of foods, and he really loves animals. There's really not a stranger that he's ever met. He loves just being around people, making faces at people. He's a pretty unique little guy.
So when Gideon was born, we learned that he had trisomy 21, which is commonly called Down syndrome. He has 3 of the 21st chromosomes, where typically you're born with 2. Typically, people with Down syndrome, they'll have some sort of cognitive delay and also be delayed in reaching milestones. They're low tone, so walking's harder, talking's harder, holding pencils. Just typically, he'll reach his milestones, but it's going to take him a lot longer than other kids.
Even after he was born, I didn't suspect anything, but the doctors there, they quickly informed us that there was what they believed Gideon had Down syndrome. people with Down syndrome. Of course, not expecting that at all, we were very shocked. I think what we were expecting, that idea, that was quickly shattered.
Obviously, when the doctors had concerns about him, they're quick to tell you all the things that your kid cannot do. I think like most people would do, the first thing is you Google and figure out different things. And there's a long list of problems and complications that come with Down syndrome. Here at the center, Gideon does weekly physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. So with speech therapy, obviously we're working on speech and language skills. Physical therapy, he's worked on just large muscle groups. Of course, when he came to the center, he wasn't able to walk, and navigating stairs and jumping. And then we do occupational therapy, just fine motor skills, which will help him with using utensils to eat, pencils, dressing, buttons, snap.
I can tell that whenever I drop him off and they come out, you know, he's ready to go with them. He lights up and he gives them a big wave, a big hug, something like that. And so I know he's cared for and he's comfortable here.
One day I was calling for him and I thought he went downstairs, and finally I could hear when I yelled Gideon, I heard a what? And I thought, well, there's a nicer way to kind of respond to your name, but it was the first time he ever responded. I'm like, we'll deal with that part later. I was happy that I called his name and he responded to me. And he was then able to tell me where he was, that he was in his room playing.
This center has meant a lot for us. It would be a financial burden for us to be able to afford the kind of services that are offered here at no cost.
So with our insurance, it doesn't cover Gideon's therapies. It would cover some of physical therapy, but speech therapy, occupational therapy is all denied through his insurance.
You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
Well, it is one of my favorite times of the day. It is time for our total. This is the first total of the day, so get ready. Here we go. There we are, $60,497. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there, so you can help us out right now by going to our website. Or, matter of fact, why don't you come have some fun with us here at the Minor Convention Center? We're going to be here until 5 o'clock. Come out here, check out all the silent auction items, check out all the things that's going on. Bring the kids. Guaranteed there's something for everybody going on at the Minor Convention Center today. So come out and enjoy the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Meet some of the families like we're going to do right now, as Mike is standing by with another one.
All right, yeah, we are here with another family and another gorgeous child here. We are here with Jeremiah, and this is JP's crew, correct? So tell us a little bit about Jeremiah and what he receives at the center.
Jeremiah receives speech and physical therapy right now. He's previously received occupational therapy. So as far as speech therapy, we're just working on trying to get more words and sentences out of him. Working on some play skills, turn taking, that kind of stuff. And then his physical therapist is working on like balance type things, I think. I guess I'll let Mom talk a little bit.
Yeah, we'll talk to Mom. And so it looks like he's having fun over there with the balls. So tell us how you discovered, what brought you to the center, what kind of led you to us.
The NICU and CAPE actually got us on the waiting list. He's doing great. When he was a week old, we were actually told that he probably wouldn't make it through the night. And then we were also told that he probably would never walk or move his arms. He does have a cerebral palsy diagnosis, and looking at him, you can't even tell that he has any diagnosis at all.
See, and those are the amazing stories that we just love. We hear that every year. We see families, we see kids that come in, we see people that were here before, that would never walk right, or have trouble walking. I mean, you can just see them over there playing and jumping and having a ball. You would never know that there was any kind of issue. So, so where do you guys live at?
Poplar Bluff.
At Poplar Bluff, so even a farther outreach. I mean, so once again, we talk about that. You know, if it wasn't for coming to the center here at Sykeston, we've talked about this already. You know, you guys would be going to St. Louis or Memphis.
Yeah.
What kind of impact would that be for you and your family?
I mean, it probably wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what we hear, and that's why we're here for these kids. It's just amazing that we have such great facilities and great therapists, and we have some of the best around. I mean, by far.
We love
I
our
am a little
therapists.
biased, I'll admit, but I mean, we hear that all the time as we talk to families that, you know, they're going to St. Louis. Michelle was talking about that earlier. You know, we go to St. Louis or they go to Memphis or wherever they go, and they start setting up, you know, the physical therapy or the speech or whatever it may be. You know, they find out that you're close to the center. Well, man, we'll get you in there. So we got some great, some great therapists and great center. So what major steps have you seen him? You know, they talked about not walking. I mean, what have you seen from day to day improvements? You know, what impact have you seen the most?
So we also get therapy with First Steps, and they had set a goal for him to walk by Christmas, and this was his first year of life. So I don't remember his exact age, but Trisha worked so hard with him that he beat that goal by 4 months.
Oh, wow, that's what we
Yes.
Yeah, that's amazing. So he looks like he's having fun over there.
Yes, he loves Miss Trisha. She is his favorite person in the world.
Well, we can understand that. Well, it looks like you guys have brought us a check today. So tell us how you kind of raised that money. What'd you do?
We just posted our link on Facebook. It was mostly friends and family. And then we did have a business donate to us, Short and Sweet Food Truck in Elsinore, Missouri.
Okay.
And so we set a small goal this year, and we made it to our goal within the first 2 weeks. So we need a higher goal next year.
Yeah, well, let's turn around and see what you got. All right, $554.30. That's amazing. JP's crew. So, do you have goals? I mean, what are we looking for this year? What's your next step? What's your next goal? We reached that goal early in 4 months. So we want the next goal. What is that? And when what do you anticipate now?
Like our next goal for money?
No, I'm talking about for Jeremiah.
I'm not even sure there's really another goal to meet. He's perfect.
Yeah. So, well, that's amazing. So, okay. So I believe we're so glad to have you guys. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. It's so good to see you, buddy. Have a great time. And I believe we are going back over to the tote board there with CJ.
Mike, this is our Wall of Fame tote board area. And what exactly is a Wall of Fame? Well, this is where we kind of give props to our donors, the ones that have gone above and beyond this year. So with the small stars, those are anything from $250 up to $499. Then we have the medium-sized stars that are up here, which is right there. Thank you very much. It's like Vanna White-esque right there. She did that. So that's the medium star. And then there's our large star. The large star is anything $1,000 and above. So small is $250 to $499. Medium is $500 to $999, and then the large stars are donations that are $1,000 or more. So if you're wondering, hey, I've seen these names on there year after year, I've seen this Wall of Fame thing. What is that? That's our way of saying thank you. You know, we also want to say thank you to those that give $10, $20, $30, whatever you have to give. It's what's in your heart that counts. If you say, I just want to give to the center, I want to be a part of what's happening there with these kids. We appreciate it so much, so please know that. If you get online right now, make your donation, or if you're bidding on the silent auction items, or if you come out here to have dinner with us, trust me, every penny of that, every penny goes right back here to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and helps kids like you've seen throughout the morning that you're going to see all day long. So come out, and if you want, we can throw you up on the Wall of Fame as they're putting some. You're needing to get through, aren't you? You're just standing there like, I just need to go. So come out and join us. Have some fun with us out here at the Minor Convention Center, because all day long we are showcasing kids and their families that attend services and get services from right here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. You want to learn more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center? Watch this.
Court is 5 years old. He is happy and very, very energetic. He loves swinging, going on rides, anything that has to do with the alphabet, numbers, ball pits, obviously. Anything that is fun and he can get his hands on, he's ready to do. He's been diagnosed with autism, which is a neurological and developmental disability that can cause challenges with communication, socialization, and behavioral challenges. We knew from the time that he was 1 that he was having some delays in certain areas, so we kind of felt like it's possible that you were going to get that diagnosis for him. It's hard to hear, it's a hard pill to swallow when you find out that your child has a disability that's going to be lifelong. Luckily, we were able to come to the center shortly after he was diagnosed at 3, and he's been receiving services for 2 years now here, and it's made a world of difference in his life. The therapists are great to work with. They help him, they love him, and he loves them. They're really open to his needs. You know, they help find ways for him to do things so he's not as frustrated in, you know, just having to sit down and do one task. They help him take breaks, they help him find ways to cope and still be able to get his tasks done at the end of the day. We receive speech and occupational therapy twice a week here. Occupational therapy helps with like daily skills, daily life skills. And speech helps, of course, him be able to communicate how to pronounce words, maybe, to teach him words. Once we started coming to the Kenny Rogers Center twice a week, it has made such a difference because he's been able to build that trust with these therapists here. And he's more able to receive what they're trying to do for him, and he's more open to letting that happen and to learning things from them. He has been able to communicate his needs and wants more, which is something that he really struggles with. He has been able to better just everyday life, like simple tasks that most people don't have issues with, he struggles with. He's been able to be a little more independent from that. He's learned to sit at a table and be able to do tasks that are placed in front of him without having to get up so many times. So they've really helped in a lot of ways in his life. When you start getting those words from him and you see him doing these things that you didn't know he was going to be able to do, it's absolutely amazing. If you can donate anything, please consider donating to the Kenny Rogers Center. They help make it possible for these children around here to receive free therapies, and just it makes their lives so much better. It helps them in everyday life, in their futures. If you can donate, please do. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Center Telethon. Please phone in and make your donations today.
I'm here with Mike Rennick. Mike is one of our local performers that's going to be performing for you here today. Mike, thank you so much for coming. Tell everybody what you're going to sing today.
This song is called Better Man Than Me.
Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Mike Rennick.
He's got eyes like his daddy, lips like his mom, a soul that only God would know. It makes me so happy when you smile at my song, a feeling one day you may know. Oh my son, don't you know that many things, oh, they'll come and they'll go. My son, hope you see this world needs a better man than me. A little laughing and crying, cooing out loud, always rolling around on the floor. It's a bright day with you, a dark one without. Your smile is where my happiness flows. Oh my son, don't you know that many things, oh, they'll come and they'll go. My son, hope you see that This world needs a better man than me. Oh la 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 la. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Oh, oh. Oh my son, don't you know that many things, oh, they'll come and they'll go. My son, oh my son, hope you see that this world needs a better man. Yeah. Oh my son, don't you know that many things, they'll come and they'll go. My son, oh my son, hope you see that this world needs a better man than me. Thank you.
Well, Mike, we got another family here, and of course, one of my favorite things, the check presentations. This is the family of Making Tracks for Hunter, right? Your name?
Carrie.
Ivan.
And tell us how you guys raise this money.
Well, I just put a post up on Facebook, and then I also sold T-shirts that says Making Tracks for Hunter. We did a benefit for him last summer at our campground, and we raised almost $50,000 just for him to be able to get a track chair and a trailer to haul it in. So we decided to go ahead and sell some shirts again, just to try to help raise money for the center. So.
And tell us about Hunter.
He's a very determined, very, I don't know what you want to say.
He don't want a microphone in his face.
Like, no.
No, you're the talker.
I would just say he's very determined, no matter what he does. If he doesn't like it, he's going to tell you. If he does, he's going to be real happy. He loves music. Music is his thing and his tablet. He loves watching YouTube, just like any other kid.
Absolutely. And, you're talking about raising money on social media. Isn't that great that used to you'd have to pretty much go door to door or call friends, family, or whatever. Now you can post on Facebook and just rattle cages that way. And it's amazing the people that step up and help.
Yes, it is.
So tell us, flip this around. Let's see how much you brought in today. $627.69. Coming right back here to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Thank you guys so much for this.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll have you walk that direction. Mike, we love seeing the families come in. And this is how families give back to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center year after year when their family receives services.
Yeah, that's, we don't charge the family, CJ. We just provide the services for them, and they just keep giving back. It means something to them, and so they want to give back because they know that what they've got, and they want to give forward to somebody else also.
And keep in mind, people are watching, they're going, wow, these families, this family after family. These families do this on their own. They go out and make social media posts or do bake sales or do T-shirts. They come up with these creative T-shirt designs and they sell those. And these are the families who just say, we understand the mission of the center and what they do for our kids. We want to make sure that the center keeps its doors open.
Yeah, and without those funds, the impact is on the kids, CJ. So if we don't raise the money, if they don't give back, it's the kids that suffer. They would be able to go, but it's the family's inconvenience of going back to St. Louis. I mean, I know your family has some things that you have to go to St. Louis, but just think about all the times that you get to the center and the impact that they have. Those trips are cut down so much.
You know, having a pediatric therapy center right here in the heartland, right here in this area that serves not just Sykeston, but the surrounding area. You know, we've got kids from Dexter, kids from New Madrid, Cape, Charleston, East Prairie, this whole surrounding area come and receive services at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center because people like you said, I want to keep this center open. You know, it's a real need. It's you know, not something we're up here beating a drum going, oh, you know, give us money, give us money. Without your funds, the center would close.
Yes, it definitely would. And, you know, we have seen the center grow so much and been able to give more and more back to the kids because people will give and people will donate their time and will send that check. You know, we would talk about, CJ, we were seeing a child from Poplar Bluff a while ago. I mean, it's not just, you know, we see these fundraisers and people raising things. This is not a Sykeston thing by any means. We have kids all over, and we've heard so many testimonies about, I would not even be able to do it if it was not for the center. We wouldn't even get to the kid to any kind of therapy.
You know, I love seeing the kids come back year after year after year. And you think about what happened, you know, last year or the year before, and we saw them. And they walk in, and some of them weren't even able to walk 1 or 2 years ago, yet they're walking into the telethon this year because of what happened at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Yeah, we see it every year. We have people that come back, you know, to the telethon and just come up. I came to the center when I was, you know, 20 years ago, and they tell their testimonies and you know, how it impacted their life and how they're leading a normal life, and they're giving back to the center because of that.
You know, we have a gentleman that's going to be helping us MC today that years ago received services at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Today, he's a doctor in Houston doing research and just, you know, enjoying life, all because of some of the things that happened right here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And it's stories like that. How can that not put a smile on your face?
Yeah, he was actually the individual I was thinking about. I remember a couple of years ago when we were at the telethon, and he walks up and just kind of tells us that, introduced himself. We were just so blown away and amazed at, you know, at that, and so happy. We see these kids, you know, we hear testimonies from the parents. We weren't even expected to walk. We weren't expected to talk. We weren't expected to be, you know, simple things, CJ, like climbing stairs. Just the impact that has on a family and just being able to lead much more of a normal life.
You know, I think these therapists take that as a challenge when a doctor will tell a family, I just don't think he'll be able to walk again. And when the families come in and they tell Brandy what the doctor or the surgeon told them, or they tell the other therapist, they take that, they feed off of that, and they go, you know what? Where they say can't, we say can, because there is no can't at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. It's filled of wonderful therapists that say you can and you will, and they work tirelessly with these kids to hit these milestones that doctors say, no, that's not going to happen, but it happens.
Yeah, you know, I talked about the therapists a while ago. Says, I believe we have some of the greatest therapists in the area around that you can get. And we see those therapists, actually, this isn't just a job for them. This is a passion. They love the kids. They love what they're doing. So we see them, and they give back to the center.
Absolutely, and it's time after time after time that you see these families do this, and this is a family event. And when I say it's a family event, there's lots of things going on here at the Minor Convention Center today. There's a touch a truck that's going on out in the parking lot with all of the fire department vehicles. You see the police cars. We have an ambulance out there. This is a live shot of what's going on right here in the parking lot. I mean, look at all the different things that the kids can do and go be a part of. I know when I was a kid, I loved jumping up in those trucks wanting to honk the horns. That was one of my favorite things, to hear that, just a real loud honk of one of those big trucks.
Yeah, there's all kind of things out there. There's different trucks. We talked about the food trucks earlier. This, like you said, this is a family event. Bring your kids out. There's something for every age. There's something for everybody to do. You know, I've already got out. I hit the food trucks a little bit. Got me some donuts. So I'll hit each one of them at a different time during the day.
So we've got going on now, we believe they look to be warming up for the cornhole tournament that's going to be going on here later today and all throughout the day. So you don't want to miss that. If you've ever thought, you know what, I've got a partner, we can do a tournament, we could go win this thing. come down to the convention center. It's inside. It's nice, climate controlled. You don't have to worry about the wind. You don't have to worry about any other element affecting your game. And I can tell you, the wind, rain, nothing affects my game because I have no game when it comes to cornhole.
Yeah, unfortunately, that'd be something that we have much in common. We got a lot of things in common, but no talent on the cornhole would be also where we're at.
Yeah,
so.
I've played before, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I didn't play well, but I've played.
Yeah.
So at least I know how to play cornhole. So come out and check out the cornhole tournament that's going on, all the trucks and all the different things in the parking lot, and have a blast with us here at the Minor Convention Center at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
So we've been doing fish fries year after year with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon, but the last couple of years, we've done things just a little bit different, Michelle.
We have. You know, the pandemic made us think of different ways we could raise money, and of course we haven't had a telethon for 2 years. So we hooked up with the Tri-County Clowns. These guys are great. They said, hey, we can fry fish for you. So last year we started doing fish fries during Lent. We did it again this year. We're doing it at the Episcopal Church right between the hospital and Ferguson Medical Group. You drive right through. You never get out of your car. You pay your money, and then I myself walk it out to you.
All of these guys volunteer their time on Fridays to come out and cook, and you know, the Tri-County Clowns, notorious in the community for helping out, and we're so glad that they partnered with us in this. What success have we seen off of these fish fries?
You know, they have been really great. We are feeding about 250 a night. Last night was a little slow because everybody's out on spring break, so they were gone. But anyway, and they're out here today cooking. So come and they're doing funnel cakes today. We served all the fish last night, but they had to wait for the grease to cool down and bring their trailer out here. They're frying funnel cakes. They got corn dogs and ribbon fries.
And we've still got a couple of more fish fries to go, right?
We do. We've done 4. We've got 2 more to go. So come and see us on Friday nights between 4 and 7 at the Episcopal Church. Just drive right through.
So let's see this check here. This is a pretty big deal. Look at that number, $10,000. I know I'm happy to see that number. I know you're happy to see that number.
We're really happy to see that number. You know, our fish fries on Sunday just always brought a lot of people into the field house when we were down there. And like I said, the pandemic had to make us think how we can do things differently. So we're really glad to be teamed up with these guys and for everything they do for us.
You know, we had a couple of years ago toyed and did something different instead of fish, but people told us we want fish.
Yes, believe me, I made that mistake. Whoa. And yes, people want their fish. So thanks for helping me get them some fish.
This is a great way, again, week after week that you can give back to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center by going and buying a plate of fish. It's just as simple as that, and the money comes right back here.
Yes, you know, one thing I've always done at telethon time is we do feed people a lot, but that's something we all have to do every day. So that's a good way, an easy way to make a donation and support the center.
All right, we'll let you folks step right that way because, Mike, we've got another group of folks that are going to join us here. Come on in here.
Come on. You guys just, here you go. You can take it. Here,
We'll get you guys in here and get you all settled. So tell who's the spokesman for the group? Who do I need to talk to? Right here. All right. Tell us who you're with, sir.
This was Canalo Baptist Church. I'm Brother Dwayne Coleman. I'm the pastor, and this is our 29th year of being here at Kenny Rogers.
Brother Dwayne, we appreciate what you guys do for this center year after year. Tell us how you raise this money.
For the last month, we've dedicated every Wednesday night to calling people, and we've called everybody we can call. And my daughter that lives in Park Hills, she took up there, so it's been a collective word.
So that you all took what we used to do, which was the phone panels, Mike, and took that beyond the center and beyond the telethon and started doing those on Wednesday nights. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen great success with it, I see.
We have. Seemed like on Saturday morning, everybody want to turn their phone off because they know everybody's calling. So we slept up on them. We called on Wednesday night. But we've had several children in our churches come here. Amber is one of them. This is her mother. She got to talk to you about it.
All right, so Mike, if you'll tell us about the services that were received here with the center and why you guys are involved with this.
Well, Amber received this when she was very young. Amber's going to be 40 in May, so they did a great job with Amber. And she was walking and talking better and everything, but she had a stroke in 2003 from scoliosis surgery. And 3 days later, she had a stroke. But they are wonderful. They work with Amber so good. And I advise everyone to come and take a part in this.
All right, so let's turn this check around and see how much Kanalu Baptist Church brought. $10,570 from Kanalu Baptist Church. Pastor, thank you so much.
That is our high. We exceeded our past high of $100.
So you guys surpassed your most recent record. So you want to what do you think you want to shoot for next year?
I don't know. I'm afraid to say. At my age, I'm just hoping I'll be there.
Well, thank you guys so much. We'll let you sneak off that direction there. We appreciate everything that Kanalu Baptist Church does for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And here's more about the center.
Carson is 12 years old. He loves loud noises. He loves anything with a motor on it. Blow dryers, lawnmowers, vacuums, them are the things that excite him.
He loves to be outside.
When we hang out, we got swings hanging in our house. He loves to be pushed in his stroller, and really, Carson loves lights and music.
So Carson was never supposed to actually make it home from the hospital. Carson was supposed to be a vegetable. He was supposed to never do anything in life. And he has succeeded, and he is still here with us, and he can play with his toys with his hands. He's got weight bearing now, just things that Carson was never supposed to do, he can do. I really don't know how I felt about the situation. I was scared, really didn't know what was gonna happen, how long he would be here with us. As a mom, I felt like I failed because I wasn't there to protect him. I'm just, I guess, just happy that he's still here with us and he's doing his best that he can to succeed in life. The center, the therapists here, they're not just your therapy, they're your family. We've been here since he was less than 1 year old. He's been getting PT, OT, and speech since we've started Kenny Rogers Center. Without them, he would be nowhere where he is today. They work with him on weight bearing, gait trainers to try to get him to weight bearing with his legs so he could stand on his own. They work with him on his hands so he can hit switches to play with toys, which he was never able to do before they started working with him on that. PT and OT for sure has been amazing with Carson. We got to actually see him walk, and he's never supposed to be able to walk. And even though it was with an equipment that helped him, he was still able to take them steps to walk on his own, standing straight up, that he's never been able to do before. Until I actually had a kid with disabilities that needed the center, I really didn't know how good they were and how amazing the place was.
We have 4 other children too, so it just helps out a lot that we could have the nurse take him up the street to Kenny Rogers and not have to worry about him getting back home or none of that. So really he has a big support system. His nurse, his mom and I, and along with Kenny Rogers, so he has a huge support system.
I'm just so thankful for all of them, and I don't say that enough because I don't get to see them enough because I am a full-time mom, but I am very thankful for everybody at the center and for all they do for my sweet boy.
Everything is expensive, and being, a household of 5 children, we would never be able to afford them things. And Kenny Rogers, they always come through. They always help us with, you know, the things that he needs. And as he outgrows the things, the chair, the stander, anything he outgrows, we always donate back to Kenny Rogers so it can be passed on to others. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mike Rennick.
When the night is calm, the land is dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Whatever your trouble, you can stand by me. Stand by me. Stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon, oh, should tumble and fall, or the mountains crumble into the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, oh, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon, oh, should crumble and fall, or the mountains crumble into the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, oh, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, you can stand by me. Stand by me. Stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Thank you. This next one's called Angel from Montgomery.
I'm an old woman mother. My old man's another child's growing old. Dreams were lightning, thunder, desire. His old house would have burned down a long time ago. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to believe in this living. No, it's a hard way to go. Now when I was younger, I had me a cowboy. Wasn't much to look at, just a free rambling man. Well, there was a long time that no matter how I tried, the dreams had flowed back just like a broken down dam. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to believe in this living. Oh, it's a hard way to go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where there's flies in the kitchen, I can hear them a-buzzing low high. Ain't done much since I woke up today. How can a person come home in the morning, head off to work? Oh yeah, just a feeling the same way. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to believe in this living. Oh, it's a hard way to go. You're making me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to believe in this living. Oh, it's a hard way to go. To believe in this living. Oh, it's a hard way to go. To believe in this living. Oh, it's a hard way to go. Thank you.
We are here with Team Carson, who receives services here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Our Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we're at the Telethon. It's a wild day because we're in a different place. Kind of getting used to our new home. Allison, you are one of Carson's therapists. Tell us about the services that Carson receives at the center.
So Carson comes once a week, and he receives physical, occupational, and speech therapies. I have been seeing him for several years, and in occupational therapy, we focus a lot on his range of motion, kind of how he's able to move his arms in order to access play. So to be able to play in the way that Carson loves to play, rolling around, getting at toys, activating switch toys. He loves to turn them on and make all sorts of music and lights and just kind of squeal in happiness.
So walk us through a typical session with Carson when he comes in for therapy.
In our occupational therapy session, we'll either stay in his chair and attach a mount to his chair so he can turn on the toy and make it light up, and or sometimes we'll get out on the floor and we have a kind of a special little playroom, as it's called, but it has toys that dangle down from the ceiling that he can reach and grasp and shake and play independently.
And Mom, tell us some of the changes that you've seen in Carson thanks to therapy here at the center.
Some of the changes that he has did, when he first started the center, he was never supposed to be able to grasp anything, play with anything. He can now grasp toys, hit buttons, and do all the things that he likes to do with all them.
So he can basically be a kid, right?
Correct.
Now, I know, just tell us where you think he would be without the center.
In honesty, he probably wouldn't be doing nothing that he does right now without the center.
That's a testament to what you guys do. Tricia, we've talked time and time again about how you therapists pour your heart and soul into these kids. Each one of them that come in, I know at the end of the day, I mean, just mentally, physically, you guys have to be exhausted.
Oh, it can be, but
in a good way.
It is. You do really get exhausted at times, but each kid, I don't know. Probably the same with Allison. I struggle to ever take a day off or to take a vacation day or anything or sick day because he comes once a week. So if I miss Friday, then I miss Carson. And so, I want to be there and do whatever I can for him. And you're saying pour your heart and soul into it. And I was just thinking about Tara is one of the moms that I text, and I will do that with any parent. So it's not just a Friday thing, and I tell them, and I really mean it. If any time, just send me a message and I'll help you figure something out or help you do whatever you need to do. So
that's one of the ways that you guys go above and beyond for the kids and their families. I know we've heard stories of you guys, being at Walmart or being out somewhere and you see something that you're just walking by an aisle and you go, that would be great if we could do this.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's always on our mind, honestly. And Allison and I were just talking yesterday. I was texting her while she was at Disney World not too long ago about another patient. And she was like, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. And of course she did, because that's what we do.
So for you guys, it's a 24/7 job that you love. And you guys truly do love what you do. And we can see that year after year with the longevity of you guys that stay at the center and just love your job.
Absolutely. Yeah. Allison and I, we've been there. This is our 7th year together. And so, yeah, we do love it. And it's the number of times I get kids asking, what do you actually do for your work? And because it doesn't seem like work to them, we're playing. And at times it doesn't seem like work to us other than when we're sitting down doing paperwork, right?
Yeah.
So tell us some of the progress that you've seen in your therapy sessions with Carson.
Yeah, so right now we're working on his posture because he can hold that head up a little better than what he's doing right now, Carson. So holding his head up, working on his back so that he doesn't get more kyphotic, more arched over and get painful. And he likes to get up and move too. So we have this cool new bike at the center. It's called a Rad Race Runner. It's kind of looks like a trike, but they're allowed to run in it. And Carson, that's what he likes to move in. So we like to walk around in that when we get a chance. And he loves being on the big orange ball too. So we spend some time working on that and keeping him strong so that he can do what he wants to do as long as he can.
Now, be honest with me. You guys have just as much fun as the kids do, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Just a little bit of fun. So, Mom, tell me how you guys raised this money here.
We made T-shirts and sold shirts, and then we also posted it on Facebook and got donations off of Facebook.
I was talking to another family earlier about how easy social media has made it for families to just reach out like that and ask for help when it comes telethon time.
Correct. It makes it a lot easier.
Absolutely. So let's spin this around and see how much you guys have brought in today. $1,364.64. A lot of hard work went into that for Team Carson. And I know you as a parent, there's no amount of money that you could put on the services, a cost that you could put on what your family receives from the center, right?
Right.
So what would you tell other families that are watching, maybe that have never given to the center? What would you tell them right now?
To make their donations, because it would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely, it would be greatly appreciated. These ladies here, I know, you see these kids come in day after day, year after year, and we've seen the success stories. We've heard from the families, tear up, saying that, they told me that my kid would never walk. They told me my kid would never talk, wouldn't be able to eat, wouldn't be able to do this. I was telling Mike earlier, at the center, we basically take that as a challenge.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I heard Brandy talking with another therapist the other day, and she was like, I just don't know what to expect after seeing this image that I saw, an MRI image, and Brandy's like, oh, we don't worry about that. We just do what they do, and we just set the sky as the limit, and that's just so true to what we do. We just shoot for the stars and hope that we land among them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today, and hopefully you'll get some time to enjoy all the things going on here at the Minor Convention Center. And I do believe, speaking of all the things going on out here, I think Mike is out there at the silent auction right now.
I'm over here looking at some awesome stuff. We've got a lot of things out here. Man, we've got toys, we've got baskets, we've got paintings, we've got mattresses, but we've got all kinds. We got a dinosaur squishmallow. It's some kind of pillow here. We got a lot of girl toys. We got baskets, a Frozen gift basket. We got Disney gift baskets. Man, Easter's coming up. Come make this bid. Take this. This will be some awesome Easter baskets for your kids. We got games for family night. We've got all kind of toys. We've got an awesome travel bag here. We've got a pit boss. Now, CJ and I think we are going to try to outbid each other on this, but this is a great thing here. There could be.
The two of us when it comes to this, and my wife's probably watching right now going, no, there won't. He's not. But what she doesn't know won't hurt her.
Yeah, that's for sure. My wife's over already saying, no, you've got enough grills.
While I'm over here going, ching, raising that bid up on this. I've seen these advertised online, and this is something that is just amazing that we have here. And if you get online right now to the silent auction website, you can bid on that as well. I haven't bid on lately to see, or gotten on lately to see where this is at. But again, this is one of those items too. Every item here has a buy now option. So if maybe you're like, you know what? I'm just going to take it off their hands. You can do so. Just hit that buy now, and boom, it's yours.
Yeah, CJ, we said earlier that it was a little more than the value, but it goes for a great cause. You're going to get it. You don't have to worry about that last minute of not getting it. There's all kind of great things out here. We looked at all the girl stuff, CJ. I think there's some pretty cool boys' toys over there.
Absolutely. We got several bicycles that are here, lots of gift baskets, lots of things for the girls, the tractors. I know for a fact that this town has several people that collect these toy tractors. So get out here, check these out. Nice selection of stuff. And again, we want to say thank you to all of the businesses that donated these items, because without you, we wouldn't be able to have this silent auction this year. So get online. You can come out and see the items for yourself if you're thinking, I'm not sure what that really looks like based on the app. Maybe I should go out there. You should come out here. You should bring your entire family out here, because you never know what you're going to find at the silent auction. We've got the cornhole tournament going to start here in a bit, but we have the custom cornhole boards that were made for the Kenny Rogers Center Telethon right over here. I can show you those real quick. Look at this. This is a custom set of cornhole boards with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center logo on them. Wouldn't that look nice at your house, playing with your friends? Yeah. Also, we've got things for the ladies. We got things for the guys. We got things for around the house. We got things for your dogs. Come out and check out some of these items if you want to see them for yourself. You can also bid online at kennyrogerscenter.org/silent auction, or scan the QR code that is on your screen. We're going to go back over to our child area. That is where Mike is standing by with another one of our great Kenny Rogers Children's Center kids.
All right, we are back here with another great family and our therapist here. So introduce yourself and tell us who you got, and just kind of introduce what brought you to the center.
I'm Amy Burns. This is my husband, Randall Burns. This is our little boy, Randy Burns.
and our daughter Jeslyn Burns. Whenever we got these kids, they said that he would never walk or talk from having a stroke when he was 6 weeks old. She had some issues that couldn't be handled at home alone. And now you can't hardly tell there's nothing wrong with him, and he's got way more personality than all of us combined. And she is doing so much better. She's actually, I believe they're talking about letting her graduate. They've brought her so far.
That is just amazing. Those are the stories that we want to hear. That, you know, from being able to graduate, we see the improvement, but not able to walk or talk, you know. And then we just see him, and I sitting there watching him when I come over, kind of introducing myself, you know. The kids love our therapist as always, you know. But you can just see that, you see his eyes light up and just jumping around there, and that's amazing. So tell us about what services we get here. What are we doing?
He gets all three. He gets PT, OT, and speech at the center, and I treat him for physical therapy, and I've treated him since I think he was 3. And man, come leaps and bounds. He was a little fireball when we started treating him, honestly, and hard to understand, but now you can't get him to stop talking. So I love treating him, and Amy was saying, like, he's my little buddy, and he really is. Just treat him like my own, and if he ever has an issue at the center, I just go and help him out, and, you know, we've been buddies for a long time. And like she said, I don't think most people could pick up that he still even needs therapy, but because he's getting close as well to being dropped down to maybe consultative services or something like that, because he's just doing very well.
And that's what the amazing part is, and we just love hearing these accomplishments and seeing the families. And, you know, we talk all the time about where would you go? I mean, just the impact without the center. I mean, you know, he would be able to talk, maybe not be able to walk. You know, I mean, I can kind of see her getting all emotional here on me, and that's awesome. We love to see the daily things that improve. So that they can have a life. It isn't just to get a little better. That's not our goal at the center. These therapists, it's not just to, you know, we're going to make them a little better. We want them to have a life and be able to improve thetheir everyday life, be able to improve your life. So, where are you guys from?
Sykeston.
You are from Sykeston. I think this is actually our first interview we've actually had from right here. We were all over the place. We talk about that all the time. So, you know, if it wasn't for the center, we'd be going to St. Louis or Memphis or maybe even farther, depending on the situation. How would that impact, you know, your guys, the difference of being able just to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes away, whatever, to versus that 2-hour trip?
Well, considering there's 2 other small children at home too, I don't know how we would be able to do it. We are so grateful of the location and the therapists and the Kenny Rogers Center in general. They have made our life so much easier. Jeslyn, they told us she would never be able to live on her own, and here she is making decisions on her own without us having to coerce her. All because the center is right here. If it was further away, I don't know that we'd be able to do it.
Yeah, and that's we see the great accomplishments on the kids, but I don't think we really focus enough sometimes on the impact that it has on the mom and dads and the brothers, the siblings. Because if you did have to make that 2-hour trip, then you're home, you got people working, it is such an impact where you guys can come to center and you know, we do therapy in the schools, we can go into the schools, we do so many things right here at home where that would just change your lifestyle. It would just have such an impact of being able, you know, most families, let's just be honest, probably would make the decision, I just can't do it. I can't go. Or they wouldn't be able to, you know, you get weather, you know, and you know, gas prices right now. I mean, such an impact on the cost of getting to that center somewhere else would be impactful. So it looks like you guys brought us a check today. So let's tell us a little bit about what you raised, how you did it, how you raised that money.
Well, a lot of it come from people helping at church. Our Royal Rangers is our children's program. They helped with it. They donated some. The church donated some, and then, you know, just friends and family.
All right, well, let's turn this check around and see what we got. You're doing it right. All right, so we got $400, so that's amazing. So, well, we appreciate you bringing that. We thank you so much for giving back to the center. So, what would you tell anybody that's watching and listening? You know, what would you tell them about what to give and why they should give?
These people at the Kenny Rogers Center, they make miracles happen for these children. The children look forward to therapy. They enjoy it as much as they're getting the help. And any little bit of help will help them help these babies to give them a life that wouldn't normally be they wouldn't normally get to have.
All right, so I believe, well, we appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you so much. And I believe we're going to go back to Mike Remick on our center stage.
Well, late one night, that's where this adventure begins. I was on my back with the grass to my chin. It had just begun, it had just begun, it had just begun. So I took you and off we went to take treasures tucked away time and time again. Said hey yeah la la la, hey yeah la la la, hey yeah la la la. Well hey yeah la la la, hey yeah yeah la la la, hey yeah oh la la to die. Oh well won't you climb aboard before this ship leaves the shore? Let your mind free and take me off to never land. Then a wave came and it swept me off my feet. Well, it sent me high into the sky. Yes, it had me a tumbling. Oh, but it had just begun. It had just begun. It had just begun. Oh, you laughed. Oh, you cried. So funny to see me that night. Well, get up, she said, there's fireflies ahead. You should see them fly. Said, hey, yeah, la, la, la. Hey, yeah, la, la, la. Hey, yeah, la, la, la. Well, hey, yeah, yeah, la, la, la. Hey, yeah, la, la, la. Hey, yeah, la-ta-da-da-da. Well, won't you climb aboard before this ship leaves the shore? Let your mind free and take me. Well, won't you climb aboard? Yeah, before this ship leaves the shore. Let your mind free and take me off to never land. Thank you.
We're here with with another great family of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. This is Team Hudson, and tell us how you guys raise this money.
Mainly just friends and family.
All right, so friends and family gather around. Let's flip this check around and see what we got.
$461.93.
Great job, Team Hudson. He's been around here having fun today, and he's trying to sneak away from us, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. He's ready to go. Touch the truck.
Oh, I can understand that. We'll talk about that in just a couple minutes. Matter of fact, Hudson, let's let you guys walk off that way, and you can get out there to those trucks. We'll bring our next
we got another
group of
check.
folks
Come
in
on
here. This is the gang from Focus Bank. Tell us your all's names.
Lauren Walters. Betsy McConnell.
Chase Kaminsky.
And how did you guys raise this money?
Individuals throughout the bank asking for pledges.
All right, so let's turn it around and see what we got from Focus Bank this year. $7,680.26. Focus Bank, thank you guys so much for all the work that you do year after year. Have a step this way. We're just bringing them in one after another. Come on in here, Lions Club. We're so proud of this club. These ladies and gentlemen, year after year, squeeze in here. Steve, we'll get you back here. We know this guy real well, Steve McFeeters, and the group from the Lions Club. Steve, tell us about the Lions and what you guys do.
Well, we're here on behalf of the Sykeston Lions Club. Michelle has been an officer and past. Were you ever president?
I've never been president.
But you will be soon.
I don't want to be.
And we have about 50% of our members are women. They do a great job, like
Terry Hurley,
Bose Pond,
Loretta Pullen,
and can't say enough about the Pullens over the years. And I told her we had to have a special chair for Jerry. That's what we'd want, and you would too. Lions Club, Vision, Sight. Locally, we do the high school football program. As a fundraiser, we do a golf tournament, first one of the year in April. We do what other things, ladies? Chili Day.
We do the football programs and the bike ride.
And the Cotton Ramble. So that money goes to help a variety of non-for-profits here locally, including Kenny Rogers and others in the community. And then there's the Vision for Sight. We work with Dr. Obermark. Cassidy is the current president. And Dan, and if some kid at school needs glasses, they can go through there. There's a process where you can get glasses. You can get help with eyesight from the Mid-South Lions Club. And we're just all about sight and community. And coming up on 100 years in 2023.
Yes.
In 2023.
100 years of Lions in Sykeston, Missouri.
All right, guys, so you guys have raised money here, $8,625 from our Sykeston Lions Club. We love working with you guys year after year and love seeing you out in the community and appreciate everything that the Lions Club does for Sykeston and the community. So we have you step that way, guys. Thanks again, Steve. Mike, it's always fun seeing all the folks show up year after year and give us the results of their efforts from their work this entire year.
Yeah, that's what's one of the amazing things, especially, as we see this here at the telethon we have in the last couple of years, but it's the same people that just keep coming back, giving hearts, giving their time, raising that money.
So it looks like they've added some totals in, added a couple of those big checks in, and we've got a brand new total right now. $93,746. So we are almost a third of the way there, but we still got a long way to go.
Long way to go, and as a reminder, we're only one day this year.
That's right.
In the past, we've been 2 days. Everything is into 1 day, so it seems like that may be a little higher than what we've normally been this time on Saturday, but a lot less time to raise it, CJ.
That's right. We are going to go off the air today at 5 o'clock. In years past, it was 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, things like that. This year, it's a one-day only event. So if you're on the fence thinking, you know what, I'm going to just kind of sit back and see where they are this time tomorrow, there will be no telethon tomorrow. It's a one-day only event this year, going on until 5 o'clock at a new location. So if you're watching and you're thinking, okay, I'll head over to the field house. We're not at the field house.
Not going to find us there. We're at the Minor Convention Center. A lot of great stuff going on. Come out and check us out. Send that check. Make that donation.
That's right. You know, you can even get online and donate. We've made it so easy for folks that want to be a part of this. You can go to our website, kennyrogerscenter.org. If you want to bid on items, maybe in the silent auction that we've shown you and talked about a couple of different times today, you can also get to the silent auction by going to our website, kennyrogerscenter.org. You can hit the /silent auction, kennyrogerscenter.org/silent auction. Get signed up to bid. Start placing your bids because the auction also ends today.
Today is it. We just can't overemphasize that because, you know, I've talked to several people. Well, I'm going to come out Sunday. No, you can't come out Sunday. You can come out.
Yeah,
we
just
won't
be here.
We won't be here. But, well, you know, why wait to the last minute? You know, we're off to a pretty good start, CJ, but if you're thinking about giving, if you're on the fence, if you're trying to make a decision, go ahead and make that pledge now. Get online and do it now. That way we can get, you know, we can hit our total and exceed that total. That we got a goal, but let's go past that goal.
Absolutely, because, you know, this center operates based on the funds from the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon year after year. It's how we set our budget. It's how we know, you know, what we're going to do, how many kids we'll be able to service this year. And, you know, Michelle had talked about we do service in the schools. We're, with school about to be out for the summer, we're starting to plan things, and we need to know how to plan. And with this telethon, it allows us the opportunity to do just that for the entire year, is set our budget off of this to see just how far we can go. And we love pushing the envelope at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Yeah, we try to go, you know, we're always looking at ways, how can we get this in? How we can get another therapist? How can we get another child in? You know, in the years past, we've had long waiting lists because we didn't have the funds, we didn't have the therapist. So we need that pledge, we need that money now so that we can set the goals, so we can set our budget, so we can see what we're going to do for the year.
And, you know, you talked about the wait list. Yes, there is a wait list, and people are going, well, why is there a wait list? It's for the reasons that you said. You know, we have to hire therapists. We have to have the money to be able to hire more therapists to get that wait list down. We would love for there to be no wait list at all. But, you know, in reality, we have to look at that and go, okay, so in order to knock this wait list down to nothing, we have to hire X amount of therapists to get that done. Well, that's going to increase that total quite a bit. So looks like I'm going to head this way as we got another child interview that's going to take place right over here. Another cool kiddo and another cool family throwing balls. Are you trying to knock me down when I walk over here? Oh, my goodness. We'll see if this nice man will give us this ball back. There you go.
Thank you.
But I bet, oh, good. It went that way this time. I thought I was fixing to have to chase the ball. Tell us who we have here.
This is Kaysen Cooper.
And Kaysen looks like to be having a lot of fun here. Tell us about some of the services that Kaysen gets here at the center.
Kaysen receives occupational therapy. He's only had it for about 2 months now. And it's only due to some sensory issues and some bilateral coordination and things like that.
So tell us, as a therapist, what service or about the day and the activities that you all do with Kaysen for therapy.
As Elizabeth said, Kaysen is one of our sensory kiddos, so we do a lot of sensory-related things. There's certain textures he doesn't like, so we do a lot of crafts or do a lot of messy play and stuff to get him used to different textures and things like that.
I think our cameraman wants to jump in the ball pit. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but there's something behind the scenes happening here with the ball pit. But Kaysen seems to be having a lot of fun with it.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's 2, so he's very wild and keeps us on our toes when he's at the center. So our sessions are usually us. We have to take breaks and run around and get some of our energy out.
So when you all are tailoring a plan to, you know, for Kaysen, you keep that kind of stuff in mind, right? That go, you know, look, he's going to have a break. Mm-hmm. He's going to have to be able to do this and do that and just be a kid.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely your typical 2-year-old when it comes to his energy level and wanting to run around and play. And he loves balls and cars and.
So tell us about some of the improvements you've seen over the last couple of months of receiving therapy.
He has been more independent with playing. He has a lot of brothers and sisters at home, but the last month or so, he has been able to play more independently. He's not had as much issues with eating and playing with different textures. Before, it was like giving a cat a bath to do different things like that. So even in the short time that he's been at the center, we have noticed a huge improvement, especially social skills and actually communication as well.
That is fantastic. And given that is probably one of the best analogies I think I've ever heard. Give a cat a bath when it comes to that. I think that could go for any 2-year-old, really, to be honest with you. So when he's at the center and he's getting therapy and he's doing this, it's more along the lines of play.
Mm-hmm.
We're wanting to play.
Mm-hmm.
Because a child's work technically is play, and down he goes, but right back up. I mean, just pops right back up.
But yeah,
and he's off. He's giving our cameraman a workout today.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah.
Is he like this in therapy?
Oh yes. he's a lot of fun though.
So you get your steps in apparently whenever you're working with Kaysen at therapy.
Definitely, yes.
He's
one of my last ones of the day too. So he's.
Walk me through a typical session with Kaysen.
So we do a lot of play-related things. So we come in, we let him run around, we let him do the things that Kaysen wants to do, and then I try to kind of bring him to something that is more structured and more therapy-based. You know, whether it's doing something messy play, whether it's working on his fine motor skills or his visual motor skills. We've been doing a lot of puzzles and stuff, and we kind of break it up. You know, with attention span for a 2-year-old is obviously not very long. So we break that up with just things that he likes to do, like, running around and climbing and being 2. So
I think he's trying to aim at our camera, and he's doing quite a fine job because he just hit it a second
quite an
ago.
arm on him, yeah.
So maybe we should consider hiring maybe a pitching coach or something to start working with him. Getting him ready for baseball season?
Oh, definitely. I think he would be amazing at that.
You guys wear a lot of hats. You could do the pitching coach thing, couldn't you?
I mean, I could try. He's got pretty good aim already.
It's so fun to see these kids come in and just have fun with you guys. And it's you guys become family to these family members. Tell me about the relationship that you have with the therapist at the center.
Actually, I have a set of twins who will be 7 in June, and my twins actually received services at Kenny Rogers back in 2018, 2019. So one of my twins received speech, and the other one actually received occupational therapy with the great Laura here. And so we've already had that relationship developed, and then I went into occupational therapy myself, and I currently work at the center. But then being able to know that my kids can receive the therapy services that they need with highly educated and skilled therapists is unbelievable. And Laura has become a great friend of mine, not just a coworker, not just my kids' therapist, but we vent to each other. we talk on a therapy level as well as a parent-therapist relationship, as well as just friends. So it's a lifelong relationship that you'll always have.
So, I mean, you guys, like I said, you really do wear a lot of hats because, being coworkers, being friends, being the parent and therapist, that relationship is completely different than your coworker relationship. But here at the center, you guys tie it all together. You help these kids. Kid after kid, we see, my goodness, he's got an arm. Have you not fostered this any? Can we get maybe somebody from Major League Baseball on the line and
Please.
And see what we can do to get this kid signed sooner than later, because he's wearing that wall out over there with these balls. That's impressive. I really think he's trying to take out the cameraman. I really do. I mean, why not, right? Here's more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Emma is 12. She's in middle school, and things that she enjoys doing are just spending time with family, being around her pets. She likes her grandmother's chicken, Sunshine, which has a bad eye, and she gravitates towards that chicken. We have 2 dogs. She'd love to have a cat. When Emma was born, she was born with a cleft palate, and about a year later she was diagnosed with metopic craniosynostosis, which is the premature fusion of the forehead. From there, we learned about the low muscle tone, the speech delays, so it's just a snowball of different diagnoses. So Emma comes in once a week and she sees a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, and then a physical therapist. Her speech therapist works with her to work out the muscles in her mouth, exercise her tongue, and then in addition to that, they've moved on to using a speech device. We call it her talker, and so her speech therapist helps to find ways to make sure that she learns how to use it properly and can communicate better using her device. When she's excited to tell us something, that's great because, you know, most of the time she's very excited and she starts verbalizing and vocalizing something, but we can't pick up what that is. So with her talker, her being able to give us just an extra clue on what she is talking about and what she's excited about has been really great. Her occupational therapist helps her work on her fine motor skills, on being able to remove and put and dress herself and remove her clothing, do arts and crafts, which she hates. It's work. She has to hold a pencil, and she has trouble holding a pencil and holding a marker, and she has trouble using scissors, and that's something that, you know, you don't realize how much work your fingertips do and how much work that takes. One thing we didn't know she would be able to do is walk. We knew it was going to come eventually, very far down the line. And she started walking not long after we started coming to the center, and that was a huge milestone in itself. Now we have smaller goals that are just simply walking up and down stairs. You don't realize how much effort it is just to lift your leg and go up a curb. That's been something that she's worked on and she's done really well with, and her therapists push her in a very gentle and loving but assertive way, and they've gotten a lot of great results. I feel like her therapists love her. They feel concern if she's ever sick or not having a good day. The money that you donate to the center is going towards your neighbor that you might not know you're supporting, or their granddaughter, or somebody who attends your church, or a coworker. Their therapists are amazing, and it's a great cause. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Phone in your pledge now, please. Thank you.
I believe that Jesus is the one to heal us. When the road is weary, he'll lead the way. In a world of darkness, let his brightness warm and calm your every day. I believe. Would she live or would she die? How would we say goodbye? Her angel wings were ready. It wasn't her turn to fly. God's love for all to see. A piece of heaven he gave and said, be still and follow me. I believe that Jesus is the one to heal us. When the road is weary, he'll lead the way. In a world of darkness, let his brightness warm and calm your every day. Oh, I believe. My dad was called home today after years of pain, set free from a life was no longer the same. his final breaths disappeared. And God's gates opened up and said, "Be still, I am here." I believe that Jesus is the one to heal us. When the road is weary, he'll lead the way. In a world of darkness, let his brightness warm and calm your every day. Oh, I believe a mother's loving heart barely broken to know that the life within her is no more. Oh, Jesus, he wants those children to hold. Oh, when it hurts, be still, he has told. I believe that Jesus is the one to heal us. When the road is weary, he'll lead the way. In a world of darkness, let his brightness warm and calm your every day. Yeah. Oh, I believe that Jesus is the one to heal us. When the road is weary, he'll lead the way. In a world of darkness, let his brightness warm and calm your every day. Oh, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. Thank you.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
Mike, what a fast 2 hours that was. So we're 2 hours down. We're going to be here till 5 o'clock today. But you and I get to scoot out of here and welcome in Rick Sinclair and Jules back with us this year. Yay!
Absolutely.
We've missed you guys.
Well, you know what? It's been like a family reunion. As soon as we walk in, you're saying hi and hugging and hi and hugging. And it's like, I haven't seen anybody in so long. It's just like a family reunion. Welcome back and glad to be back.
Absolutely. Glad to have you guys back. We're going to scoot out of your way because you guys got some work to do. So we'll leave it to you all.
We do. We've got a lot of work to do, Jewel. Haley Tadlock is joining Jewel and me today as our guest MC, and we've got a lot we're going to be doing, Jewel, and we're going to see if we can make a difference making some money today.
And we are going to. We're not just going to see. It's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've got a lot of folks we're going to be talking with, a lot of kids. We've got some great entertainment. But you know what? What I love to see is the fact that everybody's back to normal. We're all here at the Minor Convention Center, and everybody gets to come back and have some fun.
Just being here and seeing everyone and getting back together again and being able to do that is wonderful. It's great for my spirit. It's wonderful.
Oh, it did me too. When we walked up, my wife and I came in, and we were walking through. Here's all the food they've got to serve, and all of the apparatus from the police department and our safety department. And then we come in, and everybody's playing. We've got a cornhole tournament, and we've got all the silent auction. It's just like old times.
It's just like old times. So much going on, and I'm already getting hungry.
Well, that's right. But when we say we've got so much going on, we do have a lot to do, and we are going to be raising a lot of money, and hope that you guys are going to be making your donations. It's a little different this year. You do it online, is that right?
Yes, you can. It's scrolling at the bottom of your screen, but yeah, you can text KRCC to 91999. Actually, and the kids who receive benefits and receive the services, they have their own special number, Rick, and you can actually text KRCC to that special number, and that child will get the credit for the donation.
Is that right? That is unique. So we can actually make a donation on behalf of one of the kids at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Absolutely.
Well, see how things change. I'm going to be talking with one of the kids here in just a second. When you tell me, I'm ready to go. So I'm going to shift over. I know you guys have got some other things you're going to be doing, so I'm going to come over and have a little bit of fun. Well, look at this young man. Now, you're going to have to bear with me as I kneel down. They make these chairs so low, it's hard for me to get down on these shorter ones. So I guess you're going to do some interviewing. And what is your name?
I'm Ashton. I'm a speech language pathologist here at the center.
And you're going to be talking with some folks. You go right ahead.
This is Colson. He gets speech at the center, and he's with his aunt today, Brittany.
Well, you've got your mic. Go to town. You can do what you need to.
So he receives speech at the center. He's been coming for probably 6 months, and when he started, he had very few words, just naming some common objects, but wasn't really putting too many words together. And his family was having a really hard time understanding him, so that made it hard for him to figure out or tell them what he needed. And so since we've been working together, he's really taken off. He's really started to put words together, and his family can understand him a lot more, which makes him a lot more confident.
Oh, absolutely. And all the years your kids are growing up, you want them to walk and talk. But as soon as they start walking and talking, you're like, well, you sit down and shut up. But that's a beautiful thing to have to say that. So what is your name? All right, you hold the mic there. Your name's Brittany. Your mom?
Oh, I'm Aunt.
Your
Mom
aunt.
had an emergency with little brother. So
I got you.
they're somewhere else.
So what were some of the signs, the signals that said, okay, we need to get some help? What were you seeing?
He would grunt and point at things instead of talking. And even my daughter, his little cousin, because she was the main one around him, started to do the same thing because that's just what she thought she was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And then whenever he would even try to say things, it was just very difficult to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he would do anything except for verbalize. He would use so many other types of verbalization.
Yeah. And, as a parent at home, it's like you're just kind of stranded. You don't know what to do, don't know who to reach out to,
Exactly.
what prompted or where'd you get the information to think, let's call the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
I honestly think his school
Uh-huh.
recommended it.
There you go,
Because
yeah.
they saw a ability about it as well.
Right.
I'm sorry I don't have the information.
That's all right. Because, we don't script all this stuff up here. So sometimes I ask things, you're like, I ain't got a clue. So don't be afraid to say I don't know. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about his speech therapy. You work with them at the center. And do you help the parents, teach so that they can continue at home with the same kind of therapy work?
Yes, me and his mom, Kristen, work very closely together. We text pretty regularly. I let her know, hey, this is what we worked on this week, if you can keep working on it at home. So, and I swear every week he just gets better and better, and I come back and I'm like, he
That's
just sounds
awesome.
like a different kid.
That's
so they're
awesome.
definitely doing it at home too.
That is great. And I see it something that looks like a check. We have some money that was raised. How was the money raised?
Friends and family, and Mama works at Cape Animal Clinic and Boot Hill Animal Clinic, and
Yeah.
their work family,
Yeah.
had donated quite a bit.
It's kind of strange how when one child of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center starts going, it's a family affair. Everybody's involved.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the check and let's see what kind of money the family has raised here. And I can't see it from here, but I'm going to walk around and look at that. $1,126.51. Every penny counts.
Yes, it
right down to the penny, doesn't it? So how'd you raise the money? Just asking donations, asking family? Or?
Social media. And
Social
then,
media.
just telling others about it at work and friends.
Yeah, social media is great. We've got, so many people that are working together on social media rather than going door to door. That works great. As a matter of fact, you want to see some of the work that's being done at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, watch this video. You'll learn a lot.
Gianna loves music. She has an adult tricycle she likes to ride. She likes to go to the high school football games, basketball games. She loves pep rallies. She's very sociable. Gianna attends the Kenny Rogers Children's Center She has cerebral palsy and right side hemiplegia. She is limited in movement on the right side of her body due to right side hemiplegia, and she has spastic cerebral palsy, which tightens the muscles on the right side of her body for the most part. So she attends the Kenny Rogers Center to help her with better movement. Gianna first started coming to the Kenny Rogers Center. She was about 3 months old. She had been in the hospital, and the doctor told me that she had such extensive brain damage that she would be lucky to ever even be able to sit up by herself. When she came here, she had Molly Nyrider as her occupational therapist, and I mentioned this to Molly out of concern, and she told me that we would do our best to try to prove the doctor wrong. And through the Kenny Rogers Center and Gianna's ambition to be very independent, she has done exactly that. Gianna learned to walk through the Kenny Rogers Center, learned to sit up. Brandy got Gianna to walk, and it was so magnificent to us because it was something that we never knew for sure that she would do. We were scared because of what the doctor said that Gianna might never walk, and she did. It's made a world of difference in her life. Right now, Gianna attends the Kenny Rogers Center twice a week. She receives physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. The physical therapy that she receives here helps her to be able to cheer. Gianna cheers for the wheelchair basketball through the Kenny Rogers Center. Cheering is her life. She loves the cheerleaders at school. She's their #1 fan. What I love about the center the most is that the therapists and the other workers here genuinely care about the children that they care for. They're not here because it's a job. They're here because they want to see a difference in these children's lives. My whole family is very adamant about the Kenny Rogers Center because of the difference that they've made in her life and many other children's lives. Gianna has overcome so many things only because the Kenny Rogers Center was here to help us and guide us along the way on the things that Gianna needed to better her life. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
And we are back, and we've got some great entertainment lined up for you here in just a minute. And I want to give a special invitation. Please come out to the Minor Convention Center. We have so many people out here and so many things going on. It's like back to normal. We can be friends and family again. I've got Brooke here, one of the speech therapists with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and she's got Stephanie, and that beautiful young lady over there is Claudia, and I'll let Brooke kind of give us an idea what you do with the center and talk with Stephanie a little bit.
I'm Brooke. I am Claudia's speech therapist. So we work a lot on we work with her phone, we call it. She got an AAC device this past year, and that just helps Claudia with her intelligibility. So if someone can't understand what she's saying, she can type the word in her phone, or she can go find the word. We call it a phone. It's really a specialized device for communication. She's done very, very well with that, though, because sometimes it is hard to understand Claudia's speech, but she's came a long way with that, too.
So let me ask Stephanie, you've been taking Claudia how long now to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
About 4 years. We do speech and OT.
Okay, and Claudia, you work with her at home too? I mean, this isn't just a 1 hour appointment and we're done for the week. You work with her all the time too, don't you?
Yes, I do. And anytime I have a problem or something I'm having a hard time with, I can ask Brooke, hey, can we work on this?
Yeah.
Telephone skills and conversation skills also. So we don't just do articulation. She helps me with a little bit of everything.
So the equipment, we were talking about the phone that Claudia gets to use. Is this provided by the center? Did you have to purchase this or what?
The center did all the work for us, and our insurance helped pay for it. So we were able to get it within a couple months. So it worked out very well.
So Claudia has her own phone and gets to start learning how to do that then, doesn't she?
Yes. So
that is
worked
awesome.
out very well.
Yeah. So now, Brooke, real quick, you at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, how many kids do you see like on a weekly basis?
believe I have 50 or 51 on my caseload.
Oh my gosh.
I don't see those every week. So some kids are on a rotating care cycle.
Okay.
So they'll come for 6 weeks and take 6 weeks off.
Gotcha.
And then I'll see another kid for those 6 weeks.
All right, but mom and dad at home are still probably contacting you, and so
Yes.
you're still working like
Yes.
24/7 then.
Yes, I say if they have the 6 weeks off,
Yeah.
they have home programming to do to continue their progress towards their goals.
That way they don't forget by the time they get to come back, especially if you're gone for 6 weeks.
Yes.
You know, because the kids will forget that. So I see we have a check. Stephanie, can you tell me where the money came from and how it was raised?
I raised most of it through just Facebook and friends and family, and then also MRV Banks did a fundraiser, and they also helped out quite a bit.
So you work for MRV Banks? Or?
My husband works for MRV Banks, so
Ah.
it worked out very well.
You betcha. You know, that's what makes
No.
it easy. That's what makes it easy, you know, with the social networking I was just talking about at Facebook. You can reach out to so many more people, you know, on a daily basis.
Yes.
That's awesome. How much money was raised, Stephanie? Can we get the check turned around? Let's get that one displayed. Look at that, $231.90. That's awesome. How about a round of applause for that? And you know, I love the fact when we see cents and pennies and 90 cents. We had 51 cents and just a little bit ago, and I was like, you know, this is, every penny counts. So I don't care if it's a nickel, if it's a dollar, if it's $5, you know, every penny will help for the kids at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. We got some entertainment coming up. We are ready to go. Stephanie, Claudia, thank you so much. All right, Jules going to take it away with Haley on the stage.
And here we are, and I'm with the next entertainment for the next couple of hours. He's going to be with us, and it sounds great. I was hearing a little bit already. And so we have with us Kevin Palmer. And Kevin, where are you from?
I'm from Advance, Missouri.
Great. And so what kind of music do you typically play?
I play Southern country and outlaw rock.
So how long have you been playing and entertaining?
Well, 21 years ago, I had a son that was born with autism and born blind, in which you guys helped with a lot of his therapy through your outreach program. Anyway, long story short, I taught him how to crawl with music and helped teach him how to walk with music, so I've been playing ever since.
That is so wonderful. So you're doing music with him to help him, and then you also receive benefits from the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Now you're giving back. That is wonderful. So listen, we're going to just let you get to your thing and play music for us and entertain us. Thank you so much. Everybody, Kevin Palmer.
Thank you. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. Stand by me, stand by me, oh stand by me, stand by me. If the sky you look upon should crumble and fall, and the mountain should stumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. Stand
by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me.
How about a round of applause, Kevin Palmer? Awesome. Stand by me. I love that song too, by the way. Man, we've got a crowd over here, and I appreciate you guys all watching in today, but we're all crammed in here like Alabama ticks, I'm telling you. I've got Trish, Brandy with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and I've got all these kids there. What is your name?
Nolan.
And yours?
Connor.
And who is this young man here?
You say it. Your name is Nate.
No. This is Nate. This is Grandma Diana.
Grandpa Jim.
Grandpa Jim, you know, they come up and everybody, we're all trying to scramble and get a whole bunch of chairs because we brought the whole family out. So we all get to find us a place. So Trish, give me an idea what's going on with Nate. You work with Nate, is that right? Well, give me an idea what's going on.
So Nate recently had surgery on his legs to help his legs go straighter. So we've been just kind of recovering from that, like you would see a typical outpatient recovery. But Nate's been coming to the center even before then. Nate has CP, and so we just worked to get Nate's legs a lot stronger and his posture taller, so that he can just keep up with his brothers that you see here. Yeah.
Well, he's got two big, tall brothers here, so I can see he's got a little competition, but I got a feeling that Nate's probably going to pass him up here for too long.
Oh, no doubt. He's quite a feisty fella.
So Brandy's on the other end. Brandy, what do you do now? You're a physical therapist as
Yes.
well, but I just got some overhearing some of what you were talking about. You don't get to see Nate on a regular basis now.
Well, so when Nate had surgery, we increased his therapy and his rehab process. He was just coming once a week, but he needed a more intensive model of treatment immediately after that surgical intervention. So I had the pleasure of adding Nate to my schedule once a week in addition to the hour that Trish was already seeing him.
Yeah.
And Nate and I have known each other for quite some time.
Chickens.
I don't like chickens. He is right. So I visited Nate at his house right after he had surgery, and they didn't tell me that they had chickens just running around the yard. So when I got there, I kind of didn't want to get out of the car because there was a lot of chickens. And Nate thinks that's really funny.
So you've actually gone to what, Grandma and Grandpa's house to do
Mom
some
and
work?
Dad's house.
Mom and Dad's house. Okay.
Yep. He was just in dealing with a lot of pain right after surgery, and they were just needing some guidance on transferring and helping him manage his pain and getting him back up on his feet a little bit. And it was really challenging because he was in 2 long leg knee immobilizers, so his legs had to stay straight. So it was hard for them to transport him down to the center. So we just did a home visit to kind of help get things in order while they were waiting for that rehab process to start.
So what is this, Grandma and Grandpa's day out with the kids as we're here, or what?
We bring him down to therapy. His mom and dad are both working, so we're both retired, so we bring him down to therapy, and we enjoy it.
That's what I was talking about just a little while ago. It becomes a family affair. This isn't just on Mom and Dad. And I've used the term so many times, it's not even funny. When we adopt a child to be a part of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, it's a bigger family from there. So as you're not in it alone, you'd be surprised how much support you get.
Well, and we get the infamous Christmas cookies from this man, amazing baker over here. Like every year at Christmas, everybody's waiting with bated breath. Like, is Nate going to bring the Christmas cookies today? Is he bringing the Christmas cookies today?
Now I know where to go for Christmas cookies.
Yes,
you
yes.
betcha. So we've got a check. We've been raising some money. Is that right? What's been going on? How's that happen?
So we designed and sold T-shirts to raise money for Nate as part of a school project for me. So.
All right. And these T-shirts here, we all have different disabilities. And what does it say on the bottom there? I can't read. Well, I can read Grandpa's because it's stretched out real good. Celebrate differences. I resemble that remark. I just went to where it was easiest to see. So you sold T-shirts? You sell them at school or what? How do you do?
We posted them on Facebook, and then we had a lot of outreach from people down here and all over the place around here.
You know, I hear so much about Facebook, social media. You know, used to we're knocking on doors, we'd set up little stands, but we have so much that we can do that we're with the social media and be able to raise the money a lot quicker. So how much did we get raised? Turn it around here and let's show this check. There we go, $1,819. And I see here's another 65 cents. Every penny counts. It really does. So listen, make your donation. You can do it online, KennyRogersCenter.org/donation, and it'll take you right through the steps there. Where are we going? We got a center video. You'll get a chance to see some of the work that they do at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Emma is 12, she's in middle school, and things that she enjoys doing are just spending time with family, being around her pets. She likes her grandmother's chicken, Sunshine, which has a bad eye, and she gravitates towards that chicken. We have 2 dogs, she'd love to have a cat. When Emma was born, she was born with a cleft palate, and about a year later, she was diagnosed with metopic craniosynostosis, which is the premature fusion of the forehead. From there, we learned about the low muscle tone, the speech delays. So it's just a snowball of different diagnoses. So Emma comes in once a week and she sees a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, and then a physical therapist. Her speech therapist works with her to work out the muscles in her mouth, exercise her tongue, and then in addition to that, they've moved on to using a speech device. We call it her talker, and so her speech therapist helps to find ways to make sure that she learns how to use it properly and can communicate better using her device. When she's excited to tell us something, that's great because you know, most of the time she's very excited and she starts verbalizing and vocalizing something, but we can't pick up what that is. So with her talker, her being able to give us just an extra clue on what she is talking about and what she's excited about has been really great. Her occupational therapist helps her work on her fine motor skills, on being able to remove and undress herself and remove her clothing. Do arts and crafts, which she hates. It's work. She has to hold a pencil, and she has trouble holding a pencil and holding a marker, and she has trouble using scissors, and that's something that, you know, you don't realize how much work your fingertips do and how much work that takes. One thing we didn't know she would be able to do is walk. We knew it was going to come eventually, very far down the line, and she started walking not long after we started coming to the center, and that was a huge milestone in itself. Now we have smaller goals that are just simply walking up and down stairs. You don't realize how much effort it is just to lift your leg and go up a curb. That's been something that she's worked on and she's done really well with, and her therapists push her in a very gentle and loving but assertive way, and they've gotten a lot of great results. I feel like her therapists love her. They feel concern if she's ever sick or not having a good day. The money that you donate to the center is going towards your neighbor that you might not know you're supporting, or their granddaughter, or somebody who attends your church, or a coworker. Their therapists are amazing, and it's a great cause. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Phone in your pledge now, please. Thank you.
You see, that's some of the work, just a small part of all the work that's done at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and that's why today is so important. We're down to a one-day telethon. Hopefully we'll be able to increase that, but we've got a lot of work to get done today, so please make your donations. You can do it online, you can do it on Facebook. Make your donation. We're not calling out, we don't have the phone banks or anything, but you can circumvent that just by getting on the website and doing it. I've got Brooke back with me, and a speech therapist, is that correct? And we have Emma and Dad and Rachel with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and I'm going to let Brooke talk with Emma and Dad and Mom, Kelly, and get some more information about what's going on.
I am Emma's speech therapist. She also sees Rachel, her occupational therapist. Me and Emma use her AAC device. Hold it up. We call it her talker. Emma's verbal speech is limited, so this helps her communicate. Okay. So she can form sentences on there. That's kind of what we're working on now, expanding her utterance length. So instead of using one word, putting a whole sentence together to help people understand her.
Yeah, and that's just another way of being able to communicate so that it's not down to just a one word or having to point and then you're playing charades. I've been through this. I have an older sister that's mentally challenged, and it's been like charades sometimes trying to figure out what to do. But this was back when we were all kids, but we didn't have this technology. So tell me a little bit more about this that Em's holding.
So it has a pretty expansive vocabulary on there. I think it's actually, oh, there it is. So she can go and she can find mom.
Is it audio? That when
Yes.
she decides what she's wanting, or now she can communicate, Mom, I want this, or Dad, let's play catch, or do something, she can put it in that, and it's audio. So it's like
Yes.
her own voice then. That is awesome.
And
So
Emma
I'm
loves to use it, don't you?
I'm
She
going to
has-
give my mic to Rachel and let her talk. Oh, there you go. Let talk with Dad and Mom and this other pretty young lady right there with a pink bow.
Yeah, so I'm Rachel. I am Emma's occupational therapist. So in occupational therapy, we work on like self-care skills. So we'll work on like putting on our shirt and doing our shoes and our braces, and then different fine motor stuff. So we'll do like practicing writing our name, which she's doing pretty good at. She just got to not go so fast sometimes. And then like cutting and things like that. And we plan a lot of trips because we're all about like our next vacation. So.
Yeah. So, Dad, let me ask, how long has Emma been coming to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
She's been coming to Kenny Rogers Center for many years now, and the quality of work that they do with her is just excellent. She's really expanded in her ability to motivate and walk, use her talker, get through her classroom procedures at school better with her talker, etc. So it's really had a positive impact on her abilities.
Yeah, older sister. What is your name?
My name is Lily.
And so, do you get to help with Emma and some of the things she's been doing?
Yeah, I've helped with her since I was born. So a lot.
Yeah. Now, Kelly, let's talk a little bit. You get the services, but it doesn't stop just at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. They continue, do they not?
Yes, absolutely. With our situation, Kenny Rogers has a contract with the school that she attends, so she gets to work with other therapists there at school to use those skills and the tools that she learns here at the center, continue at school. And it also helps the therapist collaborate with the teachers and the staff there to kind of understand their device, since I'm not able to be there at school all the time. So yeah, that's been great. That's what I love about this, is that Kenny Rogers has that collaboration with school also, and a team collaboration with themselves to communicate all the stuff that they're learning, what Emma's learning rather, and their communication with us is also great. They've given us homework and things to work on at the end of the day. They always recap everything that they've worked with so that we know what she's capable of, even if she's stubborn at home and doesn't want to show off.
That's right. Well, it's given her a voice.
Yes.
Let her be part of the family. And I know how the isolation works. I see you've got a check. How did you raise money? What did you do to raise money?
I'm sorry.
What did you do to raise the money to bring in for a donation?
We just have a great family and friend in our community, and our families and friends, coworkers donated money, and we're very grateful for that.
That is awesome. Let's turn this check around and see what all it says there. Look at that. And I love seeing those pennies adding up. $24.50 and 68 cents. That's awesome. How about a big round of applause for that? Again, every penny counts. Every penny counts when you're making that donation to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. We've got some more entertainment on stage. He sang an awesome song a little bit ago, Stand By Me. We've got some more now. Kevin Palmer.
I watch her go away, standing here drowning in the summer rain. Sunshine, just go away, leave me standing in the summer rain. 'cause every blue sky seen thunder and rain. Every pretty smile has tasted some pain. I wish I weren't always the one who's to blame, standing here drowning in the summer rain. I know these storms won't last. It's not the first sky I've seen overcast. I hold the remedy in my glass. I know these summer rains always seem to pass. 'Cause every blue sky's seen thunder and rain. Every pretty smile has tasted some pain. I wish I weren't always the one who's to blame, standing here drowning, standing here drowning, standing here drowning in the summer rain.
Hey, and here we are getting settled for another interview. And you know, it's just like to get settled in, and that's okay. We got a lot of fun stuff here going on behind us, so that is great. And so I'd like to talk to you guys, and we're going to find out who this little guy is back here.
Grayson Hayes.
Great. And Grayson, it looks like he's getting into a ball pit. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. So just talking with you, are you father?
Yes, I'm Andy Hayes. 9 years old. He will be 10 in July, so it's coming up quick.
It is, and wait till he becomes a teenager, huh?
All right. He's already going to be about 20 pounds heavier than me here in the next year, so.
I'm sitting here holding a microphone. I think I'm going to let you pass it over to them over there. And then, so he is...
Nice young ladies, his therapist here at Kenny Rogers, they have done wonders for him. I mean, just in the past year, he's learned how to use utensils, his speech device. He's been using that at home. They have been just above and beyond the help that they've been giving him, and all the donations that helped to keep this place going couldn't go to better people to help these children. So.
Absolutely. You see everything that's going on. I've seen the testimonies, even read about it online on their website. So much that they can do. So how long has he been coming to the center?
Kenny Rogers, I think he's been there since almost 2015. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's talk with you guys and see what kind of things that you have been doing with him.
So I'm Laura. I'm Grayson's occupational therapist. We were just talking earlier about how good he's getting at using feeding utensils. We work a lot on fasteners, so buttons and zippers, dressing himself independently. And then we also we work on some school-related stuff too, so his handwriting, coloring, using scissors, stuff like that, so he's more independent with that side of his community as well.
And with them working with him on that, his coordination skills just over the past 2 years have been exponentially better. You can see huge improvement. So more credit to these ladies. They do an awesome job.
Absolutely. So when you were first told that something was going on and you felt like that he needed to come in, where was he at when you first brought him to the center?
Well, we had just got him diagnosed. My brother is 30, and he had been diagnosed at 2 years old, so 1992. So I've lived with this all my life. So I'd kind of seen, at an early age that something was off, And as soon as we went and got him diagnosed and everything in, that's when we got the ball rolling, because the first place I wanted to take him was here. Because I know this has got some of the best people to work with him and some of the nicest people that you could ever, be a part of. And I feel like it's a big community, and that's what this is all about. So, any money that goes to this place goes to the right place.
Absolutely. You're so right on that. And you know, we are so lucky to have this place in this community, and they're top notch. I mean, they're wonderful. So, what is going on back here in the pit?
Right now, Grayson is getting his sensory his sensory fix right now. Anytime balls and stuff like that, he just likes to play. I call Grayson, he's a lover of organized chaos.
Well, now, do you have? Are you able to talk with us about what's going on back there?
Hi, I am Brooke, Grayson's speech therapist. So we work mostly with Grayson's device, just showing him ways to communicate what he wants and what he needs. So sometimes, most of the time, that's asking for food with him. He loves his snacks. He loves light up toys. We've been working on feelings lately. So, you know, if his head hurts, being able to tell us that instead of trying to figure that out. And he's really came a long way, especially in the past year, I'd say, with using his device.
It's wonderful. So you've done great work with him. So does it have anything to do with the age or maybe the therapies that you've been doing with him as he gets older?
I can actually kind of enlighten you on that. My brother kind of exhibits the same forms of autism that my son does. And I will say when my brother hit puberty around, 12, 13 years old, it was like a totally different person. Like he started wanting to do things on his own and figuring things out for himself and stuff like that. My brother actually didn't have the opportunity to go to Kenny Rogers. But since we lived up here in Sykeston, Grayson did. And, I just can't say more about him. It's just a wonderful place to be for all these kids.
Absolutely. So I see a check here that we've got to reveal. So you have been raising money. So what kind of things have you been doing to raise the money?
Actually, this has been family and friends from work. I'm a 7-year veteran at Allen Wire Company here in town. I know they contributed to this as well, but I've been at it for 7 years, and we had a lot of support around Grayson. Everybody loves Grayson's pictures that we put on Facebook. They just think he's the cutest thing ever. And if you didn't see my hair, we have the same hair, so we've both got a little curly hair. But we brought in a good haul. Our goal was 1,000,
and your amount is $1,020.78. That's a round of applause for that. That is wonderful, wonderful. And Grayson is having so much fun in this pit, in this ball pit. And I would have a lot of fun too. See, I'd be doing what he is doing, but then I would never be able to get back out. I bet he can get back out. Well, thank you guys so much for coming over.
And thanks, Kenny Rogers, for setting us up. This is a wonderful opportunity for all these kids around. And, rural areas like this, a lot of attention doesn't get paid, especially in the rural areas. And I think this is just wonderful for these kids.
I know that we have one of the best facilities here in the community. We're going to go over to Rick over at the auction items, see what's going on. Rick?
Well, I'm going to take a little bit different stance at the auction items. I heard earlier whenever CJ Cruz was up and they were looking at all the ladies' stuff and all the flowers, and my wife was over and she bid on some margarita kit, and I'm like, you know what? I see the tools. I told my wife, I'm headed to the toolbox. So I came over, and you got to check out some of these tools. These are some awesome tools. Most of them are Porter cable. These have all been donated, and they've got a great selection of tools. I see a generator, and who doesn't need a generator? And just seeing all the tools, guys, you need to be doing some bidding on these silent auction items. We've got a Bosch skill saw. I say skill saw. We've got a Bosch circular saw. And another thing I wanted to mention, too, here at the silent auction, I know we've got a lot of products that you can look at and make your bid. You see the bid numbers, and you'll do those bidding, do all the bidding online. Now, back on the wall in the very back corner, you'll notice a whole bunch of gift certificates from various businesses that have made donations, and you can make a bid on those gift certificates. And look here, Mary Jane, a $50 gift card. We've got one from Domino's, Colton's, West End Medical Spa, Walmart with a $75 gift card. And you don't have to have the product here in front of you when you make your bid online. Oh, there you go, fire truck or police car ride. Now, who wouldn't want that? I think I'm going to bid on that. Well, I don't want a police car ride. I get those for free. But the, yeah, that's right, as long as they open the door. But a fire truck, who wouldn't want that? These are all items. We've got things from Plaza Tire, Carnell's Collision, Auto Detailing, Dave Carnell, all the oil changes. So don't forget all of these products, these gift certificates that you can bid on as well. Now, we do have the real nice items, and you can see where our camera is kind of going around the corner. We've got, there's no alcohol, but like I said, my wife put a bid. I don't know what all she's bid on. I'll find out later. We get all of that, and then I get surprised and say, oh, yeah, I forgot I bid on that. Oh, I forgot I bid on that. But you see the code up on the, you can see the screen, and they call that a Q code. And that's how you can make your bidding at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Now, I think we are ready. Are we ready for another interview? I believe we are. Is that right? Okay. Well, Jewel's not paying much attention, so I'll stand here. Jewel, if you're ready, let's talk with some more kids.
Absolutely, we are ready. We're all in place, and I have someone with me who's going to kind of start this off a little bit and introduce the family.
My name's Ashton. I'm here with Grayson and his mom Sierra and dad Bailey, and he receives speech services at the center. He's been coming for about 6 or 7 months, and he was my second eval ever, so our time together has been really special to me. We work on increasing his functional communication, whether it's through verbal speech, sign, or we've been trialing some AAC devices, and I've just seen him improve so much with his independence, his confidence. He's able to walk into the center by himself now, which is super great, and he's loving being here, which we love to see.
So what are your all's names and him, and just introduce yourselves, if you don't mind. Introduce yourself.
My name's Bailey. This is Sierra.
Sierra, okay. And so you guys, whenever you first heard about or got a diagnosis on him, how did you guys feel about all that?
It was a lot to learn. Obviously, it was our first kid, so we just kind of took it as, you know, the doctor says, and we got into first steps, so we learned a lot more as we went through first steps, and then we got to come to Kenny Rogers.
Okay, and so Kenny Rogers, thank goodness, right? So how have you felt now? I mean, Kenny Rogers impacted his life and yours. How?
Most definitely his speech has really gotten a lot better. Him talking to us has gotten, you know, before he'd get real angry, he's getting to where he will kind of show us. He'll kind of tap on whatever he's wanting. So his communication has gotten a lot better.
That is great. So looks like that you've got a check here. How did you guys work on raising money for the center?
We sold T-shirts. These are the T-shirts we had made. It says Team Cochran at the bottom.
So it says, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. Autism awareness. That is, and Team Cochran. That is awesome. Very good. So you sold those shirts, you raised money. So let's go ahead and look at the check and let's see what's got going on. And we have a check for $223.57. That's wonderful, wonderful. What do you think about that, huh? That is so great. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for all the work that you do. And we've got something else coming up, but I'm not sure. But we're so glad that the center is here. The center is here. You guys can raise money and donate. You can text. The numbers are down at the bottom that you can call or text KRCC to, I think, 91999. And we have Rick coming up somewhere, and he's going to take it from here.
I get a chance to come out into the beautiful, now I get the chance to come out into the beautiful sunshine, a little bit of a breeze, and smell this delicious food. I kid you not, it is a lot of fun. I told you earlier, as soon as you pull into the Minor Convention Center parking lot, you're going to see all the excitement. You see the fire trucks, the police cars, MoDOT here with a lot of their equipment as well, and the food. We've got Mini Farm, Mafia Barbecue. We've got hot, fresh mini donuts. We've got the Tri-County Clowns and their booths. Now, I haven't been to all of these to have some food, yet, but I guarantee you I will before this day is over. Yeah, we've got the BF Buzz Feed. The Buzz Feed wagon is here. The Tasty Snow Crabs is here as well. And you see all the folks that have joined us out this afternoon. I should say this morning at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. And it is a nice day. It's just a great place to be. Oh, there's the snow crab right there. We see that one. But we'd love to have you come out, be a part of the fun. And from what I understand, a lot of the food out that's being sold is also have some proceeds going to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Any way we can to help these kids is what we are trying to do. So bring the kids out. They've been climbing on all the equipment. I saw them in some of the fire trucks a little while ago and the police cars. I was just talking a little bit ago at the silent auction about getting a free police car ride and a free ride on a fire engine. I can get a free police car ride, but fire engine's a little different matter. But we'd like for you to come out. The Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. We're at, right here at the Minor Convention Center, and it's a beautiful day, and we're having lots of fun. The cornhole tournament, silent auction. You can see the stuff riding across your screen, and be a part of the fun today, too. Got some more entertainment on the stage here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Well, I woke up Sunday morning with no way to hold my head. It didn't hurt. And the beer I had for breakfast wasn't bad, so I had one more for dessert. Then I fumbled through my closet, through my clothes, and found my cleanest dirty shirt. Then I washed my face and combed my hair, staggered down the stairs to meet the day. I'd smoked my mind the night before, the cigarettes and songs I'd been picking. I lit my first and watched a small kid playing with a can that he was kicking. Then I walked across the street, caught the Sunday smell of someone frying chicken. And it took me back to something that I'd lost somehow, somewhere along the way. On a Sunday morning sidewalk, I'm wishing, Lord, that I was stoned. 'Cause there's something in a Sunday that makes a body feel alone. And there's nothing short of dying it's half as lonesome as the sound of a sleeping city's sidewalk. Sunday morning coming down. In the park I saw a daddy with a laughing little girl. He was swinging. And I stopped beside a Sunday school and listened to the songs that they were singing. They were bringing in the sheaves. Then I headed down the street. Somewhere far away a lonely bell was ringing. And it echoed through the canyon like the disappearing dreams of yesterday. On a Sunday morning sidewalk, I'm wishing, Lord, that I was stoned. 'Cause there's something in a Sunday that makes a body feel alone. And there's nothing short of dying that's half as lonesome as the sound of a sleeping city's sidewall. Sunday morning coming down. Thank you.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
Well, we are back, and I'm out of breath. I was outside, and I got some of those mini donuts, and I doggone if it wasn't like a bunch of these kids all gathered around me like a bunch of birds, and I had to outrun them. Now I'm out of breath and can't hardly even breathe now I get back in here. They ended up winning and getting all the donuts from me, though. Ken Rubenacker and I go way back out. How many years, Ken?
Oh, at least 30, 35 years.
30, 35.
I remember an evening when your pants fell down playing Santa Claus on our Rotary Club auction.
You would have to remember that, and I have talked about that. And you know, it's funny, and that is the truth too. They asked me, "Can you be a Santa Claus?" And I said, "Well, sure." Now this was being televised on the local government channel, and it was at a radio station here, KSI in Sikeston, and I was. They asked, "Can you be a Santa Claus?" "Yeah, I'll be a Santa Claus." So I put the Santa Claus suit on and the beard and everything, and I had this big pillow. I wouldn't need the pillow now, but back then I would. And so I got this belt on, and I started doing my ho, 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 and then my breeches fell right down to my ankles. And I didn't know what everybody was laughing at. I thought they thought I was doing a good ho, ho, ho or something.
It's our first X-rated program we ever had in Sikeston.
Probably the last, too. Okay, so Ken, you've had a lot. You're still with the Rotary Club, I guess.
With the Rotary Club after 34 years.
34 years, how about that?
Moved to town in 1987, and 1 week after I moved to town, I was invited to join the Rotary, and I've been in ever since.
That tells them they got a good man to be a part of it. And I guess you've got a check, a donation, and this is coming from the Rotary Club.
This is from the Rotary Club.
How much of a check do we have here, Ken? Let's see, take a look at it. That's a $1,000 bill right there. You betcha. Ken, thank you so much, and the Rotarians for all the work they do, too.
Thank you.
You betcha. All right, I got a young lady I got to get over here, but you know what? Can I sit on the corner of the stage here? Because she's a little, am I not with Lindsay yet? Oh, I'm not. Oh, Lindsay's next. Okay, I'm sorry. What is your name?
My name is Maggie McTigg.
And you raised some money. I see a T-shirt here. What is this?
Well, my nephew goes here to the center, Thurston, but I work for Montgomery Bank, so that's whose team I'm representing today.
I got you. And what does your shirt say? I walk for
Thurston.
Walk for Thurston. All right, and this is coming from Montgomery Bank. Is that right?
Yes. We had a chili cook-off. We raffled a Yeti cooler off. We hosted a trivia night and had a great turnout for that with a silent auction and a lot of donations.
A lot of donations, absolutely. So everybody's helping out. It was more of a family thing. It's not just the bank, but you had to do a lot of work, probably on the bank's time to do it, though.
Yes, a lot.
So how much money have we raised here? There's a good check right there, $6,090. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. We do it for the kids.
Absolutely. The kids deserve it, and they need it, too. Can I sit on the corner of the stage to talk to Lindsay? I got to, because she's going to sit over here and stand right over here next to me. Hey there, Lindsay, come here and talk to me. First one that saw me when I walked in, she said, "Rick Sinclair," and she come running up, and you had, what was that baby's name, Buddy?
Yes.
So where's Buddy? Is he sitting over there with Mom?
Yes.
Okay, so Lindsay, you raised some money and helped us out with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, or what? You have a check?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can call me yes, ma'am, all you want, darling. All right, how much of a check do we have here? Can we turn it around? Can you tell me how much it's for, Lindsay?
Can
you read it? $500?
$100.
There you go, $500. That is awesome. Now, I have said for many years, I'm going to go ahead and take the check, and I got a reason for that. I've said for many years, Lindsay was one of my first girlfriends. Give me a big old hug here, Lindsay. There you go. Love this young lady. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it, babe. Yeah, see that when you got the kids raising money, you got the kids out involved, and they're a part of the fundraising here for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. What are you doing? Are you sitting at home, haven't made your donation? You see the info at the bottom of your screen. We've got some more checks and some more folks to talk with as well. I'll hand it off to Jewel and let her take it over.
Okay, here we are with another interview with a great kid here, and we've got Brooke with us, who's going to kind of tell us a little bit about what's going on.
This is Alex. He has been coming to the center since he was 5 months old. I've been seeing Alex for about 2 years now. We work mostly on communication using his device. Do you want to hold it up? You want to show him? Alex also uses sign language, but the device really helps everyone understand what he's wanting to say, because not everyone understands sign language, right? Yeah. And he's been doing really well, especially the past few months. I feel like he's using longer and longer sentences. We've started to work on some grammar aspects, but he's just been doing really great.
So what else is going on with him? How long has he been at the center?
Since he was 5 months old.
Since he was 5 months old, so he's been there a long time. How old are you now?
How old are you? He is 17.
17. Good. You know, I also know sign language too. I think me and you have talked before, haven't we? Yeah, yeah. So what is it that you do with him, work with him with?
So I am Alex's occupational therapist. I have had him also for about 2 years now. And we do a lot of fine motor stuff. So we're working on writing his name right now and tying his shoes, being as independent as he can. We also love playing ball and things like that. So why are you looking at me like that? You're scaring me.
So Alex, do you like going to the center?
Do you like going to the center? Yeah.
Yes. And what's your favorite thing? What's Alex's favorite thing that you like to do there?
What's your favorite thing?
Probably talk about his family, isn't it? You like talking about your mama and Jeff and Judy, your aunt and uncle.
Oh,
I would say that's his favorite activity with me, at least.
So Alex, do you love your family? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he does love his family.
Yeah, his favorite activity with me is definitely when we get to play catch at the end of our sessions. I think that's our favorite thing.
Thank you guys for being here. I'm so glad of everything that you all do. You know, I've watched him grow up. I know your family, and I have watched him grow up, and he is doing great. I can tell with his communication that he's doing more signs that I understand, and he's just doing a great job. And it's great that also that you're teaching him how he can communicate with everyone, not just his family or not just with sign, but in other ways. And that's only available through people like you. Your generosity allows them to be able to get equipment and the things that they need, top-notch equipment. I mean, we have a wonderful, wonderful center here that helps out these kids, help them to be able to do things they would not be able to do otherwise. So and he's talking right now. So we just thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to go over now to Rick and see what he is up to. Rick?
Okay, sorry about that. I'm talking with Michelle. We're just sitting here reminiscing on all the things that we've been doing and all the not being able to have our telethon, but finally we're a family again. And Michelle, things are a little different this year with some of our fundraising too.
Yeah, things are a little bit different. And just real quickly before we start talking about that, I just am glad that you're here because Mr. Rick Sinclair has been, this is our 42nd annual telethon, and he was here close to the first one.
Yeah, it was kind of early on, but I think I have like 20 27, 28, 29 years as one of the MCs. And I've always looked forward to it and had to take a little hiatus, but boy, it's good to be back.
Yeah, like you just said, it's back. We're a family coming back together, and so it's good to see everybody.
Yeah, but we have changed things up with some of our fundraising techniques. I see, talking with a lot of the family members, they're doing social media, and we are doing social media. So how are we able to make our donations either through either the silent auction or just make a regular donation?
You know, you can go to your phone. Everybody has their phones with them anymore, and you can text 71777 to KRCC, and then just follow the prompts. You could go to our website, KennyRogersCenter.org, or you can call us, and we can still take it over the phone.
No, what's that number? Is that 380-7887?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and so we can still call and make a donation then.
Yeah, we just don't have all the phones lined up on the side like we used to.
Now, there are some other events that we have, like our silent auction or cornhole tournament. You were talking about another event. What was that?
Well, you know, one of the really nice things about this year is we're going to wrap up at 5 o'clock today, and then we're doing a blacklight bingo. That's going to be at the VFW here in Sykeston on Smith Street. You can get your tickets in advance right here at Minor Convention Center today. They're $30 in advance, $35 at the door. And if you've never played Blacklight Bingo, it's just a whole lot of fun.
We had an event last night, too, with the fish fry, did we not? Where was that?
Yes, we did the fish fry. That was at the Episcopal Church, and we've got 2 more fish fries to go. So we'll be there for the next 2 Friday nights.
You know, I'm just amazed at all the different ways we're raising money. We were talking about the fish fry. I do miss the fish fry, and I wish I'd known it was going to be there. And I was like, man, I missed a good fish fry last night because I'm always looking forward to that. But, you know, the raising of the money, let me ask this. Can we set up, like with our bank or with something like that, just to make a monthly donation to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
We do have a few people that do that, and yes, it's called a recurring pledge. If you're interested in doing that, again, call that number, and we can get that set up, and it can just automatically come out as a bank draft or on your credit card.
You know, $10 a month. After a year, that's $120, and if 10 of us did that, look at how it adds up that fast. I still see some of the good things that we've done in the past, too. We have our Wall of Fame. Tell me about that real quick.
You know, that's for donors who donate $250 or more. So the bigger the star, that means the bigger the donation. Wow. And of course, we always want to show appreciation to our donors, and they're the ones who make it possible for us to do what we're able to do.
And of course, Michelle, appreciation to all the hard work you've done for so many years. How many years now with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
Well, in December, I had my 19th anniversary, but this is my 20th telethon. When I started work, my very first order was to do a telethon. So I had my first telethon before I had my first anniversary.
How about that? That's awesome, Michelle. Thank you for all you do. Hey, listen, we've got some more entertainment for you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Kevin Palmer.
Thanks to you, I kicked my bad habit. Thanks to you, I learned to walk the line. Thanks to you, I quit running with them with no good friends of mine. Raising hell, shooting whiskey, wasting time. 'Cause thanks to you, I passed my time watching the clock on the wall. And thanks to you, I'm up all night. Why won't you take my call? And thanks to you, oh, Jim Beam's working double overtime, convincing me everything turn out fine. Thanks to you, I'm learning many lessons. Thanks to you, I'm finally getting mine. Thanks to you, I finally got a pretty dang good excuse for raising hell, shooting whiskey, and wasting time. Thanks to you, I pass my time watching the clock on the wall. Thanks to you, I'm up all night. Why won't you take my call? Thanks to you, old Jim Beam's working all overtime, convincing me everything will turn out fine. 'Cause thanks to you, I'm trying things that I've never tried before, like climbing walls, sleeping pills, pacing these wood floors. And thanks to you, I'm sleeping less, but I'm a drinking more and more. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Thanks to you.
Carson is 12 years old. He loves loud noises. He loves anything with a motor on it. Blow dryers, lawnmowers, vacuums, them are the things that excite him.
He loves to be outside.
When we hang out, we got swings hanging in our house. He loves to be pushed in his stroller, and really, Carson loves lights and music.
So Carson was never supposed to actually make it home from the hospital. Carson was supposed to be a vegetable. He was supposed to never do anything in life. And he has succeeded, and he is still here with us, and he can play with his toys with his hands. He's got weight bearing now, just things that Carson was never supposed to do, he can do. I really don't know how I felt about the situation. I was scared, really didn't know what was gonna happen, how long he would be here with us. As a mom, I felt like I failed. Because I wasn't there to protect him. I'm just, I guess, just happy that he's still here with us and he's doing his best that he can to succeed in life. The center, the therapists here, they're not just your therapy, they're your family. We've been here since he was less than 1 year old. He's been getting PT, OT, and speech since we've started Kenny Rogers Center. Without them, he would be nowhere where he is today. They work with him on weight bearing, gait trainers to try to get him to weight bearing with his legs so he could stand on his own. They work with him on his hands so he can hit switches to play with toys, which he was never able to do before they started working with him on that. PT and OT for sure has been amazing with Carson. We got to actually see him walk, and he's never supposed to be able to walk. And even though it was with an equipment that helped him, he was still able to take them steps to walk on his own, standing straight up, that he's never been able to do before. Until I actually had a kid with disabilities that needed the center, I really didn't know how good they were and how amazing the place was.
We have 4 other children too, so it just helps out a lot that we could have the nurse take him up the street to Kenny Rogers and not have to worry about him getting back home or none of that. So really he has a big support system. His nurse, his mom and I, and along with Kenny Rogers. So he has a huge support system.
I'm just so thankful for all of them, and I don't say that enough because I don't get to see them enough because I am a full-time mom, but I am very thankful for everybody at the center and for all they do for my sweet boy.
Everything is expensive, and being, a household of 5 children, we would never be able to afford them things. And Kenny Rogers, they always come through. They always help us with, the things that he needs. And as he outgrows the things, the chair, the stander, anything he outgrows, we always donate back to Kenny Rogers so it can be passed on to others. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today. Thank you.
Well, you see all the work that's going on at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. You get a chance to talk or hear some of the parents and how important it is for them to have the services of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And so many people don't realize that the services, if there's no insurance, no parent, no child is turned away because of an inability to pay. And the technology, I want to tell you, the equipment I'm seeing some of these kids have. I was talking earlier with Claudia. She has her phone. I was talking with Emma just a little bit ago. She has a talker. You know, that equipment is not cheap, and we can use your help. Now, what we get to do once in a while is show you a new total. Haley's joining me here before we go back over to Jewel. And Haley, I invited Haley to be one of our guest MCs and help us out. Kind of a different perspective. She said, yeah, it looks totally different on this side than it is on the other side. But we get a chance to show you a new total and to continue, because like I said, we've only got today till 5 o'clock to get as much raised. So how about a new total? Let's see those numbers roll up. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. Keep going. Keep going. 147,367. Goodness gracious. You know, when I walked in this morning, I guess it was around 10:30, we were around 60,000. And we're already up to 147. All the help and all the work is part of the kids, but it's also part of you to help out as well. And we hope you continue to make your donations. Jewel Sanders, I'm so sorry. We go back 25 years. Jewel Zillapro is standing by, and she's got some more kids to talk with. Sorry, Jewel.
Sometimes things change in 25 years, don't they? And so what we have with us, a full house here today. Not sure if you can see that going on, but we have big family support here for Cortland, and I'm going to let Brooke go ahead and talk to us what's going on.
So Cortland gets speech and occupational therapy at the center. I've been seeing Cortland for a little over a year now, I think. But we work mostly on functional communication. So just telling us what he wants, what he needs, telling us yes, no, if we ask him a question. Recently, we started working on more cup drinking. So he has one preferred cup, and that's all he will drink out of. So trying to expand that to straw drinking, accepting an open cup, accepting a cup that's not his preferred cup, just to make things a little easier. Emily, I'll let you.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm Cortland's occupational therapist. I've also been seeing him for about a year. And in our sessions, we work on a lot of sensory regulation. So we swing, we do a lot of deep pressure squeezes, and then we work on trying to get him to use more than one type of cup. We work on fine motor skills such as cutting and drawing, and a lot of functional play activities.
And so now, I see you have a lot of gadgets, you have a lot of things that you use at the center. That is made possible by donations and the generosity of the community. So you have something here it's keeping him preoccupied, I guess.
Yes, we brought a few toys over today from the center just in case kids need to be occupied if the ball pit here isn't enough. Cortland loves the lights, the spinning. He loves ABCs, things like that, but this is actually a switch adapted toy, so you can hook it up to a button for someone that isn't able to manually hold it and turn it on with the button that is on the device.
So it's adapted to their abilities and what they can do, and it's
Yes.
it's a lot easier for them.
Yes, so kids with different motor limitations can still access the toy.
Well, he looks like he got really happy. He was a little upset earlier, but he got really happy when that toy got in his hand. And of course, you know, we call them toys. They think they're playing, but it's actually teaching them.
Yes.
So now, how long has he been at the center? About 2 years. Okay. So how did you all feel when you how did it happen? Did he get diagnosed with something by a doctor? Or did you notice something?
He was diagnosed with autism shortly right as his third birthday. And so after that, we started getting services here and a couple different places, but here, and we're just very thankful that they're close. And he loves coming, he loves everybody, and we're thankful that we have this place to come to.
So have you seen a big difference in him in the past couple of years?
Yes, huge difference in a lot of different things. Daily life skills, school, just being around other children in general. He has a lot of new coping mechanisms.
That is awesome. Well, you have this full crew here with you. Who's all those people up there?
Well, this is his dad, and then his grandparents are back there. It's okay. Where are you going?
And it's okay. This is Court's crew. Is that who it is?
Yes,
Is what your
yes.
shirt
This
say?
is grandparents, aunts, uncles, friends, and cousins.
But people that are just standing by you, and I'm sure that they have also noticed the wonderful work that the center has done for him as well.
Yes.
So you guys raised some money,
Yes.
and was there any particular way that you did that?
We have a very supportive family and community at home, so we just kind of asked for donations, and people were very generous. So.
And so does everybody, do I understand this correctly? Do all the kids who receive services have a special number that you can text KRCC to? Do you all know about that?
I believe.
Yes, every kid that is raising money has a team, so they have a special number that if you text KRCC and that number to, it'll go to their amount that they donate.
Okay, and so does that continue on after today? Do you know?
I
Sorry.
think until the 16th.
Until the 16th? Okay. So they have a code. If you know someone that receives services, go ahead and get that code from them, and they'll get the credit for that donation. It'll kind of go under their name. So we have a check presentation here, so we're going to go ahead and turn that around. And what we have here is $2,748.81. Yay, that is awesome, Cortland. Awesome. Court's crew, thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go on to where we're going to. We're going to go to a video.
Gideon is 7
Thank you
years
so
old.
much.
There's a lot of things that he likes. He's a really good eater. He likes a pretty wide variety of foods, and he really loves animals. There's really not a stranger that he's ever met. He loves just being around people, making faces at people. He's a pretty unique little guy.
So when Gideon was born, we learned that he had trisomy 21, which is commonly called Down syndrome. He has 3 of the 21st chromosomes, where typically you're born with 2. Typically people with Down syndrome, they'll have some sort of cognitive delay and also be delayed in reaching milestones. They're low tone, so walking's harder, talking's harder, holding pencils. Just typically he'll reach his milestones, but it's going to take him a lot longer than other kids.
Even after he was born, I didn't suspect anything, but the doctors there, they quickly informed us that there was what they believed Gideon had Down syndrome, was born with Down syndrome. Of course, not expecting that at all, we were very shocked. I think what we were expecting, that idea, that was quickly shattered.
Obviously, when the doctors had concerns about him, they're quick to tell you all the things that your kid cannot do. I think like most people would do, the first thing is you Google and figure out different things. And there's a long list of problems and complications that come with Down syndrome. Here at the center, Gideon does weekly physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. So with speech therapy, obviously we're working on speech and language skills. Physical therapy, he's worked on just large muscle groups. Of course, when he came to the center, he was able to walk and navigating stairs and jumping. And then we do occupational therapy, just fine motor skills, which will help him with using utensils to eat, pencils, dressing, buttons, snap.
I can tell that whenever I drop him off and they come out, you know, he's ready to go with them. He lights up and he gives them a big wave, a big hug, something like that. And so I know he's cared for and he's comfortable here.
One day I was calling for him and I thought he went downstairs, and finally I could hear when I yelled Gideon, I heard a what? And I thought, well, there's a nicer way to kind of respond to your name, but it was the first time he ever responded. I'm like, we'll deal with that part later. I was happy that I called his name and he responded to me. And he was then able to tell me where he was, that he was in his room playing.
This center has meant a lot for us. It would be a financial burden for us to be able to afford the kind of services that are offered here at no cost.
So with our insurance, it doesn't cover Gideon's therapies. It would cover some of physical therapy, but speech therapy, occupational therapy is all denied through his insurance.
You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
You know, we were talking a little while ago about our new total when we brought it up, 147,300. And you know, you think, boy, that sounds pretty good. And I remember somebody asking me a little bit ago, what is your goal? And I said, you know, I really don't like to talk about goals because I don't want to be limited. Because I don't want people to think, you know, we give them a goal number and we hit that goal number and they say, okay, great, we hit our goal, we're done. Well, I don't want to do that because we need as much as we can get. You know, I was talking a little while ago about Claudia and her phone, and there was young Emma and her talker. Alex has a talker. Alex Tadlock, his sister Haley is joining us as our guest MC along with Jewel Zillafro. And Alex comes up, and Haley said he's taking our picture, and I thought he was just pretending to take our picture. And I'll be doggone, he brought it back, and he did take our picture. And I said, well, you little imp, I wish I had smiled and sucked my belly in next time. Let me know. And Haley said he takes pictures all the time. Never know. But, you know, so many ways that we're raising money and we're showing appreciation. One of those, I just kind of skated on a little bit when Michelle Fayette, the director of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, was joining us, was our Hall of Fame. These stars you see, these are for donations that start out at $250 and they incrementally go up according to their donation. And you know, if you have raised money all year long, you can certainly deserve a star. And the Star of Fame is what that's for, to show our appreciation. But I want to tell you, the biggest appreciation you can see is when you're seeing the kids, especially over the years. Michelle and I kind of skirted on that a little bit. When you see the kids and you're talking to the parents and they say, well, my child will never walk. And then 5, 6, 7 years later, that same kid's running back and forth. You know, that's the appreciation that you really want to see. And the Kenny Rogers Children's Center does a lot of work. I think we have another video we're going to be going to here in just a second. But you see the numbers up on your screen. Those are some ways to donate. 380-7887 is one way. You can text KRCC to 91999, make your donation. And if you call in, you can actually make a donation on behalf of one of the kids of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So if we're ready for the video, I don't know where. Are we ready for the video here? Are we? Here we go. Let's see some more work of what's going on with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Gianna loves music. She has an adult tricycle she likes to ride. She likes to go to the high school football games, basketball games. She loves pep rallies. She's very sociable. Gianna attends the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. She has cerebral palsy and right side hemiplegia. She is limited in movement on the right side of her body due to right side hemiplegia, and she has spastic cerebral palsy, which tightens the muscles on the right side of her body for the most part. So she attends the Kenny Rogers Center to help her with better movement. Gianna first started coming to the Kenny Rogers Center. She was about 3 months old. She had been in the hospital, and the doctor told me that she had such extensive brain damage that she would be lucky to ever even be able to sit up by herself. When she came here, she had Molly Nyrider as her occupational therapist, and I mentioned this to Molly out of concern, and she told me that we would do our best to try to prove the doctor wrong. And through the Kenny Rogers Center and Gianna's ambition to be very independent, she has done exactly that. Gianna learned to walk through the Kenny Rogers Center, learned to sit up. Brandy got Gianna to walk, and it was so magnificent to us because it was something that we never knew for sure that she would do. We were scared because of what the doctor said, that Gianna might never walk, and she did. It's made a world of difference in her life. Right now, Gianna attends the Kenny Rogers Center twice a week. She receives physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. The physical therapy that she receives here helps her to be able to cheer. Gianna cheers for the wheelchair basketball through the Kenny Rogers Center. Cheering is her life. She loves the cheerleaders at school. She's their #1 fan. What I love about the center the most is that the therapists and the other workers here genuinely care about the children that they care for. They're not here because it's a job. They're here because they want to see a difference in these children's lives. My whole family is very adamant about the Kenny Rogers Center because of the difference that they've made in her life and many other children's lives. Gianna has overcome so many things only because the Kenny Rogers Center was here to help us and guide us along the way on the things that Gianna needed to better her life. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
Rogers Telethon live at the Minor Convention Center, and on stage is Kevin Palmer.
I hear the train a-comin', it's a-rollin' around the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rollin' on down to San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Bet there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car, probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming, I know I can be free, but those people keep moving, and that's what tortures me. If they freed me from this prison, if that railroad train was mine, bet I'd move it on a little farther down the line, far from Folsom Prison, that's where I want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
Thank you, Kevin. Sorry about that. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Is my mic turned off? It may be turned off. I don't know. Here we go. Somebody muted the mic or something there. I never mute them. I just leave them hot all the time. That way I don't ever have to worry about, is my mic on? Hello, hello? I hate that part. Say, hello, can somebody hear me? Here we go. Brandy, I'll give this one to you. Get a chance to talk with Brandy again. And I heard a term just now, Brandy, and that's the first time I've ever heard this term in all the years I've been with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Telethon has been adaptive sports.
Oh, stop. How is that the first time you've ever heard that before?
When I heard you say that, I was like, I have no idea what that is.
Well,
Yeah.
adapted sports is kind of the most amazing thing ever. It's an all-inclusive program where you name the sport and we find a way for kids with primarily physical disabilities to be able to participate. And
Yeah.
you're looking at one of the queen athletes
I
right
heard you.
here.
Yeah, I heard you say that. And what is your name? Huh? Henley. I thought that was you, Henley. How are you, darling? Yeah, are you going to hold your microphone? There you go. Just grab on that like you mean it and talk to me, darling. Now talk to me, Mom. I guess your mom, you're Henley's mom.
I am, yes.
Tell me a little bit about what kind of services you get at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
So Henley receives physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy all at the center. Do you want to talk? No?
I remember the first time I ever heard the term occupational therapy, and I think I was talking with Brandy when I said that. I said, occupational therapy, what, are you going to put them to work? Make them wash dishes and stuff? And I'm like, what? I don't understand. Occupational, what is occupational? And you said that's what their job is to have fun, right? To be a kid.
Yes, a kid's occupation is to play and to be a kid. And so part of occupational therapy for kids is fine motor skills to manipulate a puzzle or to tie their shoes or to zip their pants or their coat.
Yeah.
Sometimes activities of daily living like washing dishes in the sink and cleaning
true.
up after yourself and learning the executive functioning that comes along with the steps that you have to follow in order to make a cake and
Yeah.
follow the instructions on a recipe box.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm Katie.
Katie and Dad, I bet?
Yeah, I'm Barry.
And what's your name?
Barry.
Barry, glad to meet you. So let me ask you, Katie, when you started bringing Henley to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, how soon did you really start noticing some changes in Henley's behavior and things she was able to do?
So Henley was in the NICU for a very long time, almost 6 months, and she started receiving services from the center very shortly after that. So we don't really know life without the center.
Hello.
Hello. So with that, there's certain things like we were just talking about occupational therapy, and Henley's been working on being able to wash her hair on her own, put on her braces, put on her shoes, her socks, those sorts of things. And that she's actually picked up on fairly quickly.
And just being a kid and getting to be functional just by yourself and not constantly have to depend on mom or dad or somebody.
Yes, and Henley just turned 11 last month, so she is. Go ahead.
I turned 11.
You turned 11.
Turned 11 years old.
Yes. So she is wanting to be more and more independent. So that's our goal for her to be as independent as possible.
So let me ask you this, as any typical child is, as they start to learn things, they say, no, let me do it. I'll do that. Is she doing that and saying, I can take care of this. I got this.
Yes, that's been Henley's motto for the past few years.
I mean, the biggest boss in the building. I have no words. Like, I am a bossy person by nature, and this one takes the cake by a mile. So just like 2 weeks ago, they had some really fun 80s day at school, and so one of the teachers at school showed up in roller skates. So this one marches into therapy that afternoon and says, Miss Brandy, you need to order me skates and I need them today. And we need to learn how to use them by tomorrow. So that's kind of what Mom did. She made sure we got some skates and we got in them last week for the first time. And it's sort of, letting Henley be in charge of her therapy path. Roller skating was at the top of my list, particularly at that point, but it's something she's motivated and driven to do. It's something kids her age do all the time. So how can we make the roller skating situation adaptable to her needs so that she can participate if she were to go to a roller skating rink birthday party? And adapted sports, it fits in with that, right? Yeah. She plays on our power soccer team. They also have what they call frame soccer. We don't have enough kids right now, but we are recruiting. So if anyone wants to participate, frame soccer is soccer in a walker. So right now she does power wheelchair soccer, where she gets in a wheelchair, drives it around, and we play soccer that way. And then I would also say she's the driving force behind our adaptive cheerleading program. Because I'm not a big cheerleader,
So
but
she's
Henley
taking charge.
really wanted to be a cheerleader, and we had lots of other kids who did as well. So
A little while ago, I overheard a young man there was some scheduling changes, and he was getting to work with another therapist, and he wasn't with you. And I overheard him say something like, yeah, well, Brandy's mean. She takes charge. But it sounds like to me you've met your match. Okay, so I see we've raised some money. Katie, give me an idea how much, how did we raise the money and what did you do?
So this year we have Team Henley. There's a Facebook page that we follow, or that we have, and we want people to follow. This year I was behind on certain things, certain events that we normally host. COVID put a hindrance. We haven't had a lemonade stand in a few years. So this year we primarily, our goal was just online raising. We pushed it through texting friends, sharing on Facebook. We do have events planned, but it'll just be in the future.
Let's take a look at this check. Henley's proud of it, and she's ready to display this check. $4,811.72. Now, that is one heck of a check. And you know, the fundraising that we see, when we see the kids involved in the fundraising, too, that just warms your heart.
Henley takes charge in her lemonade stands. Definitely, she has some ideas for this year. We're going to do a new location at a different time when we can count on the weather a little bit more. So if you don't already, follow Team Henley's page, and we'll keep you updated.
You know, I don't know how many times in the last, couple of minutes, 3 minutes we've been talking about Henley, I've heard take charge about as much as I've heard her name Henley.
I mean, Henley also helped at Fish Fry last week. She was the order taker, the money taker, and the tip getter. Like, we had the top amount of tips last week when Henley was the one outside running the show.
That is awesome. You know, we've got a video, actually, we're going to show about the adaptive sports program that's going on. Is this unique to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, or what?
It's not unique to the center, but it's definitely unique to the area.
Gotcha.
We have the only power soccer team, wheelchair basketball team, adaptive cheer team in Southeast Missouri, and one of our amazing therapists, Tricia Sindel, runs that program, and we'll watch that video and she'll come and talk to you some more about that.
That's awesome. Let's take a look at that video right now, and it's talking about the adaptive sports program at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Hi, my name is Tricia Sindel. I'm a physical therapist here at Kenny Rogers Center, and I lead out on our adaptive sports program. Adaptive sports are sports for children with disabilities, and these sports are very similar to typical sports. They just allow for the necessary modifications to allow more athletes to play. Adaptive sports can be recreational and competitive. We do recreational mostly, but we have started competing, and kids can even compete up into a national level now. The mission of the Kenny Rogers Center is to improve the quality of life for individuals with special needs and their families in our area, and we believe that our adaptive sports program does just that. We started the adaptive sports program here when we realized how great of a need we have. We have so many athletes that come in and out of our doors every day, and they did not have an outlet to play sports, and we wanted to give them that outlet. We were able to start our adaptive sports program through funding with the Christopher Reeves Foundation and our special partnerships with Alliance Medical and Rehab and Shady Acres Church of Christ. We also have many generous donors in the community and different organizations that have helped us out along the way. Adaptive sports offer many benefits other than just being fun. Adaptive sports encourage physical fitness, mental sharpness, social skills through the formation of community and new networks, a sense of belonging of team, and all of this together improves a kid's confidence and builds a positive identity. The sports we currently offer here at the center are power soccer and wheelchair basketball. And last year, at the end of our season, our wheelchair team got to go compete competitively in St. Louis, which was a blast for these kids. We are currently expanding our horizons, and we plan to, by this summer, start adaptive track, adaptive cheerleading, and then we are going to start unified sports, which are for kids that are able to ambulate but may have cognitive or other disabilities that impair their play. And we are going to start unified basketball, unified soccer, and unified track. It has been such a blessing to be a part of this program and to see these kids thrive and blossom through the outlet of sports.
Just seeing some of those kids playing, and they're playing basketball, the volleyball, you know, just being a part of all of that, it's just exciting to get them to see that. And by the way, joining us here is an occupational therapist, Alexa. And Alexa said Henley was trying to get her to talk. And since you're sitting there next to Take Charge Henley, we have a rule, anybody who doesn't want to talk sings. So I hope you came up prepared for a song to sing here. But let's just talk. Let's just talk with Tricia. And Tricia, you know what's going on with the program. So talk a little bit about it, and maybe we can get Alexa to sing us a song.
Okay, yeah. We'll definitely not forget to let Alexa sing at the end. Adaptive Sports, gosh, I'm so blessed to get to do that program at the center. Sports was always a part of my life growing up. And when I went to PT school at Mizzou, I got to help out with the Mizzou wheelchair team. And so kind of got my start there. But when I came back to the center and started working there, we have so many kiddos with so much potential, but they didn't have an outlet to play. And so I went to Brandy and I was like, we got to give them that outlet. So we started with power soccer, with power wheelchairs, and then we went to wheelchair basketball. And thanks to Henley, I have got to coach some cheer. Never thought I'd be a cheer coach in my life, but Henley said it, so we made it happen.
Take charge, Henley.
Right?
There we
Take
go.
charge, Henley. And we've also done some adaptive dance, and yeah, so it's really been amazing to get to. You love soccer and basketball and cheer,
Yeah.
and all the
Yes.
things. She recently got to go participate in a 3-on-3 basketball tournament at Columbia herself.
Well, that is
Yeah.
too cool. You know, I remember the days, Tricia, and they may still have some of the equipment. A lot of the equipment in the early days of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center were made by citizens and board members, and they just come up with the design. Maybe we can do this, and they were building things left and right by hand in their garage, and that's where a lot of the equipment came from.
Well, so we still make some equipment ourselves. We have some tri-wall cardboard, and we make some stuff that we can transport to the schools easily or send to the kids' home. So we still do some of that.
So they continue their adaptive sports program at home. Mom and Dad getting involved.
No,
Okay.
That's for other reasons, but yeah, some of the kids, and not our kids yet, but some of the kids that we compete against, they do have their own sports chairs and stuff. So,
Oh, wow.
And we just this year moved our adaptive soccer program to a competitive team.
Wow.
So we're gonna, in May, we're traveling to St. Louis to start playing competitively. So.
Now the equipment, you know, this
Right.
equipment is not cheap. This is equipment that the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is providing for the kids.
Yes, yeah. So, and thankfully, we have a partnership with Alliance Rehab, and they've donated some chairs for us too.
Mhm.
And but we've just wrote grants, and because of all of your donations, we've been able to provide chairs for our kids, which is unique to most sports programs. Most parents have to foot the bill
You're right.
for these equipment to play, but we've been able and been fortunate to be able to provide that.
Well, being able and being fortunate, that's all real good, but you know what? We also need money too. That's why we're here today.
Yes.
So we're asking for your donation, KRCC. You can text to 91999, I believe. Did I get that number right?
71777.
Is that it? I don't know. I saw 91999 up there. So,
okay.
or 71. I don't know. But you know what? If you go to kennyrogerscenter.org, just and /donation, it takes you to so many other ways to help with the money raising. The silent auction, they've got the event tonight, and just making a good old phone call, you know, and say, here, I want to donate some money. And that's why I like seeing all the pennies involved in our checks now. You know, every penny counts. And I've said for many years that if you just donated, say, $5 for each one of your grandkids, well, my gosh, who couldn't do something like that?
Right.
Now, back in the old days when we had calls, you know, we were calling out, I used to tell them, here, what you want is somebody to get their answering machine, all right? Because then, and back then we had answering machines. I said, so here's what you do. If you get an answering machine, say, I'm so-and-so calling for a donation to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. I'm sorry you missed my call, so I'm going to go ahead and put you down for a $100 donation, and if you'd like to change that, call me right back. Now, you got them hooked. They're either going to leave a $100 donation or they'll come back with another, but it makes no difference how small. We need all the help we can get. Yes. Kids really do need some help. Do we have another video? Where are we going from here? Oh, I got you. Jewel standing by, and Haley going to have a few things up by our total board.
Okay, that is so great, having adaptive sports. I'm like you, Rick. I wasn't really sure what that was, but it's a great way to be able to include everyone and be able to participate in sports. So we just have, they're going to be setting up for another child interview and a check presentation. So just wanted to do some reminders of what's going on here. And the first reminder, though, is that it is a one-day event. So if some of you out there in the community are thinking, I'm going to go tomorrow, and maybe might head over to the field house. We're actually not at the field house. It's a one-day event. Ends at 5 o'clock, and it's at the Minor Convention Center. But there is so much going on here at the Minor Convention Center. You know, we have the Touch a Truck event that's going on outside. City vehicles that you see around town are here, where kids or anyone can come up and be up close and personal with those vehicles, something you may have never had a chance to do. So we've got that going on the side of the building, of the parking lot. And we also have the food trucks here. Some of the best in Southeast Missouri are here serving up crab legs, and they're serving up barbecue and specialty sandwiches. And also, I just saw some funnel cakes moving around here. So I think in a little bit, I know what I'm going to be going and getting is that funnel cake. We have a lot of events. There's even a cornhole tournament going on right here. There's still enough time. We're early in the afternoon. You can just come on out here. Lots going on, just like in the past. It's just all packed into one day. Just remember different ways to give. You can text. You can go online. We have the silent auction going on as well. Bidding will end at 4 o'clock. You can go on to kennyrogerscenter.org /silent auction. And I think that they are ready over there now. So we're going to go back to Rick and a check presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you. I'm sitting here and listening to everybody talk over here. I've got these young ladies, and I'm sorry, what is your first name again?
Allison.
Okay, we've got Ashton joining us again as well, and we've got this pretty young lady that's joined us here. And just to kind of give you an idea, and as I was talking with Michelle earlier, and it's so much fun having the telethon back so that we can get to see the kids. And I was amazed at how tall and how grown up a lot of these kids are. Last time I saw them, they were just little old bitty things running all over the place, and they've grown up to be beautiful young men and women, and we've got one of those young ladies right here, don't we?
Yeah, Gianna has certainly grown up a lot over the past few years. I've had the pleasure of working with her as her occupational therapist for quite a number of years now, off and on. We work on a lot of different skills that kind of foster her independence as a growing teenager and kind of take an interest in what she likes to do. And recently, this past summer, she participated in the adaptive cheer program that Tricia just talked about.
Yeah. And so she's one of the cheerleaders with the program?
Yes, and she was very excited about it, so much so that she talked about the cheer uniforms for weeks and months on end. Are they going to be this color? Are they going to be that color? When can she try it on?
Oh, my gosh. So don't tell me, Gianna, you're not wearing a cheerleader's uniform, are you?
Yeah, but
are you wearing a uniform?
No.
She is a very shy young lady, but you know what? That's part of them being a part of everybody else's lives. And I was talking earlier, I've got an older sister that's mentally challenged, and it's always been like she's always been in the background, never was able to participate, never part of the family, and everybody always kind of made a difference. But when you're part of the family and you're part of other groups and peers and getting to have fun, who'd ever thought you'd be a cheerleader? They'd have to have a mighty big one to get me out there, I tell you. So you're part of the any other programs with the adaptive sports?
Do you play any basketball or power soccer? No.
Now, you're an occupational therapist. Yeah. Ashton, what are you, speech therapist?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So I learned a little bit ago, and you may have heard me whenever I first learned what occupational therapy meant. Like, what, do you expect them to go to work? I guess you're going to have them washing dishes at Holiday Inn or something. But, when Brandy explained it, their job is to have fun, to be a kid and do things. But now the speech therapy is one of the things we work with. Now, I know Tiana's very shy, but what kind of work do you do with Tiana as far as speech therapy?
Yeah, so me and Allison work really closely and collaborate a lot because I'm also helping Gianna foster her independence. And so we work on building her executive function skills, sequencing steps to a task, problem solving when stuff goes wrong during those tasks, because that's everyday life. And recently we've been working on ordering food online, and that's gotten her really excited. And I told her if she can get it on her own, if she can order it, I'll buy the pizza for her.
Oh my gosh. Did you get a pizza? Did you order it online?
We're not there yet, but we're hoping by around summer break we'll be ready, and we'll be eating some pizza at the center.
Okay, Tiana, just between you and me and the fence post, and whenever you order pizza, I like pepperoni. So you can order a pepperoni for me too. How's that? Don't leave me out of the loop there. If somebody's going to order food, I want part of it. So you just think of me. So how long has Tiana been coming to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
Gianna's.
Yeah, you got to get kind of close.
Gianna's been going to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center for almost 16 years.
How many?
Almost 16.
16 years. So we
Since
have
she
seen.
was about 3 months old.
Goodness. So well, now at 3 months old, we know she's not talking, right? But what prompted you to make a call? What were you seeing back then?
Gianna had spinal meningitis, which resulted in right side hemiplegia and cerebral palsy.
Yeah.
Right after birth, she was very sick, and she was in the hospital for almost 3 months.
Goodness, I had spinal meningitis when I was a young fellow too, so I don't remember it, but I heard it was kind of stressful for the whole family. Now, do you have support at home to help with Gianna? And she looks like she's growing up to be a very pretty young lady.
Thank you. Yeah. She's very cooperative and very independent driven.
Yeah. See, when you get the therapy, you get the help, and that's what the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is here for. Especially for parents to know they're not in it alone. There is help. And one of the most beautiful things I've seen over my years with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, like I said, I've interviewed parents who've had a 3-month-old in their arms and asked them, what are the doctors saying? And the doctors say, they'll never talk, or my child will never walk. And then 7, 8 years later, those kids are running up and down or walking and talking, and that's a beautiful thing. So I love to make liars out of doctors, because nobody has to give up on the kids as long as we've got the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So that's what we're here for. I guess we have some more entertainment. Is that right? Kevin Palmer back on stage. Thank you, Kevin.
I got hungover down in Lynchburg, stumbling through the 12 steps in a blur. It was so easy falling off the wagon when I got the last call from her. I'm still chasing down her memory. Our love was always on the rise. Her leaving left me much too sober. I've got to have just one more shine. I've been wasting days walking around in a haze, lighting bridges to watch them burn. I guess she always knew when to quit. I guess that I will never learn, 'cause she's more tempting than tobacco. Her love is stronger than Hennessy. Lips are sweeter than amaretto. Her kiss makes a lush of me. Her eyes are greener than that old absinthe, smooth as the brew from Tennessee. She's got me dying from consumption, she wasting whiskey on me. And I've been wasting days walking around in a haze, lighting bridges to watch them burn. I Yes, she always knew when to quit, but I guess that I will never learn. I got hung over down in Lynchburg, stumbling through the 12 steps in a blur. It was so easy falling off the wagon when I got the last call from her.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
And welcome back. And Jewel, I was talking a little bit ago about being one of the veteran MCs. Thank you so much for helping me again. Another year. It's been a lot of fun working with you.
Well, it's been a thrill to be here, and I just thank you for asking me to come.
Absolutely, Miss Haley Tadlock. I hope you get a chance to want to come back and be one of our MCs one of these days. Miss Haley's going to have her own microphone, and she'll be taking charge of the place, but that's for another day. Talk about a couple of veteran MCs. Oh my gosh, these guys have been veteran MCs. Dr. Brian Taylor, Jason Davis. It's your show now, my friend, so you guys take it away.
Hey, thanks, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jewel.
Thank you.
Brian, here we are again.
No, it's been a while.
It's been 3 years, I think,
Yeah,
since we've had the chance to hang out together and MC together. But here we are back at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am Jason. This is Brian, and we're going to be hanging out with you for, I don't know, the next couple of hours, and a lot of things happening.
Yeah, definitely. We're at the Minor Convention Center this year. We have a silent auction going on. We have a lot of cornhole games going on right now. Food trucks outside. There's a touch truck event until 2 o'clock today. So come out here if you're able to. Love to have you here.
Yeah, it's already been a real busy morning. At 9:30 this morning, myself and my 2 kids ran in the 5K. And so hopefully I'm still able to get around by the end of the day. We decided to run it and we didn't train for it. So.
Y'all did good though. Y'all survived.
Yeah, we did okay. We survived, and here we are. And so come on out to the Minor Convention Center. If you haven't been out yet, enjoy some time together with the crowd and get you some good food, watch some cornhole, check out the silent auction, and we also have some great live entertainment. I want to introduce you to the band Double Take.
When the rains came, oh, down in a hollow, playing a new game, skipping and jumping in the misty morning falling. Our hearts are thumping here with you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened, and today was so slow. Going down to the old line with a transistor radio. Standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind rainbow's wall, slipping and a sliding all along the waterfall with you, my brown-eyed girl. You, my sing sha la 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 dee da, just like that. Sha la 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 dee da, oh la dee da. So hard to find my way now that I'm on my own. I saw you just the other day, my, how you have grown. Cast my memory back there, Lord. Sometimes I'm thinking about making love in the green grass behind the stadium with you, a brown-eyed girl. Are you my brown-eyed girl? Do you remember when we used to say, hey, Romeo, let's go down to Mexico, chase senoritas, drink ourselves silly, show the Mexican girls a couple real hillbillies. Got a pocket full of cash in that old Ford truck, fuzzy cat hanging from the mirror below. And don't you know all those pretty brown-eyed girls love playboys of the southwestern world. La 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 dee da, just like that. Sha la 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 dee da, oh la dee da. Thank you.
Right, there's double take. Thank you all. Excellent job. So we have Team Toby here with us today. We have his speech therapist, Kate Crystal, here, and his mom, Ashley. So, Crystal, will you talk a little bit about Toby, what he does at the center, and how you help?
Toby receives speech therapy. He's been coming to the center for several years now. When he first started, we worked a lot on his speech sounds and things, and now we're working more on grammar type things, fluency. Sometimes he gets stuck on some of his words, so we help him work through that, and we try to have some fun, play some games, and do some things like that.
So Toby, how long have you been coming to the center?
Since he was 3, and he's 9 now.
So he's 9 now, so about 6 years you've been coming to the center. So how you like going?
Yes. What do you like to do at the center?
Play games.
We play lots of games.
That sounds a lot of fun. What kind of games do you like to play?
Jenga.
Jenga. We do have some pretty good Jenga wars at the center.
So which again, what are some of the other things you work on with them, just interactions and things like that?
We do some social skills, so if we get a chance, we'll try to interact with some peers, which is kind of what we do with the games. They work on, some turn-taking skills and then having conversations while you're playing the games. And then working on, like, our language or grammar and making sure everything sounds good.
Very good. So, like say, you've been in the center about 6 years, and it looks like also you've done some fundraising for the center. How are some ways you've done that to help with fundraising?
We took donations from different businesses. Also, my stepfather, his paps, raised money at his work. His Nana raised money at her work, and they all collected tips and donated to Toby. We had family members and church members that donated as well.
That's awesome. So thank you for all the work you've done with that. So Toby, you want to show how much he weighs? Ready? 1, 2, 3. $512. I'm sorry, $520. That's awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Team Toby. So thank you so much for all your work. And thank Crystal for all you do with him and everyone at the center. And with that, we'll go ahead and take it back to double take.
You don't have to be afraid, son. You can do what any man's done if you only try. Not the rain, but the wind. So no caution in the wind. Let your life that you fly. And just go run with the bulls over in Spain. Dance but naked in the pouring rain. Life ain't worth living. You do it all the same. Don't you curse the ground when you see the soul. Never forget your way back home. And God's the only thing that you really gotta face. Oh, the goal is the coast is clear. Ain't no mountain too high that you gonna have to climb just to see the other side. So smile through the pain, and when you look back on what you gained, I hope your soul lies high. And just go run with the bulls over in Spain. Dance but naked in the pouring rain. Life ain't worth living. You do it all the same. Don't you curse the ground when you see the soul. Never forget your way back home. And God's the only thing that you really gotta pay. Oh, the coast is clear. Just go run with the boats over in Spain. Dance but naked in the pouring rain. Life ain't worth living. You do it all the same. Don't you curse the ground when you see the soul. Never forget your way back home. And God's the only thing that you really gotta pay. Oh, that coast is clear. The coast is clear. Coast is clear now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for Double Take. That's Will and Wyatt Stinnett and Luke Tanner doing a great job, and appreciate you guys coming out. How about a hand for Double Take? Well, it's one of my favorite parts of getting to host or MC the Telethon, and that is doing the child interviews. I'm here with Crystal. She was just on. And who am I sitting next to?
We're sitting next to Olivia.
Olivia, all right. How are you, Olivia?
So we're a little shy today.
It's okay. I'm a little shy too sometimes. Right, Crystal?
Sometimes.
So tell us a little bit about what takes place with Olivia at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and why this center means so much to you and your family.
Olivia gets speech therapy services. She's nonverbal autistic. And since she started last year with Crystal, she's actually been more verbal, which has been really nice.
Fantastic. So as you have seen these things happen and improvements take place, what were some of those milestones for you that were like, man, this is amazing?
She never could communicate what she wanted, so she was always throwing a fit because we couldn't figure out what she wanted. And we're working with Crystal, she started to actually like sign a little bit, talk to us, and try to use a communication device to let us know what she's always needing.
And what is that device called? Crystal, why don't you tell us a little bit? She was just sharing about the device that she uses to help communicate. Tell us a little bit about that device.
So for kids who aren't using their words yet, it gives them a way to communicate. We use about 10 words we call it a talker, so she can push the button to say go or to turn something on, or if she wants to eat or whatnot, instead of us trying, to guess what she wants. That gives her some independence so she can tell us what she wants.
That's an incredible tool to use, I'm sure. And so when you think about that, and obviously you are definitely excited for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and what they mean to your family. So just in day-to-day, what has changed because of what's taken place at the center?
She's more happier. She expresses herself more. She's more outgoing. She now goes to more family members. Used to, she would just cling to me, but now she's actually trying to go out and meet people.
Yeah, that's one thing. I like to talk, and so that's one thing that I can't even imagine not being able to communicate my wants or my needs. And so, Crystal, what's a day look like for Livy at the center?
So we come in and she'll, usually she has her favorite thing she likes to do. She really likes to turn on our bubble machine, and it has some fish in it, so she'll say fish if she wants to turn them on. Or she'll hit her buttons on the talker and tell me to turn the bubble machine on. And then we'll, play some little games. We'll take turns. She likes to race, so I have her tell me go or stop. And we've recently she learned the sleep button, and she thinks it's funny to tell me to go to sleep. So, I'll have to pretend to go to sleep, and she'll sometimes push me down on the ground. She's like, no, you have to lay down to go to sleep. So, we do up and down and stuff like that.
And you touch on a really important thing there, and that is when the kids come and they spend a day at the center, they do a lot of play. A lot of their work is in the form of play. So how does that work out?
A kid's daily life is playing, and then they'll tell you if they need to eat or drink or if they're tired and that kind of thing. So while we're playing, as those needs come up, we kind of incorporate how to communicate what it is that she needs. Whether it's playing a game or playing with a kitchen set or whatever it happens to be, or playing ball, those kinds of things.
Gotcha. So how long has Livy been coming to the center?
Since August.
Since August. So just about 6-7 months or so, and you've already seen some incredible improvement. If you had to tell somebody that's watching why they should support the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, what would you say?
Just support the amazing staff and all the equipment they have to use, because at other places they don't get that. You have to drive so far away. Our only other option was St. Louis if we didn't have this center here. And with the amount of money it costs now with gas, there's no way we would be able to take her to therapies anymore.
Yeah, you make a very good point there, and especially now, with gas going up like it is, the fact that you can just drive across town or maybe even just 10 miles, 15 miles away is huge to be able to afford treatment, to be able to take care of the children and work for them. So what are some goals moving forward? She's been here 6 or 7 months at the center. Crystal, what are some goals for Livy Bug?
So her original goals are just to use words, make certain sounds, kind of imitate. And in the last month or two, she has started verbalizing some of those words that we've been, playing with. So she doesn't always have to go use the talker. She can tell me herself what she wants and get, that immediate result. So definitely using more words, expressing herself more, not, kind of backing off on the pushing, pushing me towards something she wants and telling me, and, instead of that.
Very good. And so we do have a check presentation here. How did you raise the money?
Through social media and through friends and family that support her.
Very good. So I guess it's time to turn this check around and see what was raised by Livy Bug for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Look at here, $4,667.98. Such an incredible thing. Thank you so much for helping out. And I know that that's probably just minuscule compared to the impact that the center has had with you and your family and the other children that we see here.
Yes.
Yeah. So hey, Crystal, we're going to go watch a video now. And so thanks so much for hanging out with me. We're going to send it to a Children's Center video.
Now she's having fun.
My name is Molly Nyrider, and I am an occupational therapist. The food school at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center uses the SOS approach to feeding therapy. SOS stands for sequential, oral, and sensory. Since children learn best through play, it teaches children how to learn about food through play using the senses of touch, vision, smell, and taste, and then through a progressive developmental continuum. Eating is the most complex sensory activity a child can do. It can often be overwhelming and can lead to a child becoming a picky eater or a problem feeder. A picky eater is defined as a child who has a decreased range of variety of foods, generally only about 30 in their diet. They will typically eat with their family, but will only eat something that they want, not what the family is eating. A problem feeder has a restricted and or limited number of foods in their diets, usually about 20 or below. They often struggle with feelings and emotions at the introduction of a new or non-preferred foods and usually prefer to eat alone. Children can be picky eaters or problem feeders for many reasons, but there is always a reason. It is our goal as therapists to help parents to identify the reasons their children don't eat and then teach the children the tools they need to learn about new foods in a safe and fun way through play and exploration, and then the skills needed to add those foods to their diet and keep them in their diet. A child may be appropriate for feeding therapy if they have brand-specific food preferences or only like foods prepared in the same way. They have trouble sitting at the table during mealtime. They tend to cry or fall apart when a new food is presented or put on their plate. They refuse to eat foods that are hard or chewy. They gag, choke, or cough during meals. They eat less than 20 different foods. They eat meals separate from the family. Meal times become stressful for everyone. They have been described as a picky eater on more than 2 doctor's appointments. They have a hard time eating in different settings, or they weigh less than others their age. If you have concerns about your child's eating habits, talk to your child's pediatrician and schedule a feeding therapy evaluation. During the evaluation, we will assess your child's physical and sensory skills and develop a plan for them to become more efficient, successful eaters.
Such an incredible program. I'm over here with Molly and Allison, and you saw them on the video there. So that looks to be a pretty amazing program. Tell us a little bit about the program.
So our SOS feeding therapy program, or as we call it, Food School, teaches kids how to learn about their foods and is geared towards kids that are picky eaters and problem feeders. So our problem feeders are our kids that eat less than 20 foods. And just think of how few that is, and they don't have the skills to learn about new foods to add to their diet. So through Food School, we teach them the tools through play, which is how kids learn, and we call it school because kids know what school is.
Right.
And we go through certain steps and a certain kind of plan to teach them the skills that they need to learn when they are introduced to new food at home, at school. How can they learn about it in order to eat it?
So when you have those ones that are having issues with food, what is it? The texture? Is it, what might it be?
So for some kids, it is the texture. Feeding is the most sensory involved activity that a child has to do. It uses your 5 normal senses that we all know about and 3 additional kind of internal senses. And so if one of those is not working correctly, it can make learning about new foods and eating very difficult.
Wow, that's so. Thank you for taking me to school, because you don't realize when you sit down to eat a meal what all is involved as somebody that's just regularly eating a meal. But that is incredible.
And then the second type of kids that we treat are kids who have oral motor concerns. So that is your cheeks, your tongue, your jaw. And if those are not working correctly, you can't bite, you can't chew, you can't move the food from side to side in your mouth.
I got you. So when they do this food school, I saw some, like, you'd have a little piece of something. Do the bites get bigger? What does that look like?
So we go for a small quantity of a large variety of foods. So each person picks up one piece of the food or one bite of the food, and we put it on their plate, and we go around the circle, or individual therapy. And so we show them how to learn about the foods, kind of demonstrate how to play with them, how to touch, how to pick them up and move them around, and encourage the kids to do the same. And it's just working through these steps to eating. And it's not just simply picking it up and putting it in your mouth, but you have to learn about it through touch, sight, smell, before you can even start to learn about chewing it in your mouth.
Got you. And so then, is there a certain type of food that is more prone to be pushed away, or is it?
Well, just think about the foods that you are kind of overwhelmed by. Foods that have big tastes, sour foods, spicy foods, foods that have little tastes are difficult to tell where they are in your mouth. Foods that are squishy and have lots of bumps, like an orange. Foods that are processed tend to taste the same with every bite, but fresh foods like fruits and vegetables, each bite or piece could be different.
Well, I got to tell you, this is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Now we're going to throw it over to Brian and Marshall with a child interview.
Yes, so actually we have an alumnus here, so former physical therapy. Actually, we both went there at the same time, actually. So we both went there. So they've been working to help fundraise as alumni. So Ms. Terry, you want to talk a little bit about the center and how y'all did fundraising?
Marshall has been with, they serviced him for 19 years because the school he was at, he could go till he was 21, so they took care of him for 19 years. In fact, like you said, you two took therapy at the same time.
We did. I remember Marshall very well. It's like they would have us working in physical therapy and stuff like that. It was awesome. So y'all did some fundraising. So how did y'all raise funds, and why did y'all raise funds?
Okay, we put it on Facebook, and of course he has people that give every year. They know how important this is. They've seen through the years how much he's improved due to his being a part of through the therapy and everything. So we did Facebook. We showed some old pictures from way back, and there were people sending in money that I didn't even realize, and it was such a blessing.
So if they want to find him on Facebook, where can they find him at?
I'm sorry?
If they want to find him on Facebook to see how he's doing or help contribute, where can they find Marshall at?
Right. Facebook is a wonderful way to get out, and because people would see it, and then somebody would share it, and it'd go from there.
So is it like Marshall Adams on Facebook? If they find him, and then so y'all donated. So let's see how much y'all raised. You ready, Marshall? $1,713.28. Awesome. That's awesome. So this money will go to help contribute to, we're alumni, but contribute to future. Right now we have about 500 children that serve at the center. I think it's grown since we was there. So thank you so much, y'all both, for all y'all do and to help contribute to the future of people there. So now we're going to go over to a video about the center.
Court is 5 years old. He is happy and very, very energetic. He loves swinging, going on rides, anything that has to do with the alphabet, numbers, ball pits, obviously. Anything that is fun and he can get his hands on, he's ready to do. He's been diagnosed with autism, which is a neurological and developmental disability that can cause challenges with communication, socialization, and behavioral challenges. We knew from the time that he was 1 that he was having some delays in certain areas, so we kind of felt like it's possible that you were going to get that diagnosis for him. It's hard to hear, it's a hard pill to swallow when you find out that your child has a disability that's going to be lifelong. Luckily, we were able to come to the center shortly after he was diagnosed at 3, and he's been receiving services for 2 years now here, and it's made a world of difference in his life. The therapists are great to work with. They help him, they love him, and he loves them. They're really open to his needs. You know, they help find ways for him to do things so he's not as frustrated in, you know, just having to sit down and do one task. They help him take breaks, they help him find ways to cope and still be able to get his tasks done at the end of the day. We receive speech and occupational therapy twice a week here. Occupational therapy helps with like daily skills, daily life skills. And speech helps, of course, him be able to communicate how to pronounce words, maybe, to teach him words. Once we started coming to the Kenny Rogers Center twice a week, it has made such a difference because he's been able to build that trust with these therapists here. And he's more able to receive what they're trying to do for him, and he's more open to letting that happen and to learning things from them. He has been able to communicate his needs and wants more, which is something that he really struggles with. He has been able to better just everyday life, like simple tasks that most people don't have issues with, he struggles with. He's been able to be a little more independent from that. He's learned to sit at a table and be able to do tasks that are placed in front of him without having to get up so many times. So they've really helped in a lot of ways in his life. When you start getting those words from him and you see him doing these things that you didn't know he was going to be able to do, it's absolutely amazing. If you can donate anything, please consider donating to the Kenny Rogers Center. They help make it possible for these children around here to receive free therapies, and just it makes their lives so much better. It helps them in everyday life, in their futures. If you can donate, please do. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Center Telethon. Please phone in and make your donations today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Double Take.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. Though I won't be afraid, no, I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand, won't you stand by me. If the sky we look upon should tumble and fall, and the mountains they should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Thank you.
All right, we're over here for another child interview, and I'm here with Ashton. And who else do we have here?
Foley.
I'm Steve Foley. How are you guys doing? Thank you for joining us. I think we have somebody else here, but I think they're hiding in the ball pit.
Matthew is hiding.
Matthew is back there. He's working, or as we call it, playing,
Yes.
in the ball pit. So Ashton, tell us a little bit about Matthew.
He is a very fun kid. We have a lot of fun together. We do a lot of playing, disguised as, work disguised as playing. So we work on a lot of following directions because that's important at school. Things, directions with before and after, in, under, those prepositions can be kind of overwhelming for some kids. And so we practice doing that during play-based activities. And then we also worked on directing the actions of others. So telling us what you want, what you need. Just then, he just said, "Mom, I don't want a picture." And that's okay. Like, he told us that he didn't want something, and that's all just a part of expressing himself.
So those are some of the things that you work on. So what does that look like during the day while Matthew's at the center for you?
Recently, we've been doing scavenger hunts, and so I'll hide pieces of a puzzle or pieces of a potato head in different places in my room, and I'll say, "The fire truck is under the table." And so he gets his binoculars, and he'll go look around in the room for it. So that's how we practice that, and then we just play, and I'll kind of hold out on him sometimes, and he has to tell me what he wants. So that's
Gotcha.
how we do it.
Gotcha. So, Mom, tell us a little bit about how you came to bring Matthew to the center, what brought you to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and what that process was like.
So he started with First Steps when he was about, 2, a little under 2, for speech therapy. He finished that age 3, still was not where he needed to be. So we got the referral from our pediatrician that sent us to Kenny Rogers. We were on wait list for about a year, and this past fall he started. He was diagnosed in October with autism, so we are working with occupational therapy, hoping to start that this summer at the center as well.
So he's been there about 6 months or so.
Yes.
And so tell me a little bit at home how you see what he learns at the center translate to what he does at home.
Oh, he's become very vocal in what he does and does not want. We were just discussing how he's very sassy. He has become very sassy, and he lets us know what he wants and what he doesn't.
So does he get the sassiness from Mom or Dad?
Dad.
If you didn't hear that, she said Dad, he said Mom. So I'm just going to say probably both of them. And so if you could tell somebody that's watching right now and they're wondering, man, should I write a check? Should I send money to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center? What would you say to them?
I would say do it, no hesitation. Matthew has blossomed since starting here. We're very lucky to have this center in our area and for it to be available, free of charge for these, kids to go. Wednesdays and Thursdays are his favorite day of the week. All I have to say is you're going to go see Miss Ashton today. He's got a big smile on his face. He's jumping out the bed, wanting to get dressed and go out the door. So
I just love those. I mean, I got the chills just hearing that, the excitement and the appeal to take care. And I think you touch on a point that's very important, and that is you guys haven't received a bill from the Kenny Rogers
Correct.
Children's Center.
Yes.
And so all the money that's given goes to help children like Matthew to have this treatment and to grow and improve in their communication, in their different tasks that they do. And so, Ashton, as you think about moving forward, what are some goals for Matthew, let's say, over the next 6 months to a year?
So I just think we're going to continue on helping him maintain joint attention, which will help him have success at school. So as he gets a little older, tasks will become a little more structured, but hopefully the goal is that he's always going to have fun when he comes to the center. We don't ever want him feeling like he's working. We want it to be fun and playing.
That's awesome. And so you guys care about the center so much that you've raised some money. So how did you raise this money?
So Facebook, put it on Facebook. I continually shared it, asking, for donations. I told him no amount is too small, no amount is too big. And then my husband works at Allen Wire, and they were nice enough to contribute also.
So was it the workers at Allen Wire or the company as a whole? So how did they go about doing that? And I'm only asking because there may be company owners out there that would say, well, I could do that. So tell us how your company did that.
Well, what they do is they offer everybody to take $1 a week out of their paycheck. And so $1 a week does go a long way. So it's $52 a week times however many employees. And then at the end of the year or whenever they do this, the owner matches it. So it really does. It helps a lot.
So why don't we say there's a challenge, right? If you are a business owner and you have employees, why not start planning now for next year?
Oh, yeah.
And it's as simple as $1 a week from all your employees for the year, and it adds up. Let's see how much it adds up to.
Oh, yeah.
Let's turn that check around. $1,904.43. I would say it adds up very nicely.
Very good.
Well done. Well, we're so thankful for you guys. We're thankful for Matthew, and he's back there having a good time and working hard. We're also thankful for those who have donated to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and so I'm going to throw it over to Brian and let him talk a little bit about that.
Yes, Matthew is having a lot of fun out there. So that's one of the most fun things we had kids love playing in that all throughout Telethon and actually at the center all the time. So if you see behind me here, you probably notice all these stars here. So these stars, the size depends on how much money that person or organization donated to the center. So a small store like Jason Thompson, Lions, Edward and Heather Pike, does a certain amount between $250 and $499. A medium store like Angela B. Nelson and others does between $501 to $999. And these big stores are for donations up to $1,000 or more. So we want to fill these up. We have some over by the board over there. We also got others that we're now filling up on this side of the telethon, Jason.
Yeah, we have several donations here. I want to say thanks to Craftsman Trailer, Kelly Snow, Montgomery Bank. We also have Mary Blaylock here, and
the registration for the 5K that you did weighs over $1,000.
Yeah, this was the 5K registration, and I'm still standing, Brian.
Hey, you're good so far.
We're doing okay.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, let's talk for a minute, because what people may not know is that you were a patient at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So tell us a little bit about your time at the center, what you have seen take place over the years as the center has grown, and why you continue to come back.
Okay, so I was diagnosed with spastic quadriplegic cerebral palsy when I was about 2 years old. At that time, my parents had to drive from Portsmouth, Missouri to Memphis for treatment. That's about 100 miles to go there. My dad, who was actually in the audience, he was helping with the construction of part of the center, and they invited me to come there. So I started about the age of 2 to 3 until high school. All that time, I received physical therapy at least 1 day a week. I just said, actually, my former physical therapist, Miss Brenda Holper, was here today. So I was able to see her and Miss Sue. Some people who was there when I was there almost 35 years ago was still working and still helping with the center.
That's so amazing, and I love the way that you just shared that about people that worked with you when you were a patient, because they're not just those people. They become family, right?
They do. So I will see them today. I now live in Texas, but it's good to come back because they help so much for me and my family to be able to see treatment, just able to come up to help for a weekend, help raise money, because it goes a long way to help people.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty incredible. I always look forward to this weekend, and then I look at the schedule and I see, well, I get to work with you again. We end up working together a lot, but I'm so thankful for that, because I enjoy getting to hear your story. And what amazes me is the impact that this center has had on you and your family. causes you then in turn to come all the way from Houston for today?
But to help raise, and be honest, like every month, like I know how much the center help every month. Part of my paycheck, I donate. Like you can do it. Go online, you can donate once a month or whenever to help the center. It doesn't all have to be today. Of course, we love to get up to $300,000 today if we can, but every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps, and that is our goal, $300,000. We're going to get there today. I believe it. You believe it.
Yeah,
and so we're going to keep doing that, and we're doing that through different avenues. We still have the silent auction going on this afternoon. There's still food trucks out there. You can still come touch a truck. The fire truck's out there, ambulances out there, police car, MoDOT vehicle, a lot of things for you to come see. I believe the cornhole tournament has finished up, but it was going hot and heavy a while ago.
It was. And I think later on this hour, we'll be at the silent auction to show you some of the things going on there. So if you're not here in person, you can go online to see what's available, and we'll just give you a taste of what's over there as well.
Yeah, we'll be checking out some of those silent auction items. You going to try to win anything?
We'll see if I get on the plane back to Houston.
If you can get it on the plane back to Houston.
If I get it on the plane back.
See, I forget even with that question that you have to figure out how to get it home. I just have to drive across town with something that I win. You have to get it on a plane.
Well, my parents live in Portersville or Conway area. We keep it there. Something like that. We're still looking around over there. So we have a lot of stuff there. Again, everything from there goes. Proceeds goes back to Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
I kind of got my eye on that barbecue grill. I don't think you could get that on the plane, but that thing is a monster.
It is. It's really nice. So there's a lot. There's even a cornhole board with the Kenny Rogers logo on it. So there's a lot of different cool stuff over there. But yeah, just very thankful. I haven't been able to come back in a few years, so it's really good to come back home and see everyone here and help.
It's kind of like a family reunion.
Yeah, it's really
you get back together. Not only do we have all this going on with the silent auction, but there's also live music throughout the rest of the day. We've made this a one-day event, and so we've kind of, as we were talking earlier, we've kind of taken the two-day event, crammed it into one day, and so there's a lot of activity that's happening right now.
And that's a reminder, if you see the board, you don't have tomorrow to donate. You only have till 5 o'clock. Actually, before 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock's the deadline, but we're only on Facebook, YouTube, the Kenny Rogers site. We're only on the air until 5 o'clock today. So you can't wait till tomorrow to donate. You need to do that within the next 3 hours if you want to contribute to the total today.
So it's 1:45 They have a little over 3 hours to make those donations, but it's not too late. You can do that right now. There's ways that you can give. You can see those on the screen. The phone number there at the bottom of the screen there. Call those numbers. You can text that KRCC number to that 91999 and give that way. There are so many ways that you can give.
Right, so you call 573-380-7887, I believe.
Yeah, 7887.
7887. So you call that number as well. We don't have the people on the phones like we always did before, but we still got people who take a phone call and help contribute that way as well.
And don't think that any amount is insignificant. We just heard how one company has taken $1 a week from their employees. If the employee is okay, if they're giving up $1 a week, at $1 a week, and how that $1 a week adds up to help us reach our total today.
Absolutely. All Health Center and helps us reach our goal today.
And we're going to reach it. You can, again, give by texting KRCC to 91999, or you can call 573-380-7887. That's the way that you can give, and you can get your name on one of these stars. We have the different levels, small, medium, and large, $250 to $499 on the small, $500 to $999 on the medium, and $1,000 plus on the large stars. So make sure that you give, call and give, text and give, or come down to the Minor Convention Center and see all that's happening and make your donation today. Well, you ready for some live entertainment?
Right. So again, from Portersville, Missouri, Double Take.
It's a beautiful day. She's been crying all night. Oh, there's tears in her blue, bloodshot in mine. This bender's been bending, it's hellbound to break. My baby's sad, all she can take. So, mister, I'll take your roses if you cut off the thorns you can't take no more. I'll buy violets and daisies to hide all the crazy. It's gonna take all you've got. Oh, it's a bad day for love, but a good day for flower shop. Well, I took some pills and she took the dogs. Oh, it's all gone to hell. She's gone to her mom's, and I took up drinking and she took the time to tell me I took the best years of her life. So, buddy, I'll take your roses if you cut off the thorns you can't take no more. I'll buy violets and daisies to hide all the crazy. It's gonna take all you've got. Oh, it's a bad day for love, but a good day for flowers. Blue, I don't need one, I need 1,000,000 too. With you. So, mister, I'll take your roses if you cut off the thorns you can't take no more. I'll buy violets and daisies to give back my baby. It's gonna take all you've got. Oh, it's a bad day for love, but a good day for flower shop. Thank you.
All right, we're over here in front of our mount wall, and who are you, and who are you with?
I'm Ashley Irvin. We're from Scott County Cornhole.
Okay, and what is your name?
I'm Craig Irvin from Scott County Cornhole.
What's your name?
William.
All right, and what about you?
Sophia.
All right, so you guys are with Scott County Cornhole, and when I walked in this afternoon, I was ducking and dodging because there were cornhole bags being thrown everywhere. But it was really cool to see the cornhole tournament going on out here, and so you guys help organize that. Tell me a little bit about the organization of the cornhole tournament.
So Micah had messaged me and asked me if I would be willing to do one, and I told her it would be an absolute honor to run something for the Kenny Rogers Center. I have family members and friends of my own that go to the center, so it was nothing less than an honor to be able to do it for them.
So I'm sure it didn't just like happen. It took work, it took some recruitment. So what did you do to recruit teams for the tournament?
So there was a flyer created, and we just shared it. We're in groups from all over the country, and we just shared it a million different times and let them know that, you let them know that it is for money, but it's also for the organization as well.
Very good. And so how many teams did you end up having play in the tournament today?
We had 11.
11 teams. And like I said, they were pretty competitive, 11 teams. And who ended up winning the tournament?
Me and Craig.
Oh, well, That's not rigged at all. Well, congratulations on your big victory of your tournament. I'm glad that you had a good time. I'm glad that you had a good turnout. Again, it was amazing. So, but it wasn't just for fun. You did it for a reason. We did. And that was to collect money for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. You said you have family that attends the center. And so let's turn that check around and let's see what the cornhole tournament brought in. $240 from the cornhole tournament in Scott County Cornhole. Thank you guys so much, and we appreciate you. And if you are a cornhole player and didn't know about this tournament, I imagine there'll be another one coming up. And so connect with the Scott County Cornhole and get involved in the tournament. Thank you so much for your time and dedication to it, and congratulations on your victory. You guys can go right that way. So we are getting ready to head to a video, I believe, for the center.
Carson is 12 years old. He loves loud noises. He loves anything with a motor on it. Blow dryers, lawnmowers, vacuums, them are the things that excite him.
He loves to be outside.
When we hang out, we got swings hanging in our house. He loves to be pushed in his stroller, and really, Carson loves lights and music.
So Carson was never supposed to actually make it home from the hospital. Carson was supposed to be a vegetable. He was supposed to never do anything in life. And he has succeeded, and he is still here with us, and he can play with his toys with his hands. He's got weight bearing now, just things that Carson was never supposed to do, he can do. I really don't know how I felt about the situation. I was scared, really didn't know what was gonna happen, how long he would be here with us. As a mom, I felt like I failed because I wasn't there to protect him. I'm just, I guess, just happy that he's still here with us and he's doing his best that he can to succeed in life. The center, the therapists here, they're not just your therapy, they're your family. We've been here since he was less than 1 year old. He's been getting PT, OT, and speech since we've started Kenny Rogers Center. Without them, he would be nowhere where he is today. They work with him on weight bearing, gait trainers to try to get him to weight bearing with his legs so he could stand on his own. They work with him on his hands so he can hit switches to play with toys, which he was never able to do before they started working with him on that. PT and OT for sure has been amazing with Carson. We got to actually see him walk, and he's never supposed to be able to walk. And even though it was with an equipment that helped him, he was still able to take them steps to walk on his own, standing straight up, that he's never been able to do before. Until I actually had a kid with disabilities that needed the center, I really didn't know how good they were and how amazing the place was.
We have 4 other children too, so it just helps out a lot that you know, we could have the nurse take him up the street to Kenny Rogers and not have to worry about him getting back home or none of that. So really he has a big support system. His nurse, his mom and I, and along with Kenny Rogers, so he has a huge support system.
I'm just so thankful for all of them, and I don't say that enough because I don't get to see them enough because I am a full-time mom, but I am very thankful for everybody at the center and for all they do for my sweet boy.
Everything is expensive, and being, you know, a household of 5 children, we would never be able to afford them things. And Kenny Rogers, you know, they always come through. They always help us with, you know, the things that he needs. And as he outgrows the things, the chair, the stander, anything he outgrows, we always donate back to Kenny Rogers so it can be passed on to others. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today. Thank you.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
I'm here with Miss Brandy Dallas, one of our physical therapists at the center. So how long have you been at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
I have worked at Kenny Rogers as a physical therapist since 2005.
Okay.
So it's been a long time there, and I have been so blessed to work with so many hundreds of children in Southeast Missouri and participate in multiple telethons. It's just such a great organization to be a part of.
So how many children right now are at the center? Like, I believe hundreds right now that you have.
Yes, on average, we service between 300 and 500 students or patients each month, and that's a combination of the services that we provide at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, as well as the services that we provide in 7 local school districts in the area.
Okay, so like since my time there's been a lot more technologies that have come at the center. One of them's like the gait and motion lab. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Technology.
Yes, we work really hard at the center to stay on the cutting edge and on the forefront of technology and specialized services, and one of those is our Center for Gait and Motion Analysis. And it uses a series of reflective markers that we place on the patient's body, and we have them walk in our lab. We can collect data about how their joints are moving when they're walking, how their muscles are working when they're walking, and all of that information provides both the therapists and the physicians who are treating those patients invaluable information related to treatment planning, maybe Botox injections or orthopedic surgeries that a child may or may not need to receive. And that data really helps fine-tune those decision-making processes for the physicians and therapists involved.
So even the physicians, they prescribe that motion analysis, so y'all are able to provide it there at the center, and again, send that information to them. So that's great.
Absolutely, and the physician that runs our motion analysis lab, the medical director, is an orthopedic surgeon out of St. Louis. His name is Dr. David Anderson, and we see patients that he refers, we send him the data, he processes it, and at a typical gait analysis lab, that would be a service that could cost anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000, and we are able to offer that service at no charge to the families in our service area. So that is such a blessing for so many of our kids, and it's because of what happens here this weekend and the donations that come in that we are able to do that on an ongoing basis.
That's awesome. Like, that costs you that much for that, to be able to provide that free of charge. That's awesome. And we see on TV there, we still have the food trucks out there. We have the hot fresh mini donuts right now. They'll be rolling out of there pretty soon. So if you're in the Saxon Minor area, please come to the Minor Convention Center if you want to get some good food out there. So they've been great. A lot of proceeds from the food trucks also come to the Kenny Rogers Center.
Yes, the food truck lunch has been a huge success today. The lines have been long ever since they opened at 11 o'clock. I know one of the food trucks has actually had to stop taking order because they've sold out. And we just say thank you to everyone who came out in Southeast Missouri to support us by, buying food at the food truck lunch, coming in, and bidding on items in the silent auction. That auction actually closes at 4 o'clock today. And you can do all of your bidding at home from your couch if you just visit our website, www.kennyrogerscenter.org, and click on our telethon link. There is a direct link to our silent auction where you can get signed up to bid.
So on your screen right now, if you're watching online, you should see a QR code. So with that QR code as well, you just snap that on your phone. I also send you directly to the silent auction. Again, you have until 4 o'clock if you want to do a bid on all the great stuff we have here. So, so there's a
great look at the silent auction. There are like over 390 items over there that range from, tickets to Cardinals games and Blues games. There's a signed Memphis Grizzlies basketball over there. The number of tools and outdoor equipment. We have an amazing griddle, like a 4 or 5 burner griddle over there. the gift certificates to our local restaurants and oil changes. I mean, you name it, we have something for everyone. The kids particularly love the toy section. There's lots of John Deere tractors and bikes and wagons over there up for bid. So please come out. We're here until 5, and like I said, the auction closes at 4, and we would just really appreciate your support.
Well, again, thank you so much, Brandy, for all you've done. To continue to do the center, thank you for explaining the gait. Is the gait in motion lab?
The gait and motion analysis lab. Yep.
So thank you so much for sharing that. So right now we'll take it back to double take.
So we live out in our old van, travel all across this land, just me and you. We'll end up hand in hand, somewhere down on the sand, just me and you. Just as free as we'll ever be, just as free as we'll ever be. Lay underneath the harvest moon, do all the things that lovers do, just me and you. Driving till the city lights dissolve into the country sky, just me and you. Just as free as we'll ever be, just as free as we'll ever be. No, we don't have a lot of money. No, we don't have a lot of money. No, we don't got 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 a lot of money. All we need is love. Free as we'll ever be, just as free as we'll ever be, just as free as we'll ever be. So we live out in our old van, travel all across this land, just me and you. Thank you.
All right, I'm over here with Laura. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, and we have a little friend back here playing in the ball pit. What's his name?
This is Sam. He's been coming to the center for about 2 years. He is one of our summer-only kids, so since in the summers there's a lot more of us who are out of schools and stuff, we have an opportunity to see more kiddos for just a few months of the summer, and then that way we can get them started with some goals and stuff, and then once summer ends, we can send their parents home with things they can work on throughout the school year, and then bring it back the next summer.
So that's a pretty incredible program. So was it like 2 months, 3 months? How long is that?
It's about 3 months.
Okay, so 3 months in the summer you get to spend time with them, and is it every day, or is it 3 times a week, or what is it for the summer kids?
It depends kid to kid. Usually I see mine about 2 or 3 times a week, just to give them that extra time, since, you know, we are in the summer months and we all have more time to, you know, since there's no school or anything like that. Samuel, though, since he was doing so well, he was down to 1 time a week this last summer. So
That that's incredible. So summer, he just comes in the summer and was down to 1 time a week last summer, and I guess probably already getting geared up for this summer. What are some of the things that you've seen him accomplish in his time there throughout the summers?
So Samuel, he was born with some differences with his hands and his feet, so he's missing some fingers and toes. So he only has 1 finger on each hand. So we've been working on figuring out how he's going to be able to do some things as he gets older, like hold a pencil, use scissors, things like that to get him ready for school. And then some other things like using buttons or manippulating a zipper, things to keep him independent. And he has done really, really well with all of that.
So what are some of the things that you've seen? Like, what are some of those mileposts that you go, okay, we made it there?
So he got to the point where he was able to kind of form some of those simple pre-writing strokes by himself, so just lines and circles and stuff. We've been able to learn how to unscrew the top of a bottle, which we do a lot with bubbles and stuff because he loves bubbles. So just opening the bubbles before we have to use them. And just in general, just everything just that he does with his hands just become a lot easier for him, which is good.
So when you have these kids in the summer, do you see them, not in a treatment fashion, but do you see them throughout the year? Do they come visit, or is it like they leave after the end of the summer and then you don't see them again until the next summer?
So since we have a wait list, they usually get put back on the wait list, and then if we have a spot that opens up during the school year, we'll contact them and say, hey, you know, we have this spot open. Do you want to start coming more regularly? Until that happens, though, we do have to put them back on the wait list until the next summer. So yeah, we sometimes see them, sometimes don't. It just kind of depends on the kid and the diagnosis and stuff like that too.
Gotcha. So I've done, I think, 3 interviews so far this afternoon for this, and every interview I've heard this wait list. So how long is that wait list?
It depends on the discipline, but it can be pretty long, like at least a year sometimes, which is good and bad. Which it's good that, you know, people are trying to seek out our services, but also, you know, we don't have as much power as we could have to see as many kids as we wanted to. So having the wait list, yeah, is a good and bad thing. But
so the work from the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is in high demand, and with that wait list, we have families that aren't able to be treated right now that we hope to be able to be treated. And then we have families like Sam's family that are being treated on the summer basis, and then some that come weekly. And so as you look forward to the things coming up for Sam, some goals that maybe you hope to see him accomplish in, let's say, by the end of this summer, what are some of those things that you can think of?
Things I can think of, I guess, are just making sure he can do everything that a 3, almost 4-year-old would be able to do typically. And just keeping him on track with his peers when it comes to his fine motor skills and ADL skills and stuff like that. So.
And one personal question for you. What is your favorite part of working at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center? The reason that I ask that question is because you guys, you and the team have chosen to come and work here. And so why?
I really admire the work that the center does for the kids in this area, you know, especially since our families aren't expected to pay anything. Also, I just love getting to turn my work into play. It's not every job where you can say, though, I go and it looks like I'm just playing with kids, but there's so much within that makes it just much more meaningful and much more beneficial for them in their futures.
That's so awesome. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the team, and I'm sure Sam and his family and all the other families say thank you as well. Hey, here's a video about a little bit more about the center.
So Gideon is 7 years old. There's a lot of things that he likes. He's a really good eater. He likes a pretty wide variety of foods, and he really loves animals. There's really not a stranger that he's ever met. He loves just being around people, making faces at people. He's a pretty unique little guy.
So when Gideon was born, we learned that he had trisomy 21, which is commonly called Down syndrome. He has 3 of the 21st chromosomes, where typically you're born with 2. Typically people with Down syndrome, they'll have some sort of cognitive delay and also be delayed in reaching milestones. They're low tone, so walking's harder, talking's harder, holding pencils. Just typically he'll reach his milestones, but it's going to take him a lot longer than other kids.
Even after he was born, I didn't suspect anything, but the doctors there, they quickly informed us that there was what they believed Gideon had Down syndrome, was born with Down syndrome. Of course, not expecting that at all, we were very shocked. I think what we were expecting, that idea, that was quickly shattered.
Obviously, when the doctors had concerns about him, they're quick to tell you all the things that your kid cannot do. I think like most people would do, the first thing is you Google and figure out different things. And there's a long list of problems and complications that come with Down syndrome. Here at the center, Gideon does weekly physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. So with speech therapy, obviously we're working on speech and language skills. Physical therapy, he's worked on just large muscle groups. Of course, when he came to the center, he wasn't able to walk, and navigating stairs and jumping. And then we do occupational therapy, just fine motor skills, which will help him with using utensils to eat, pencils, dressing, buttons, snap.
I can tell that whenever I drop him off and they come out, you know, he's ready to go with them. He lights up and he gives them a big wave, a big hug, something like that. And so I know he's cared for and he's comfortable here.
One day I was calling for him and I thought he went downstairs, and finally I could hear when I yelled Gideon, I heard a what? And I thought, well, there's a nicer way to kind of respond to your name, but it was the first time he ever responded. I'm like, we'll deal with that part later. I was happy that I called his name and he responded to me. And he was then able to tell me where he was, that he was in his room playing.
This center has meant a lot for us. It would be a financial burden for us to be able to afford the kind of services that are offered here at no cost.
So with our insurance, it doesn't cover Gideon's therapies. It would cover some of physical therapy, but speech therapy, occupational therapy is all denied through his insurance.
You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
Well, we have another check presentation. I'm here, so here do we have?
Lily Bartlett, Marissa Wilkerson,
And where y'all from?
Thomas W. Kelly Middle School.
Okay, so how do you raise the money for today?
So our Beta Club raises the money, and we get a form to pass around and kind of go to people and ask if they would like to donate to us, and then we turn it in and donate it.
Okay, so Beta Club, what all do y'all do in a Beta Club if people don't know?
We do a lot of service projects for our school and our community.
Okay, at Kelly Junior High School. Okay, in Kelly. So let's see how much you have. Go ahead and bring it over. We have $890. So thank y'all so much for helping the center today. It's greatly appreciated. Again, thank you so much for the service y'all do in y'all's communities. So from there, we're headed back to Double Take.
just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie, it never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Oh, don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlights, people. Oh, don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlights, people. Take 'em away, White.
All right, give it up for Double Take. And Emily was over here singing as well. I told her she should be on the stage, but she said,
No, thank you.
that's not what you said. She said, I don't karaoke. But you should have been up there, I think. Hey, we got a great team here, and Emily and Tricia, and we're going to introduce the rest of the crew as well. Tell us your name.
Dominic.
Dominique. And Tricia, you got a microphone. Why don't you go that way?
Joe.
Crystal.
All right, and so Dom has said he's going to talk a little bit, but I want to talk with Tricia first. Actually, okay, Dom, you got the microphone. Tell us a little bit about what you do at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. What is your favorite
Legos.
part? Okay, Legos.
Legos. Sensory garden.
And the sensory garden. And I think did I see a picture, a video of that, I think yesterday on the Facebook page, the sensory garden. Looks like a pretty cool place. Sounds like a lot of fun. You really enjoy that?
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite thing in there? What's your favorite thing in the sensory garden?
Planting.
Oh, sounds really cool.
pepper.
Okay. Nice. I like that. I need to come get some of those. That sounds good. So, Sensory Garden and among other things, what are some other things that Dom takes place in at the center?
Well, for occupational therapy, we focus a lot on some fine motor tasks, energy conservation, and then some activities of daily living. So, putting on his socks and his shoes by himself. What else do we do?
Writing.
We do some writing. We work on writing. What do you like to write about?
Words.
Words. We write about Star Wars.
Wars.
What else? Don't know. Do you want to pass your mic down to Miss Trisha?
Yeah, so I just see Dom for physical therapy, and I've seen Dom for physical therapy for quite a while. He was a little bitty guy and running around the playground and stuff. And it's looked a little different over the last few, like at any kid's trajectory, we just change. The therapy has to change, and Dom got this cool new ride recently, and we've been working a lot on his range of motion, keeping him flexible as he can, transfers so he can still help mom and dad at home with moving around where he needs to be. And at first we did a lot of driving with his chair so we didn't have so many accidents, right, Dom? But now he's kind of a pro. Like, he just backs out of his van like a pro, and he's really caught on quickly.
That's pretty incredible. And so little things like, I say little things, but getting this new ride is a pretty big deal. And even just teaching him how to use that is a part of his work at the center. Pass the mic to Mom. And Mom, tell us a little bit of how you've seen Dom grow over the years.
Well, the biggest transition for Dominic with muscular dystrophy is it's progressive, getting weakening. So we've gone in the last couple of years from walking to now he's in the chair. The biggest transition for him has been, I guess, learning the chair itself, but he's picked up so much more independence from having this now because he doesn't have to rely on us to help him get around as much. Once he's in the chair, he's zooming around. He likes to go get his own snack.
And so thank you for sharing that and and everything that he does. So daily at the center, what does that look like?
So Dom receives occupational, physical therapy, and speech therapies. So you're there for a while, huh? So we do a lot of activities that include his interests. So like we write about what he wants to, or if it's a nice day, we'll go out into the sensory garden and do our workout there because we have a lot of tables that his wheelchair can roll up to. So it works, huh?
All right, and so Trisha, what about for you? What when you are with Dom, what does that look like?
Yeah, so we just really focus on making it fun. Like Emily said, we usually get a Lego set, Dom and I do, and I see him first throughout all three disciplines, and so we'll start a Lego set, and it travels with him to occupational therapy, to speech therapy, and if it's a nice day, we do go out in the sensory garden, because Dom loves to plant, he loves to garden, he loves to eat peppers and stuff out of the garden, and we have chalkboards and stuff that we can do other tasks, but just keeping it fun is what we like to do with him.
Gotcha. And I love that these families are also raising money for the center, and so we do have a check presentation. Let's turn that check around. And we have $438.07 from the Dominators. I love the name, Dominators. Thank you so much for giving to the center. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you guys for what you do on a daily basis. Right now we're going to throw it over to the tote board with Brian and a special guest.
Yes, we had the boss herself here, Miss Michelle. How you doing?
I'm great, Brian, and we're so glad you could come and join us this weekend.
It's my pleasure. Very thankful to be back in Missouri. So we have a lot of stuff going on today. In addition to what's going on here, you want to talk a little bit about that?
You know, we've worked really hard to make sure you've got plenty of stuff to do today, and as things are winding up here at the Minor Convention Center, we want to remind everybody that tonight the fun continues, and we're going to be having Blacklight Bingo. It's going to be at the VFW on Smith Street here in town, and if you've never played Blacklight Bingo, I promise it is a lot of fun. It's not your grandma's bingo.
Nice. So again, it goes up at 6 o'clock. We'll start there at 7 o'clock. We also had a lot of food trucks come out today. So how many food trucks? There was a lot out there.
You know, I think we had a total of 5 food trucks, and I think they were a huge success. We only got the best food trucks in Sykeston, and they did exactly what we wanted them to do, and that's draw in a big crowd, and hopefully they came on in and looked at our auction items, and I think everybody has sold out, so I think they were a huge success.
Very good. And we actually got a food truck company here, so come on up. So let's keep it over. So you keep it that way for right now. So tell me your name and
We are Jeff and Lorraine Long from here in Sykeston. We're part of Mini Farm Mafia Barbecue, and we decided today to take 20% of our profits and donate them back to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Thank you so much. Thank you for contributing that way. So now you can throw it over and see how much you have. So $400. So thank you so much for giving back and providing food today. It smells so good out there today. So thank you for doing that and contributing back to the center. Thank you so much. So we'll take it over to Jason back for another interview.
All right, we get to do another child interview, and I'm here with Allison, and we have quite a team here, Allison.
Yes.
So let's just go down and introduce yourself, and we'll go from there. This is Lottie.
I am Miss Brooke.
I'm Mom, Becky, and this is Elsie.
And I'm Hannah.
I'm Allison, and this is
Shad.
All right, so this is quite a team, and I've been hanging out with some of them earlier this morning at the 5K, and I think I'm hurting. I asked him if he was hurting. He said he's doing okay. I'm not. I'm in much pain sitting here, so it's always a task to get up. So, Brooke, you work with this crew. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
I am a speech therapist. I work with Lottie, and I work with the oldest brother, Sam. Lottie and I work on a lot of safety stuff, memory things, like memorizing her mom's phone number, her address, and a little bit of intelligibility. Lottie gets excited and likes to talk really fast sometimes, don't you?
And Allison, what does a day look like for you for this crew?
So I've had the opportunity to work with all 4 of the Tyler kids at some point or another. I've worked most with Sam, who's not here today. I've worked with Lottie for a while. And Lottie and Sam both work on those kind of older kid life skills, things that kids their age like to do with the cooking and kind of being able to take care of their own bathing and just being independent like a teenager would. Shad and Duke, say hello back there. So we work with them on things, activities you would need to use like 2 hands for. So being able to tie your shoes, being able to cut, being able to kind of be crafty and creative like little boys like to do.
So a lot of hands-on work for them and a lot of stuff that we have a tendency to take for granted that they're learning to do.
Very much so, because many people, they learn to tie their shoes when they're 5 years old in kindergarten. And these boys, they're so great at just adapting and just figuring things out on their own too, that they teach me so many things.
That's incredible. So Becky, you've been involved with the center for a while. Tell us a little bit about how long you've been involved and some of the great things that you've seen.
I think we started coming, we adopted Lottie in 2010, and so I think she and Samuel started in 2011. And then Duke and Shad have also gotten therapy too. But one of the great things is that, they're making the progress. Samuel didn't speak any Vietnamese when we got him, and he was 4. And so now he's just come so far with his speech, and but also that community with the other parents of knowing that there are other people out there with special needs kids, and that's one of the greatest things. And like this, I mean, it's just family, and we so appreciate it so much.
That's a great observation, and something that I never really thought of is how this serves as a community of support, not just for the family, but for all the families to go through the caring for the kids, seeing them grow. And so I bet it's amazing to watch even other kids when they achieve goals and everybody celebrates together. I'm certain that that's an amazing moment. And so, Brooke, tell us a little bit, as you set goals and as you see things happen, what are some milestones that have been reached, and what are some goals that you see for the future?
With Lottie, she's really came a long way just in people who aren't her family being able to understand her at all. I've only been seeing Lottie for a few years, but at that point, we've just started working on the final touches per se, like the safety things. She's really just came a long way since she's been, how old are you, Lottie?
21.
Lottie is 21, so she's been coming since she was 10. So over those years, she's made like leaps and bounds of progress. So we're really proud of her.
And Lottie finished the 5K this morning just shortly after me, and that was pretty exciting. Did you enjoy that this morning?
Yes.
It was a little windy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that cold.
Yeah, it was. That was cold, I'll tell you that. So we do have a check presentation, so let's turn that check around. And we have $3,255.24 from the Asian Cowboy Gang. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, it was cold this morning, but it's a little warmer in here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thankfully, because I was freezing. Hey, thank you guys so much. And right now we're going to throw it over to the main stage. Welcome back, Double Take.
Your buddy's mine, gonna tell you right. Just show your face in broad daylight. Oh, I'm telling you on how I feel. I'm gonna hurt your mind, don't you to kill. Come on. Well, I'm giving you to the count of 3 to show your stuff. Oh, let it be. Oh, I'm telling you, you better watch your mouth. Oh, I know your game, what you're about. But they say the sky's the limit, and to me that's very true. My friend, you ain't seen nothing. Just wait till I get through, because I'm bad. Come on, you know I'm bad. I'm bad. Come on, you know I'm bad. And the whole world has to answer right now to tell me once again I'm bad. Well, the word is out, Thank you.
I'm Crystal Burnett, and I'm a speech-language pathologist at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Augmentative and alternative communication, also known as AAC, is a way to communicate without using verbal speech. Imagine how many times a day you communicate. If you couldn't communicate your wants and needs, you'd feel isolated from the world. Would you be able to get your needs met? Children use communication to get their wants and needs met, to play, make friends, and to share their opinions. AAC can be used temporarily while your child's speech and language skills develop, or it can be a permanent addition to their communication. AAC will not keep a child from talking, but will help them develop their language skills until they're able to use intelligible verbal speech. There are two main types of AAC, low-tech and high-tech. With low-tech, they're typically not battery-powered and cheaper to make. Some examples of low-tech AAC include PECS, which is Picture Exchange Communication System, sign language, word boards, and communication books. High-tech AAC has power and a rechargeable battery. They often use a lighted dynamic display and synthesized voices. They also use operating systems through Windows, Androids, or iOS. If your child is not physically able to point or use a touchscreen, there are other access options, such as eye gaze, head tracking, joystick, and switch control. At the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we believe all children deserve the opportunity to communicate to the best of their ability. We have a team of speech, physical, and occupational therapists who can complete an AAC evaluation and choose the best mode of communication for your child. Please call the Kenny Rogers Children's Center today to schedule your child's AAC evaluation.
And we have some of our therapists here right now to talk about this really cool device here.
Crystal, we're going to talk about AAC, which is alternative and augmentative communication. So different ways to communicate if you can't use your verbal speech. So we've kind of got some high-tech devices here. And we also use some low-tech devices so kids can hit a button to say something, or they can use one of these devices, you know, to say words, make sentences, to get their wants and needs met.
So approximately how many children do you think at the center use this type of technology?
Yeah, about a quarter of our caseload.
Quarter of your caseload uses technology. So, and this has not been around for several years. I mean, there's been other versions of it, but it's advanced more and more. Like I live in Texas, I know at least 3 people that also use this type of technology. So it's all over the country. It's really awesome that we have it here in Southeast Missouri for your children to use. So as you see over there, we got a little screen there too, so they can talk about how they feel or, you know, describe what's going on. So what's some other ways you'll use the device?
We have some different, just simple buttons. So we record a word or a phrase on the button, and they can hit the button to turn the toy on. Or we can use, like this one, for example, is actually an eye gaze device. So if they cannot access, you know, by pointing or touching the screen, they can look at what they want it to say and make it talk that way.
So you want to demonstrate that
Yeah,
really
she's
quick?
going to demonstrate.
So you use some eye tracking technology so you can track your eyes and use that to describe how they feel, what they want, and things like that. Like you just said, thank you, using your eyes.
Right.
That's really cool. So you have some patients, some children who can't really use their hands or motor skills to communicate, but they can communicate extremely well with these technologies. So you may not know how well they understand until you get them in. So I imagine you'll see that a lot as well.
Right, oh yeah.
You know, we also use sign language sometimes, or what's called PECs. So, you know, a picture exchange. You know, you give me a picture of chips if they want a bag of chips, or something like that.
And I see a special keyboard there. It kind of makes it easier for them to pick the place. So
Yeah, I feel like the technology is always evolving. Like every year there's a new device or a new update. The key guard here just helps to guide the child to point their finger, just for more accuracy.
right, right. So, and y'all able to provide these to the children? Are they able to take them home, or and just use them at school or wherever they want to go? So it's amazing that this technology is available. So up to a quarter of your to half of your patients, and they all go through the speech therapy service. That's really cool. So thank you so much again for all y'all do with speech therapy using this technology. Just again, very thankful that your money helped contribute to be able to buy this technology for us to use here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So I'm going to send it to my friend Jason over there. He has something pretty interesting over there, looks like, that he'll talk about.
Yeah, so I have over here one of the silent auction items. This is a homemade cornhole board with the KRCC logo there on it. This was donated by Cashmere Creations. And what's really cool about this is Justin is a local resident here in town, and he put some time and effort into making these cornhole boards to donate to the center to be put in the silent auction. And so this is just one of many of the items that are right over there in front of us. And so you can come out. You have until 4 o'clock, so just about an hour and 15 minutes to get down to the Minor Convention Center to see the items that are in the silent auction. Also, you can look online at the silent auction items. You can see that there at the bottom of the screen, that QR code. Just scan your phone over that QR code, and it'll take you to the silent auction items, and you can make your bids there. Again, you have until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then the auction will close. And when it closes, it's closed. There are no more chances for you to bid. And so there are a ton of items back there. One of the, I think I was just told there's a basketball signed by a Memphis Grizzlies player over there. I see that. There's a couple of huge grills, some shop backs, and Cardinal tickets. So many things over there, including the cornhole boards that Justin Cashmere made. So get on out to the Minor Convention Center. Again, you have a little over an hour to get in. Get your bids in, and all the money raised does go to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and helps us accomplish our goal of getting to $300,000 by 5 o'clock today. So make sure to get to the silent auction either in person or right there in that QR code that you see at the bottom of the screen. Do that now while I send it over to Brian and another child interview.
Yes, we got a special guest here. So we have another check presentation of the family, most importantly, talk to right now. So who do we have here?
This is Gideon.
Hello. Hello. So where y'all from, or which town? How long has he been coming to the center?
We're from Dexter, and Gideon's been coming to the center since he was 2, so about 5 years now.
5 years. So what type of services does he receive at the center?
Gideon gets all 3 services. He gets speech, occupational, and physical therapy.
Okay, so what are some of the things you work with him with, and just skills that you're helping him? Yeah, we got a band coming up. Does that look awesome?
Yeah. I work with him with physical therapy, and he works on like jumping and running and going up and down stairs and accessing playground equipment, just like a normal kid.
So what progress have you seen with him just in the past several years, him being at the center?
Well, you know, he's made a lot of progress. Interesting that she said something about jumping, because probably about a month ago, I caught him jumping from the 3rd step from the bottom of the stairs all the way down,
I've never seen him do that, and it wasn't exactly a graceful landing, but he made it. He wasn't scared to do it, so that's a lot of progress in my book.
I've noticed a lot of progress recently in Gideon's speech, and he's saying a lot more words. He's repeating almost everything we say, but I've noticed a lot more words coming without any prompting. And that's been the biggest increase that I've noticed so far.
That's awesome. So again, physical occupational speech therapy always seems at the center. He seems more excited about the band coming out. He's on living over there. So, like, I see a check here. It's like, how do y'all help raise money, and why is it important for people to help donate to the center?
How did we raise money?
Yeah, how do you raise money, and why was it so important for y'all to?
Well, it was really interesting because the money that we raised really happened in a pretty short period of time. There was several of the schools that held hat days for us at Dexter and really came out in big support for him. Several donations online from friends and the community. So there's been a lot of support.
That's awesome. So thank you again for all the help, support, and just thankful for y'all. Let's see how much you have. You want to throw it over? Have Big Brother help you? We have $2,459.33. That's right. I'm excited about that. So again, thank y'all so much for that. And just, I know there was a video of y'all earlier. Just thank y'all for y'all testimony and just sharing with us today how he's been helped with the center. And from that, we're going to send it again to Double Take.
I saw the light, I've been baptized by the fire and the touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again, I'm a brand new man. Well, the whole town talking about the line I'm walking that leads right to your door. Oh, how I used to roam. I was a rolling stone. Oh, I used to travel outside. They say a country mile wide. I burned in beer joints down. That's all changed now. You turned my life around. Wow. Oh, I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire and the touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. I used to love a man, even though I would brag about my freedom. How no woman could tie me down. Then I met you. Now my heart beats true. Baby, you and me together feels more like forever than anything I've ever known. We're right on track, and I ain't looking back. Yeah, I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire and the touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire and the touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. Oh, I'm a brand new man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to Double Take. Hey, you guys have been incredible. Thanks for donating your time and your talents to help with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Appreciate you guys so much. One more time for Double Take.
Thank y'all so much.
Well,
We survived
Brian,
2 hours.
you made it hanging out with me for 2 hours.
Yeah, you know, it's like we made it through. We made it through. So it's been a pleasure being back in Missouri, help out here. So we still have the silent auction going on. There's a lot of activities going on here, so you still have time to come out here. But it's been great.
Yeah, just a little over an hour for the silent auction, so you can still get those bids in on those items.
Right.
You can still come on down to the Minor Convention Center. I almost said the Sykeston Fieldhouse.
almost said that
We're
too,
not
a few
at the
times.
Sykeston Fieldhouse.
No, yeah, something
We're at
else
the
going on
Minor
right now.
Convention Center, and so there's still a couple of hours left in the telethon. And so come on down, hang out with us, or hang out with the next team that's coming in. It looks like trouble over there.
It does. You got new MCs coming back. Well, actually, one's already been here today. It's his
Yes.
second shift today.
CJ and Reed are coming in, so
Yeah,
I believe
yeah.
they're going to come in and take the reins from here. So I think they're coming this way. Are you guys coming to take the reins, or are you just hanging out over there?
Just hanging out over there. So you head this way.
You guess.
See, the director told me that you guys were supposed to stall.
Oh, stall.
Yeah, stretch in TV terms.
Well, I didn't get this. I know what that means, but I didn't get it, Jim.
So I think
The stretch. You got to stretch.
I think our problem was the fact that we were standing there and could be seen, or we could have just kind of snuck off and left it up to them.
Well, that's true. We could have snuck off, but you know, it's been a while, and it's good to be back. It's good to be in this type of setting again. Of course, Jason and all you guys all day long have been doing such an incredible job, and it's always fun. And I guess we can continue to stretch, and we stretch.
Yeah, you know what's the most awkward? So some behind-the-scenes stuff here at the telethon. Whenever you look over and the floor director is not even looking at you,
or even in the same
vicinity,
Where
as
are
you,
you?
Or he's not anywhere to be found.
That's when you know you're on your own.
Yeah.
You saw me went out here. I thought we had another minute left. I almost missed, the cue.
Oh yeah, because here a second
Where's
ago
the clock?
we were standing there and he was like, "Oh, you guys are on," and you saw like 4 people take off, and he's like, "But not you guys yet." So I like hit the brakes.
And I was just standing there going, okay.
There's a lot going on behind the scenes, and the team here has done a fantastic job bringing this production together. So it's been great with that.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people it takes to put a telethon like this
Oh, my
together.
goodness.
And you think, oh, it's one day. What could it take? Well, come down to the convention center, and you'll get just a small glimpse of what it takes to put on this telethon.
Yeah, from cameramen to floor producers to the people that are running things here and there, to even the people who have brought food and made sure that we have water and those types of things. Thank you so much for the time. The sound people, it's just an incredible group of people. And it's almost, I was telling Brian this earlier, it's almost kind of a family reunion when we get here, because some of these people I don't see except for at the telethon. So
I was telling my wife that, last night, is that you come in, you see these guys when we were setting up, and you shake their hands, give them hugs, and because like you said, it's been a year, but in our case, it's been 2.
Right.
Since 3. Yeah, 3
Well,
technically
3
since we've been able to see these guys, and thank goodness that we're able to even be here in a live setting, live crowd, full on telethon like we're used to, but things are just a hair different because we're down to 1 day, which means the auction does not close tomorrow.
Yeah.
The silent auction closes today.
Today.
Yes.
In 1 hour.
We have 1 hour left of the silent auction.
Better bring it on down then, because, just from what I've seen, always great items on the silent auction. Of course, at the bottom of your screen, you're seeing all the numbers, the texting, everything that you can do. If you've not made your donation yet, either come here and do it in person, which we'd love to see, or be sure that you're taking advantage, calling your friends and reminding them that the telethon is going on. Because I ran into somebody earlier, like, you know what, I almost forgot.
Yeah, don't forget. And we need to remember and remind people that it is a 1-day event. I think that's a great reminder, because some people think this is going to continue on tomorrow. At 5 o'clock, this is it. So, and the auction ends at 4. So we're coming down to crunch time.
We are, and we are right at the halfway point of our goal. So we're looking to raise $300,000 in 1 day. That's a huge undertaking, going from doing this in 2 days down to 1 day and $300,000, and trying to squeeze all of this in, the auction, the food trucks, everything in just one day now.
Now, I did get to taste some of the food from the food trucks and the donuts, the mini donuts. I'll just say I'm thankful that I ran in the 5K this morning so that it offset the calories from the mini donuts.
That helped, huh?
Helped, yes.
It's all about balance, Jason.
Yes, that's
it's all
right.
about balance.
Well, I'm thankful for extremely large potatoes because that's what I ended up, and no kidding, I had a 3-pound potato on my plate. I did not eat all of it by any means. Probably the largest baked potato with
That's big.
barbecue and all of that I've ever seen in my life.
My goodness. Yeah, that right now, that kind of weighs me down just thinking about it.
When I walked in, he was in a potato coma. I had to hit him on the back and say, I'm here.
Had to push it along. Well, I tell you, when you pull in here at the Minor Convention Center, it's just off 55. You'll see all the food trucks still out there. The crowds that are coming in and out. This convention room right now is full. Therapists here, the children, the parents, the bands. I mean, everything that you would expect in the telethon it's going on right now, and you still have, 2 hours for the telethon, but only 1 hour if you want to be part of that silent auction.
I want to call out something that happened earlier and show you just how good of a friend that Jason Davis is not to me. So I was sitting there eating my lunch, not realizing that I had a sticker on the back of me, and Jason walks up behind me, gives me this number, does this. I didn't think nothing of it. I go home for a minute to
I better check
some things at the house, and my wife says, "What is that on your shirt?" And I'm like, "What?" And it's a sticker. He knew. He walked up behind me. Didn't bother to tell me a bit.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Didn't see it. Wait, somebody looked. Did he pass it along?
Come out to the Minor Convention Center. Have some fun with us. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we treat children like our own.
All right, we're here, and I'm going to try to not collapse this, and that's not going to work. I can tell you right now, I am too big of a man for that. What we're going to do here is introduce everyone. We are going to, and I think we even have a check presentation here, so let's start right here. Who is this?
Lauren.
Lane.
Sarah Haney.
All right, Miss Sarah.
Kay Westcoat.
Ella Westcoat. Emma.
And that's Emma down on the end. And who's the little one? Colby. All right, so we're going to talk with you. Is that correct? All right, so tell me about what we're dealing with here, why you were here, and what's going on with the check presentation.
Tucker started coming before he was, or maybe a little bit after he was a year old. He had to have brain surgery because of seizures. When we started coming, he couldn't sit up, couldn't crawl, couldn't row, nothing. And Brandy had him walking right after he turned 1 in June, and in January he was walking.
Just like that. So you all have seen, and I know we've talked before in the past when I've been here on telethons, I've familiar faces here. And, I mean, you guys are local, if I'm not mistaken, in the Matthews area? Is that?
At East Prairie, yes.
East Prairie, okay, East Prairie. I'm sorry. It's been a long day, and it's going to get even better, though, because you guys every year do a fundraiser, too, to help out, not just because of what Tucker does, but because you know what the center means to you guys.
Yes.
Tell me how this money got raised.
We sold a gun raffle, tickets for a gun, and then we sold T-shirts, and that's it this year.
A gun raffle and T-shirts, because I've already peaked and I know how much money.
My aunt I sent her the link yesterday after school, and she had $1,000 on my thing before the night was over. So
Just last night?
Yes. She literally brings in donations like that.
Your aunt, and your aunt is?
Kim Hunter.
Kim Hunter, that's a thumbs up right there. So all the things, now how old is he now?
Tucker's behind us.
Oh, he's behind us. I'm sorry. How Hey, stand up here. Right here. We're talking about this guy, not this guy. We're talking about this guy. Say hello. He said it. He did say it. So that's my boy right there. Brandy, let's see if we can get him to say something.
Hello.
What's your name?
Tucker.
Tucker. It's Tucker. And I've had the pleasure of being Tucker's PT for probably 2 or 3 years. And needless to say, he keeps us on our toes all day, every day when he comes into the center. And he is just a true testament to what the dollars that we raise this weekend go towards. I mean, when he first started coming, he wasn't sitting by himself. And now we can't keep up with him. He used to not talk, and now he doesn't stop. So the progress he has made has just been amazing.
Let me tell you something. Tucker, you keep going. Right, look, that's what it's about right there. That's what it's about, seeing the progress. I mean, who would have thought, and I'm having this urge to jump in here and swim around in the ball pit with him and holler bazinga, but let's talk about this check. Are we ready to do this check? Anyone? We ready to do this check? Let's do this check. So your aunt, Kim Hunter, T-shirts and a gun raffle, and there, ladies and gentlemen, is $6,000 right there. On behalf of Tucker and his family, I mean, look at this little guy right there. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. That is what it's all about. $6,000. Hey, and you're going to do it again next year, aren't you?
Yes.
Same thing, a little different?
Same thing. We're going to try to do more.
Tell you what, y'all have done enough. Are you guys ready over there? Thanks again, folks. $6,000 with this check presentation. CJ, I think we got music over there on the stage with you.
Yes, sir. I am standing here with Ian Ferguson, and Ian is going to be our entertainment for the next hour. So, Ian, where are you from?
Perryville, Missouri.
All the way down from Perryville. So what are you going to sing for us today?
Just sing a little bit of George Strait, Brooks and Dunn, just kind of a mix of everything.
So you're one of the old school country guys. I like it. I like the older country. There's that's almost a forgotten format nowadays. So I'm a country music lover. What songs are you going to be singing?
Check Yes or No, Neon Moon, Outskirts of Heaven, In Color, Wagon Wheel, and then a little mix, of Country Roads with another song. It's something I do every show, every weekend, everywhere I go.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you make welcome for me Ian Ferguson.
It started way back in 3rd grade. I used to sit beside him in Lou Hayes, a pink dress and a matching bow and her ponytail. She kissed me on the school bus and told me not to tell. Next day I chased around the playground, across the monkey bars to the merry-go-round. And Demi Lou got caught passing me a note before the teacher took it. Read what she wrote. Do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? If you do, well then don't be afraid to tell me by the hand. If you want to, I think this is sound love goes check yes or no. Now we're grown up and she's my wife. Still like 2 kids with stars in our eyes. Ain't much changed, I still chasing Lou up and down the hall, around the bed in a room. Last night I took her out in a white limousine. 20 years together, she still gets with me. I can't believe it's been long ago we got started. Just a little note. Do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? And if you do, well then don't be afraid to take me by the hand. If you want to, I think this is sound love goes check yes or
Well, you have seen a lot of these ladies throughout the day, but now is the opportunity for us to introduce you to them in person, all at one time. And what we're going to do is I'm going to send this microphone just shooting down the rows, and we'll just snake it back and forth. Tell everybody your name, your discipline, or your position at the center, and how many years you've been there.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for about 3.5 years.
And today's Emily's birthday.
Hi, I'm Kenna. I'm an occupational therapist, and this June will be my first one-year anniversary at the center.
Hi, I'm Erica. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for 7 months.
Hi, I'm Laura. I am the administrative assistant. I've been at the center for about 8 months.
Hi, I'm Faith. I've been at the center for about 7 months, and I'm an occupational therapy assistant.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for 4 years.
Hi, I'm Sue Bashirs, and I've been at the, I work in the office, and I've been there about 41 years.
Hi, I'm Riley. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at Kenny Rogers for about 6 months.
My name is Molly, and I'm an occupational therapist. I've been there almost 26 years.
My name is Crystal. I'm a speech therapist, and I've been there almost 8 years.
I'm Mary, and I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been here for about 7 months now.
I'm Alexa. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been there for about 3 years.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been there for about 7 months.
I'm Brooke. I'm a speech therapist, and I've been at the center almost 2 years.
I'm Trisha, and I'm a physical therapist, and I've been there 7 years.
I'm Laura. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for 3.5 years.
I'm Ashton. I'm a speech therapist, and I've been at the center for about 7 months.
I'm Micah, and I'm Brandy's assistant, and I've been at the center for 8 years.
I'm Selena. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for almost 3 years.
Hi, I'm Sonoria, and I'm the billing specialist. I've been there about 1.5 years.
I'm Allison. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center 7 years.
And I'm Brandy, and I'm a physical therapist and the clinical coordinator, and I've been at the center for 17 years.
And I'm Michelle Fayette. I'm the executive director, and in December I celebrated my 19th anniversary.
There you go, friend.
That's why I love these chairs. And
Rolly stools.
Just like that, well, I'm over here. And Michelle, year after year, you have one of the most talented staffs that I've ever seen assembled when it comes to physical, occupational, and speech therapy. I know you're proud of these ladies, but how proud are you of these ladies?
You know, I can't even begin to say, we've heard testament after testament after testament today of what a difference they make in the lives of some very special kids here in Southeast Missouri. And these are the ladies that we're talking about, that they're talking about, and they are the ones that make it happen. And we are very proud and very thankful for each and every one of them.
That is absolutely right. And not only do they work at the center, but they also give back to the center.
They do. We do some challenges and some different things to incentivize them to help us raise some money at Telethon time, and they always come through, and they've really come through this year.
And it's really a unique situation because, you know, at most jobs, you don't see the job saying, hey, you know, would you help kind of keep us going, things like that. But here, it's not a thing of asking them. They want to do it. They want to be a part of it.
Yeah, we ask, hey, can you help us keep giving you a paycheck every other week? So, but yes, it's, you know, everything I can honestly say at the center is a labor of love, and everybody enjoys being there and helping make a difference.
And a difference they do make. We've seen it all day long, and with these kids and the success stories of them coming in, you know, being told by doctors that, hey, you know, you're not going to be able to walk. This kid won't be able to talk, so forth. Just all the stories. And I don't think that they realize the impact that they have on these families.
Right. Those are very powerful words when a parent hears that. And you can only imagine how heartbreaking it is. And, you know, of course, Brandy's been here a long time. Molly's been here a long time. And, you know, gait is Brandy's passion. And I think she's challenged even more when the doctors have said little Johnny's not going to walk. If Brandy Dallas gets a hold of them, they're going to walk.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've seen that and experienced that in our life, because we were told whenever our son first come home that, you know, he needed to be stronger. He needed to do this. And within the 6 weeks that he was home, I mean, Brandy and the staff had him walking and doing things that we were told he wasn't going to do. So, you know, when a doctor says they can't, we at the Kenny Rogers Center say they can.
We firmly believe that. We are very committed to providing the very best specialized pediatric therapy and intervention that we can.
So with that, we want to present the check from the staff at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Hold on, Brandy's got something to say. Hold on, hang on. Let's get up here, because if not, I will get in so much trouble.
Brandy, as the clinical coordinator, is over all the clinical staff.
And
so
I just have to brag on this amazing group of people, because we have worked in such a challenging time these last 2 years, and these girls have been asked to do things that are really challenging. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I mean, we're working in little boxes that we've built in our building to keep ourselves and keep our kids safe. They're doing telehealth appointments. They're doing things that they didn't even dream they would do when they went to PT and OT and speech school. And they do it so passionately and so well. And it's because of them that we are able to do this and share all these lovely stories. So I need to brag on them, because they have been amazing.
thank you.
So now let's turn the check around and see what the ladies have done here. Look at that, $23,882. My goodness, Michelle.
That is a fantastic total, and we really appreciate everything that they do. Yes, they put in a lot of time, and then in their spare time, I don't know that they have much of it, we ask them to help out that way too.
You know, Brandy had touched on something that, you know, over the last couple of years, everybody has been affected by COVID. And with the center doing telehealth appointments, that has been a game changer in a lot of ways, because who knows where we would have been if it hadn't been for the ability of these therapists to adapt and start doing telehealth appointments.
Yes, 2 years, literally it was right at 2 years ago when everybody's world changed drastically. And Brandy just spent tireless hours, and I know she lost a lot of sleep, but figured out how we can continue to impact children and to continue to provide the service and continue to generate some revenue and get some money coming into the center.
And like other businesses, you know, the Kenny Rogers Center took on extra expense because, like Brandy said, we had to box in different cubicles. You know, there's material that we needed to purchase at a time where a lot of materials weren't available, and having to chase down the wood and the all of this stuff to build these specialized desks and offices to keep the kids safe. And that was an expense that we weren't expecting.
It was not an expense we were expecting. All the hand sanitizer, oh Lordy, we had to buy a lot of that. But yes, we had to do a lot of things to keep everybody safe.
And you guys have done a fantastic job with that. And just being good stewards of the finances that we have that come into the center. You know, people don't understand. It's a balancing act for you as the director to try to figure out, okay, we have these extra expenses. How are we going to do this?
Right. Looking at the budget is always challenging, and the last 2 years have been especially challenging. We were so excited after 2 years that able to actually come together and have another telethon. And I think today has been a great success, and I appreciate everybody that's come together. And like we always talk about, I'm looking at all of our friends from Paducah who have come back in, and it's like a family coming back together. And it's great to see everybody, and we want to thank everybody for their wonderful support.
Absolutely. A round of applause for our crew. Woo-hoo. Everybody involved here. And we've packed a lot of things into one day, but it's made such a fun environment, and such there's been something going on all day long.
All day long. And I think I couldn't be happier and more pleased with how today has gone. And with that, I'm going to remind you, if you really want an auction item, the auction closes today.
That's right. Let's talk about that auction for just a second and all the hard work that goes into that. Mainly, starting Monday. I mean, the work for next year's auction will start as soon as Monday, once this one's over, gathering items over the next year.
Yeah, we gather items. We have to look at the calendar. We have to consider setting the date and, when's a good time to do it. And there are a lot of factors to be taken into consideration. So, yes, we immediately start work again on next year.
So if you want to get to bidding, you have less than an hour to get onto the silent auction website and place your bid right now. It's on your screen, and for that, we're going to turn it over to Reed Howell.
Thank you, guys. CJ, Michelle, and the whole crew with the KRCC over there. Nice job. And what he was talking about with that silent auction, you were seeing some of the pictures from it over there. And here in the conference room, in this banquet room, if you will, you can see some of those pictures. There it is. It closes at 4 o'clock. And some of the things and items that you're going to see back there include bicycles, tools, art. I've seen a barbecue grill. You can just kind of glance over. And again, silent auction. So you have about, if I'm thinking right, I can't see a clock anywhere near, and I don't have my phone out, but I'm going to say about 45 minutes, 40 minutes, according to CJ off screen there. So 40 minutes to get down here. There's the clock in the back of the room. I see it now. And bottom line, there is some really great stuff. And you're seeing it here on the screen. You're seeing it on your TVs. And if you're not seeing it at all, then you need to tell someone to get down here. Those bids will close at 4 o'clock. So get down here. It is the silent auction. It is a big money maker for KRCC. And, of course, at the bottom of your screen, if you're watching whatever and however you're watching, if you look down there, you're going to see those numbers come into play. And here in just a little bit, we've seen quite a bit of money just in the little bit that I've been here. I got here a little before 3 o'clock this afternoon, coming from the Boot Hill Regional Women's Show that's going on also today here in town. But bottom line was, I looked at the tote board and I thought, man, that needs to go up just a little bit, And I know that they're working back there right now because we're going to get a new tote board here in a minute. 573-380-7887 or text KRCC to 91999. See that down? See that right here? Right here. That's what you need to do. So make that donation. Don't wait. This is a one-day event. This whole thing is going to end in a little over an hour and a half. That silent auction is going to end in about an hour, and I think they're telling me that right up here above me, this new total is fixing to flash. Everybody in your head, think about it, hear it. The drum roll, please. Let's see what we got. How about that? 203,761. We've got 97,000 or so more to go. Let's do it. Get your pledges in now. 203,761, and it's all because of you. Right now, you want to hear some music? Ian, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time here on the Telethon stage, it's Ian Ferguson.
The sun goes down on my side of town. The lonesome feeling comes through my door. And the whole world turns blue. There's a rundown bar across the railroad tracks. Got a table for two way in the back where I sit alone. Like losing you. I spend most every night beneath the light from a neon moon. Well, if you live your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely. So watch your broken dreams dancing out of the veins of a neon moon. I think of two young lovers running wild and free. I close my eyes and sometimes see jukebox plays on, drink by drink, and the words to every sad song seem to say what I think. It's inside of me. It ain't never gonna end. Oh, but I'll be alright as long as there's light from a neon pole. Well, if you lose your one and only, there's always room in for the lonely. So watch your broken dreams dancing out of the flames of a neon pole. So watch your broken dreams dancing out of the beams of a neon pole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And I am here with, this is kind of the awkward part of the show because this is my wife. This is Stephanie, and this is our son, Marshall. I say it's awkward because I've never really, I don't know, it's always been weird to interview my wife. So here we are, and Trisha's just snuck in on us right beside you there, just showed up. And Trisha is one of Marshall's therapists at the center. So, Mom, this is probably the subject you know the most about. Tell us about Marshall.
Marshall will be 13 years old here in a couple of weeks, which is so hard to believe. He has been coming to the center for almost 10 years now. So Marshall, this fall will be 10 years. So Marshall was a typically developing 3-year-old. You know, just your average kid, run, play, and one day he got sick, and we ended up in the hospital. Try to make this brief; it's a long story, but he ended up in the hospital and was ultimately diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. It just totally rocked our world. He spent a lot of time in the hospital. Chemotherapy, stem cell transplant, radiation, and which left him with a lot of deficits, which is what brought us to the Kenny Rogers Center.
And with Tricia, you know, we talk a lot about the different things that you all do and things at the center, and try not to be dead for a minute. He wouldn't be here without y'all. He would. So thank you.
You're welcome. It's been a blessing to be a part of his life. Fortunately, I've got to see Marshall for 7 of the 7 years I've been there, and I have got to experience some really awesome things with Marshall. Like, oh man, we used to sing songs together, and we used to walk and play on the playground. And man, I vividly remember the last session where we got to walk, and he wanted to drive on the playground because he wanted to steer the ship. Man, he was on the playground, and man, that's what we did the whole entire time. We stood and steered the ship the whole time, and we still stand and steer the ship, don't we, Marshall? We have been working on standing and still taking steps and walking, and whatever he can do, we want to push him to his limits. And it's been a blessing to work with you guys. It really has.
The kids really dictate what goes on in a therapy session, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we've said several times today, we just want to keep it fun, and that's fun is different for every kid. And so we love to tailor it to what they love to do. And man, I've sang a lot of songs with Marshall, and watched a lot of videos, and man, we've had a whole lot of fun, haven't we, buddy?
You know, we go way back 10 years ago, and I talked a little bit earlier about how, you know, doctors told us what he can't do. And we continue, you know, some appointments we're told things that he can't do. And when you guys get that information and watching what you do, and then watching the things that you've taught us and you've taught Stephanie how to do these things at home, you know, this telehealth thing over the last couple of years has is really stretched everybody to their limits, including you therapists, and having to try to learn these things, or seeing something at the grocery store that you think, oh, hey, we can try this next time. This may work. You know, even something as simple as like a pop tube or a toy that, you know, we as parents, you know, before needing the Kenny Rogers Center would have thought that's just a toy. But it's not just a toy with you all.
No, yeah. We love to take toys or everyday items and give them a new purpose and just give it a therapeutic spin. Talking about telehealth, we've turned you all into therapists, right? We all joke before Marshall's session, we're like, we kind of just get to sit back and relax a little because Stephanie knows what to do now. And we just guide her through it. Like, Mom, it's time to do this now. Like, all right, Mom's a PT right now. Mom's going to be an OT in a minute. But really, it's been a blessing to have to stretch ourselves to learn to teach parents through telehealth. Because we've got to help in the home so much more than we got to before. And so it's been really cool to see those environments and help problem solve, I think, right?
Well, yeah, and that's what I was about to say is, you know, you all get to see over video, you get to see our home, and you get to see the different challenges that we face, you know, just navigating Marshall through different therapy situations at home. So it has kind of been a blessing. And I guess, you know, we haven't been here, we haven't done an interview in a couple of years. So since that time, you all helped us go through the paperwork and the funding process of getting a track lift for our house. And I cannot tell you what a blessing that has been. It's like every once in a while I think back and I'm like, I don't even remember what it was like before we had that track lift, because it has been, I mean, it has saved my back, I believe. You know, just he can move anywhere in the house. You know, we can transfer him from his bed to his chair. We can transfer him into his shower chair. And you all helped make that possible. You all, you know, went through and did all the paperwork, everything that was necessary. Brandy came out to the house and like, okay, we need it to go this way. We need it to, you know, this is what we need it to do to be able to get him from A to B. And it has been such a blessing. So it's more than just the therapy that he gets at the center. You all help us navigate life at home with him. And we just can't thank you enough for everything that you all do for us.
Well, I know over the last couple of weeks, we've been pounding social media and sending folks to the donation site. So let's spin this check around and see what Pulling for Marshall has brought in this year. $6,854. Again, Tricia, Brandy, Molly, everybody that's had a hand in my son's life, thank you.
I know. I tell you what, folks, that right there, you know, I've known CJ a long time. CJ works for KYMO. We're broadcasting brothers. And to watch that story unfold over the years, to know what they've gone through, to know what this center means to him, not only just because, you know, he's been here all these years, you know, as a host and behind the scenes and on the board and everything else, but it really, truly does hit home with him. And my goodness. We'll get to this in just a second. Brandy is up here with me, along with this lovely young lady. A little story here that Brandy's going to tell.
One of my absolute most favorite parts about Telethon is when patients that I haven't seen or treated in years come back to visit, say hello. And this is Lindy Clipful, and she and I spent many hours together. When she was 10, she got an infection that they thought was pneumonia that ended up spreading to her brain. And she had multiple brain surgeries. Part of her skull had to be removed for a period of time, and she was in the hospital in St. Louis for months. And then she came back to the center, and when she came to the center, she was in a wheelchair, and she couldn't walk, and she really was having even some difficulty talking and remembering, yes. And so she and I worked tirelessly together. She put in the hours, she put in the hard work, and, you know, she's just a pure success story for what can happen when people take the time to make a donation on a weekend like this and impact Lindy's life in such an amazing way. And I just love to see her. I accidentally texted her a few weeks ago, and I mean, we still, it was totally accidentally, but we still communicate and stay in touch by phone. And tell everybody what you're doing now.
I work at a Catholic school as a helper for the teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, and Lindy is, she's driving a car. She's, she has a job. She graduated high school in 16. Then she went on to college, and now she's working as an aide in a school. And I just can't say enough about you and how amazing you are. And she put up with me, and it wasn't that bad, was it?
It wasn't that bad. No.
Lindy and I mean, her senior year of high school, her goal was to wear high heels to the prom. So we walked the stores and the aisles and all the stores looking for high heel shoes that were going to work, and we practiced walking. And what we kind of talked about it earlier, the patients lead our treatment, right, and where we're going to go. And when she said, I want to walk in high heel shoes, I said, okay, well, let's figure it out.
Were they red high heels?
No.
Okay, well, I was just asking.
No, they weren't red.
I was just asking. I tell you,
No.
But you know what, though, for everyone that's here listening, for everyone that's watching, Brandy, this is it. This is the story. Derek and his family's story. Tucker earlier when I was here. These are the stories, and the numbers at the bottom of your screen are, well, these stories can be told because of you when you go to these numbers. And people like BuzzFeed and the Waves Mini Donuts that are outside with the food trucks today, BuzzFeed has popped $500 into the donation. Waves Mini Donuts, $200 into the donations. Every dollar counts because we still have a little ways to go here on this tote board.
We do, and each one of those food trucks came today with no expectation that they were going to be making a donation. We just invited them out here to help draw a crowd and to give, everybody that comes out to Telethon something to do and a really good lunch. And every one of those trucks has walked in and made a donation, and it just speaks volumes about the amount of support that we receive in this community ongoing is second to none.
See, aren't you glad you came now? And now you're on TV.
Yeah.
And she's like, yep, thanks for that, Brandy. Well, I tell you, we've still got about 30 minutes, maybe, less than 30 minutes for the silent auction. Brandy, Lindy, thank you so much. Folks, the man himself whose name is attached to this, the late, great Kenny Rogers right now.
Emma is 12, she's in middle school, and things that she enjoys doing are just spending time with family, being around her pets. She likes her grandmother's chicken, Sunshine, which has a bad eye, and she gravitates towards that chicken. We have 2 dogs. She'd love to have a cat. When Emma was born, she was born with a cleft palate, and about a year later, she was diagnosed with metopic craniosynostosis, which is the premature fusion of the forehead. From there, we learned about the low muscle tone, the speech delays, so it's just a snowball of different diagnoses. So Emma comes in once a week, and she sees a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, and then a physical therapist. Her speech therapist works with her to work out the muscles in her mouth, exercise her tongue, and then in addition to that, they've moved on to using a speech device. We call it her talker. And so her speech therapist helps to find ways to make sure that she learns how to use it properly and can communicate better using her device. When she's excited to tell us something, that's great because, most of the time she's very excited and she starts verbalizing and vocalizing something, but we can't pick up what that is. So with her talker, her being able to give us just an extra clue on what she is talking about and what she's excited about has been really great. Her occupational therapist helps her work on her fine motor skills, on being able to remove and undress herself and remove her clothing, do arts and crafts, which she hates. It's work. She has to hold a pencil, and she has trouble holding a pencil and holding a marker, and she has trouble using scissors, and that's something that you don't realize how much work your fingertips do and how how much work that takes. One thing we didn't know she would be able to do was walk. We knew it was going to come eventually, very far down the line. And she started walking not long after we started coming to the center, and that was a huge milestone in itself. Now we have smaller goals that are just simply walking up and down stairs. You don't realize how much effort it is just to lift your leg and go up a curb. That's been something that she's worked on and she's done really well with, and her therapists push her in a very gentle and loving but assertive way, and they've gotten a lot of great results. I feel like her therapists love her. They feel concern if she's ever sick or not having a good day. The money that you donate to the center is going towards your neighbor that you might not know you're supporting, or their granddaughter, or somebody who attends your church, or a coworker. Their therapists are amazing, and it's a great cause. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Phone in your pledge now, please. Thank you.
You have right at 20 minutes to get your bids in for the silent auction. You can go on your phone and do all the bidding right there, kennyrogerscenter.org/silent auction. If you're watching on TV, you can scan the QR code that is on your screen. It'll take you right to the auction site, but you got to get there and get it done now, because we're going to get that total in just a minute. But then later this evening,
big night.
It is a big night tonight.
Even though we end here at 5 o'clock.
Tonight is Black Light Bingo. If you don't know what Black Light Bingo is, you just need to go. It's over at the VFW in Sykeston. So if you're in town or close to getting to town, head over for Black Light Bingo. It's going to be a real fun time tonight.
Anytime you have black lights involved with anything, bowling or whatever, it's going to be a good time. And it's a continuation of raising money for what we're doing here today with this Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Less than 20 minutes on the silent auction, Black Light Bingo tonight, and something about hats.
Yeah, Ian Ferguson's got some hats. If you are inside the convention center and you would like an Ian Ferguson hat, you can head right over there to the tables to our right, your left, to get yourself an Ian Ferguson hat, because I'm telling you, he has put out some great tunes today.
Yes, he has. He's been doing a really good job, and if I'm not mistaken, is he ready to sing again? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ian Ferguson.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to make something real quick and brief here before I start this song. As of last year, I dedicated this song to my grandpa every show I did, every weekend, and I lost him in the year 2021, and I just hope you all enjoy this song as much as I do. Wish girls you love never gave back diamond rings. Wish every porch had a swing. Wish kids still learn to say sir man, had a shaking hand. Wish every state had a Birmingham. I wish everybody knew all the words to Mama tried. I wish Monday mornings felt just like Friday nights. And I wish even cars had truck bands, and every road was named Copperhead. Coolers never run out, cold Bud Light. And I wish high school long teams never lost. Back road drinking kids never got caught. I wish the price of gas was low, and cotton was high. Wish honky tonks didn't have no closing time. And I wish grandpas never died. Man, I wish them days on a drink bank never end. Wish I could learn to drive again. Telethon at 17, she was my everything. Kiss in a Chevrolet, it happened every day. Wish everybody overseas gonna make it home. I
I wish country music still got played on country radios. And I was seeing cars and truck beds, and every road was named Cabaret. Coolers never run out, gold Bud Light. And I wish high school long teams never lost. Back road drinking kids never got caught. I wish the price and gas was up and got on the sign. And I wish good dogs never got great. Oh, I wish phones never got sold. And I wish seeing cars and truck beds, and every road was named Cabaret. Coolers never run out, cold Bud Light. And I wish high school long teams never lost. Back road drinking kids never got caught. I wish the price and gas was so kind of a sign. I wish honky tonks didn't have no closing time. And I wish Grandpa never died.
Thank you.
I'm here with Crystal from the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and another one of our special kiddos. This is Bentley Rudrich and his mom Amber and Dave and sister, Kira and Addie. I know these folks really well. Amber, tell us about Bentley and the services he gets here at the Kenny Rogers Center.
So this is my wild Bentley. He has a speech delay and started services at Kenny Rogers in September. In August, he was not speaking at all. We had very few words, if any. Since then, we are now speaking in short sentences. He not only is very vocal, but I joke with Crystal and tell her that she's taught him how to backtalk. He's changed so much in such a short time, and we are forever grateful.
And now it's his turn. Talk to us, buddy.
No, we changed our mind?
He said,
No, not today. Okay.
So, Crystal, tell us about your time with Bentley.
Bentley is your everyday boy. He likes to play, you know, all things boys, Batman, Spider-Man, cars, trucks. He loves the sandbox. I don't think anyone's talked about the sensory garden outside, but he loves to go out and dig in the sand and play in the rocks and that kinds of stuff. So we work on just trying to get him to talk more, use more words, and now that he's talking a lot, we're trying to, you know, focus on those speech sounds and, you know, get his speech clearer.
So, thinking long term, what is the goals that you set? I know you guys do things kind of on a short term in terms of goals, but what do you foresee long term that you want to get accomplished with Bentley?
I just want him to be able to communicate all of his wants and needs, be as independent as possible, you know, not assume someone's going to talk for him. You know, I want him to be able to talk for himself and everyone that he talks to be able to understand what he's saying.
Mom, I know that, you know, from being family with you guys, seeing Bentley and seeing the changes, it's night and day.
It's a complete turnaround. Before, he would get very frustrated. He would get upset. He would have complete meltdowns because he could not communicate with you, and that was very frustrating, not just to him, but to us. And now he's able to communicate and at least make everyone aware of what he's needing, and it's made life so much easier, and he's so much happier. And like she said, he is all boy, as you can see back here. He's
afraid of nothing.
Afraid of nothing. He's just a lot of fun. So I'm glad that he's able to communicate and not quite so frustrated.
You know, I can think back, there was a time that you and I were sitting in the waiting room at gymnastics. and he was pointing at books, making sounds, but inaudible sounds. Like we were trying to guess what he was doing, and figured out that, you know, he loved different sounds of animals, so we could do those and get him to mimic that. But from even then, which was just a couple months ago, to now, I mean, it's impressive just to talk to him now.
It is. It absolutely is. And he's gotten to the point where he's talking, but he's also making jokes, and, you know, he'll mama, you know, when he's got something he's not supposed to have, or it's a complete turnaround.
It's being a boy.
It's absolutely.
And being a kid, and it's what a kid should do. A kid shouldn't have to struggle to communicate.
Absolutely.
And with the Kenny Rogers Center, they've made that possible for him to be able to communicate with family, with friends, with anybody now. I mean, look at him. He's back here just having the time of his life.
Yeah, he's definitely something else. He just turned 3, so we're having a birthday party this evening, and
That's right. So I'll get to see a little bit more Bentley. I like picking on him, and he likes it too, because he'll try to hide from me, and then come back and remind me, point at me, and I'll point back at him.
absolutely. Well, he on his birthday, he ran into daycare and said, "My Spider-Man birthday," and, you know, everybody thought that was great. So we're all very excited for Bentley.
So I'm excited because we get cake later, so I'm pretty pumped.
Absolutely.
I am
I'm excited
pumped
about
about
that,
that. So we are going back over to our main stage. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot with the check's in front of me.
have a check.
We have to do the check. Let's spin the check around. $725 from Team Bentley, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, social media, I'm sure, played a huge role in that.
Absolutely.
So thank you all so much. And now I think we're ready to go back over to the main stage, correct? All right, Ian Ferguson.
I said, Grandpa, what's this picture here? It's all black and white. It ain't real clear. Is that you there? I said, yes, I was 11. Times were tough and back in 35, and that's me and Uncle Joe is trying to survive a California. The Great Depression. And it looks like we were scared and dead, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. You should have seen it in color. On this one here was taken overseas in the middle of hell in 1943 in the wintertime. It almost saved my breath. Well, that was my tail gunner, old Johnny McGee was a high school teacher from New Orleans, and he had my back right through the day we left. And it looks like we were scared and dead, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. You should have seen it in color. Picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades and gray keep cover. You should have seen it in color. I'm gonna take a freight train down the station, Lord. I don't care where it goes. I'm gonna climb me a mountain, the highest mountain, Lord, yeah. Gonna jump on, nobody gonna know. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see? What that woman, Lord, yeah, she's been doing to me. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see? What that woman, Lord, yeah, she's been doing to me. This one is my favorite day we sat on vows. Can't tell here, well, it was not that June. That rose was red and her eyes were blue, and just look at that smile. I was so proud. That's the story of my life, right there in black and white. And it looks like we were scared and dead, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. You should have seen it in color. A picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades and gray keep covered. You should have seen it in color. Thank you. Heading down south to the land of the pine. I'm on my way out of North Carolina, staring at the road. Pray to God I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a Burke Hill dogwood climber, and I'm hoping for Raleigh I can see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Running from the cold up in New England, I was born to be a fiddler in an old town string band. My baby plays the guitar, I played the band tonight. Oh, North Country winters keep on getting me. I lost some money playing poker, so I had to leave town, but I ain't a turning back. Look at that old life don't bore. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking through the South out of Roanoke, I caught a truck around Philly and a nice long tow. He's heading west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee. I gotta get a move on before the sun. I hear my baby calling mama, and I know that she's the only one. And if I die, I'll at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Thank you.
Live from Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center
Okay, welcome back here. Final hour of the telethon today, and the silent auction, I do believe, is finito. Nada, closed, it's done. So while they're doing all that, we're going to talk with this gentleman here who's been entertaining you throughout the afternoon, Ian Ferguson. So let's find out a little bit about Ian. So first off, where are you from?
Perryville, Missouri.
If I'm not mistaken, that's Chris Jansen territory?
Sure is.
May or may not know him?
I do know him.
You know him? So how old are you?
I'm 19. I'll be 20 in a couple weeks.
So how long have you been doing this little gig thing?
Well, starting of last year is when I kind of really took things serious after my grandpa passed away. He told me to really follow my dreams, and I listened to the man, and I've been taking it and running with it, and it's been going pretty good so far, so I can't really complain. I just love doing it. It's just a good time.
Influences. I mean, obviously, I'm hearing some Old Crow Medicine Show. You know, I've heard some other things that you've been playing. So, you know, let's talk about that. So, obviously, you're a country music fan.
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, my biggest influencers, really, I watch. I go back and look at Travis Tritt, old concerts. I adore that dude. He's, like, amazing. And, I mean, anywhere else from George Strait, of course, the attire. I love the style. And, I mean, there's many others out there that, I mean, I just enjoy country music. I grew up listening to it ever since I was a kid, and I mean, I don't think I could ever listen to anything else but other than country music.
So this was something that was kind of a hobby. You know, I played the guitar on the side and maybe sing to a girl and all that other stuff. I'm picking on him here. But you sang to a girl, and then all of a sudden, like you said, your grandfather passed. It made a difference.
Yes, sir.
And now you're following your dream. Are you writing your own material? I mean, what's your goal here?
I'm hoping to get myself out there pretty soon. Actually, this week I was actually be able to get in a recording studio and start making some demos. So hopefully here soon, here in the next couple months, be having to have some music out there for everybody to look up on Apple Music, Spotify, and download and listen to it. I'm looking forward to it.
And are you like touring around in Southeast Missouri, doing other gigs, other places? You know, where have you played? Where are you going to be playing?
Actually, later tonight I'll be over at Benson's Wine Bar in Chester, Illinois. I really go all over the place, from Perryville, St. John. I'm actually working my way down south more in Cape Girardeau. Looking forward to that. And then over in Potosi, Bonne Terre, around them areas as well, and just gradually growing and just going with the flow.
Well, I noticed there was like, you know, you had the hats.
Yep.
And the T-shirts, and I'm assuming there's a couple of fans sitting out here in the front that you may or may not know. Your brother, sister, who we got going on here?
Yeah, I got my mom and dad, and then my girlfriend Michaela, and then another thing that while we're up here talking, I just want to thank Michelle for inviting me down to this organization and to play for y'all. It's a true honor to be here, and it's just an amazing thing that what you guys got going on, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, hopefully you can be a part of it when we do this thing again next year, but we're not quite done with you this afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, are we getting ready for him to play another song, ladies and gentlemen? I think we are. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, thanks for the talk, and thanks for coming today. Here he is once again for you, Ian Ferguson, here on the telethon.
You guys know the words, feel free to sing along. And for you viewers at home. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like a breeze. Country road. Cotton on the roadside, cotton in the ditch. We all picked the cotton, but we never got rich. Daddy was a veteran, Southern Democrat. We
Mama got sick and Daddy got down. County bought the farm for a move to town. Daddy got a job with the TVA, bought a washing machine and then Chevrolet. Singing songs on the sound, sweet potato pie and I shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind, there ain't nobody looking back again. Singing songs on the sound, sweet potato pie and I shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind, there ain't nobody looking back again. Country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, my mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Thank y'all so much.
All right, we're back here, telethon time, and the lights come on. And here we sit, and we've got two therapists here. I've got Ashton and Laura down here on the other end, and then we've got Brian and his dad sitting here. So, ladies, I'm going to kind of let you talk about what's going on here. But before we get started, though, was there something about a shout-out that needed to happen?
Yep, Brian wants to give a shout out to his sister.
Hi. Do what?
There you go. Shout out to the sister there. All right, Ashton, I'll let you start here.
Yeah.
So you've been with the center. You're kind of a newbie, 7 months, but you've obviously been working with Brian. Tell me a little about him.
He is fun, and we were just talking about this is the quietest we've ever seen him. He's usually keeping us on our toes. In speech therapy, we work on some social skills, what we could say in different situations, and then also speech intelligibility, so how well he can be understood by others, and then what we can do whenever there's a communication breakdown. If someone can't understand us, how are we going to fix it and help them figure out what we're saying?
All right, and is it mainly speech is what you guys work with? Laura, you want to step in and grab the mic for a second, or?
Yeah, so I'm Brian's occupational therapist.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we work on a lot of his fine motor skills, so things like tying his shoes, writing, and we also do some more executive function, cognitive type stuff, so identifying letters, remembering mom's phone number, address, things that we could use in any kind of safety related situation. So we've been working really hard on that stuff.
Well, I mean, all of this comes into play. The bottom line is this is, once again, an individual that needs multiple therapies, not just the speech, but the occupational as well.
Yeah, so it all kind of goes together for a lot of our kids, and that's the cool thing about Kenny Rogers is all three disciplines are in-house. We get to talk to each other and collaborate so that we can provide whole person care.
Well, now, Laura, I know she said she's been here 7 months. How long have you been with the center?
About 3.5 years.
Okay, 3.5 years. So this is not your first rodeo. But really, though, in 3.5 years, this is the first real telethon that you can remember.
Yeah, this is my second real telethon.
I know. I mean, my goodness. And, of course, this is your first one. And thankfully, here we all are today, being able to be in the room together, seeing everybody that's around, being able to sit here and talk with things. And, Dad, I want to ask you real quick. Charlie, right? I'm going to hand you the mic here, so I'm not just reaching across Ashton, but can you kind of put into words what it is the center means to you and what it's, done for Brian?
Yes, sir. He's been here, he's 12, and he's been here about 7 years, and we've seen a vast improvement. There's no question he's 100% boy because didn't you say he's kind of rough on stuff sometimes? Yeah, but he's come a long ways. And if I could put this in words, you see people that come in and out of the center. And you don't judge by appearance, but you can't help by noticing some of the disabilities. And the work that these folks are doing is amazing because these young folks truly need help, and that's truly a blessing from God. Thank you.
I don't think you could have put it in better terms, Charlie. And and it is emotional. I mean, these things, I can remember doing telethons. I've done several over the years. I'll age myself. One of the first ones I did was in the late 80s, and I was a teenager, just getting my start in radio television. And I remember the successive years watching the next year, seeing the same kid and how much improvement, the next year, and seeing all the stories. And every year, it's hard not to get emotional. You know, I dare someone in Southeast Missouri that has a family member to say that somebody in their family hasn't been touched by Kenny Rogers. I have a niece that came here that had to do some speech work.
They're from Illinois. So.
And you're from Illinois. What part?
Olive Branch.
Okay, of Olive Branch. Okay, so it's not just Missouri. You know, it's the surrounding area, and that's the main thing. And, of course, when you have this little barrier sitting right here, that means you guys must have done some sort of fundraiser. Can you tell me about that?
Well, we've been fortunate enough to be able to come to this, and you know, it's such a benefit for not just Brian, but for the community. And we've just various of things of people that you'll never know, never seen, didn't want nothing. They done it out of the goodness of their heart, and they've donated down through the years. And there's people you'll never see their name, never know, but the good Lord knows.
Well, let's see what these people have donated here today. Charlie and Brian are bringing in $350 from Olive Branch, Illinois. And let me tell you, it's right there, man. Way to go, Brian. That's what I'm talking about. Laura, Ashton, Charlie, Brian, thank you, guys. I believe I'm sending it over to CJ, who's standing by the tote board right now. CJ?
So we are at just over $200,000. Our goal is $300,000. We have right at about 45 minutes left to go, and we're 2/3 of the way to our goal. So could you imagine calling your electric company and saying, I can only pay 2/3 of my bill this month, or calling the car company and say I can only pay 2/3 of my car note this month. That's the reality we're looking at whenever we are talking about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and all of the money that's raised here today. You know, our entire year's budget is based off of the funds raised right here at this telethon. So that's why we need you in this last 45 minutes to pick up the phone, text us, call us, whatever it is you need to do to make your donation today. And I've got a group of ladies here that have been putting in quite a number of hours with everything going on, but you guys spent a lot of time on the silent auction thing.
I didn't, but Micah did, yes.
So yeah, I was talking to you earlier about this is kind of, let me get over here. This is, did y'all see that little do-si-do? This is, you've taken this over as it's gone all digital now.
Yes, sir, I have.
And a lot of picture taking, a lot of information gathering, a lot of information input put into this. So you put a lot of hours into this.
Yes, we have to get a picture of each item, a description, a value, who donated it, put it on a spreadsheet, put it in a category, and then Brandy uploads it into the auction software, and that's how people bid.
So there it is. And you guys, it's been going on for a little over a week. Since Monday. So not even a week, people have been able to get on and look and start bidding. So let's see the fruit of your all's labor for the silent auction. $23,506. That ought to put a smile on your face for all the work.
I'm not crying. So that's a plus.
And Brandy, I know that you're over here just smiling ear to ear for this, because it's, you know, seeing this go all digital, going from where we were a couple of years ago to people standing around having to pull sheets and all that, and it's all digital now, and it's got to be a relief for you to not have to worry about the headache of managing all of that.
Yes, it's so many things. The first thing we need to say thank you to are all of the people that Micah makes a phone call to, that travel to all of these businesses all over Southeast Missouri, who, year in and year out, make a donation to our auction. And even in times like this that are tough financially for so many businesses, they were still willing to give us gifts and give us items that we could put in the auction. And the amount of time that is spent doing that is a lot. And then, like you said, it used to be like kind of all-out war sometimes in those little, when those pieces of paper and pens were there and people were elbowing each other, and it wasn't very much fun for us anyway. And then we had some resistance when we switched from paper to online because some didn't like it, but it has streamlined things so much, and it's made it where my mom, who lives in St. Louis, can bid on our auction items where 5 years ago she couldn't do that.
Well, and getting the instant notifications when you've been outbid is quite the feature too.
Yes, that is awesome, although it can be very frustrating because you're like, I have to go rebid. But it's nice because you're never wondering. You always know, like, if you won, if you didn't, if you've been outbid, so it does make it a lot easier.
And it takes the telethon and the auction outside of the building, because now you don't have to worry about coming inside the building to check your bids, which we love having the people here, but we also love the fact that they still want to continue to give, and they don't have to worry about walking away and going, oh, I lost out on, the tickets, I lost out on the bicycle, I lost out on whatever it is that they placed their bids on. So it's made things a lot better in a sense to have technology involved, because now we can, like you were talking about, we can reach outside of the walls and a ton of other people. So thank you all for your hard work. I know that a lot of hours went into this, a lot of drive time, and Brandy's got one more thing. You're like the Steve Jobs of the Kenny Rogers Center.
I will say that we're going to do pickups until about 5 o'clock when we go off the air, and if you don't get your item today, we will take everything back to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and all your items will be there and available for pickup starting at 8 o'clock on Monday morning.
All right, so thank you all. Thank you to everyone that logged on, placed a bid, all of our winners, anybody that's had anything to do with the auction, getting online. Again, all of our vendors. That is a nice little chunk there, Brandy. Thank you. That's going to go a long way. Back to the main stage we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Ian Ferguson.
Lazy yellow moon coming up tonight, shining through the trees. Crickets all singing and lightning bugs all floating on the breeze. Baby, get ready. Across the field where the creek turns back by the old stone road, I'm gonna take you to a special place and nobody knows. Baby, get ready. Oh, you and me gone fishing in the dark tonight on our backs and down the storm where the cool grass grows. Down by the river in a full moonlight, we'll be falling in love in the middle of the night, just moving slow. Staying the long night through, it feels so good to be with you. Spring is almost over and the summer's coming, the days are getting long. Waiting on waiting for the time to be right, just to take you along. Baby, get ready. It don't matter if we sit forever and the fish don't bite. Jumped in a river and cooled ourselves to the heat of night. Baby, get ready. Oh, you and me gone fishing in the dark, lying on our backs and counting the stars where the cool grass grows. Down by the river in full moonlight, we'll be falling in love in the middle of the night, just moving slow. Staying the whole night through, it feels so good to be with you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna play you guys one of my favorite covers. Hope y'all like it. Well, I was someone from Montgomery. Had my
guitar on my back, when a stranger stopped beside me in an antique Cadillac. Well, he was dressed like 1950, now drunk and hollow-eyed. He said, it's a long walk to Nashville, would you like a ride, son? Well, I sat down in the front seat. He turned on the radio, and them sad old songs coming out of them speakers was solid country gold. But then I noticed the stranger was gonna swipe up, and he asked me for a life. Well, I knew there was something strange about this ride. He said, Drifter, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? And if you're big stone bound, let me want you, it's a long ride. Then he cried just south of Nashville. He turned the corner around. He said, this is where you get off, boy, because I'm going back to Alabama. As I stepped out of the Cadillac, I said, Mister, many thanks. He said, you don't got to call me Mister, mister. The whole world call me. He said, Drifter, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? And if you're big stone bound, let me want you, it's a long ride. He said, Drifter, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? And if you're big stone bound, let me want you, it's a long ride. You got a lot of competition out there. It's not like how it was in the 50s. You got Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Guy Clark, Billy Joe Schaefer. You got David Allen Coe too, and his son. I'm gonna tell y'all folks something. There's a new cat in town. His name's Ian Ferguson Music, baby. Guys, go follow me on Facebook. I greatly appreciate it. Thank y'all for letting me come out and play for y'all. Well, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you again.
We are here with Reed Marshall and his family, Reed's Wranglers, and I've been watching Reed, and yeah, I think that is titled appropriately, Reed's Wranglers. This is Mom. Mom, tell us all about Reed.
Reed is 2 years old, and he has been going to Kenny Rogers since he was about 4 months old. He started as a traditional kiddo with torticollis and has just kind of expanded to a lot of other service areas. He receives physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy at Kenny Rogers. He loves to go. When we pull in the parking lot, he says, play, play, because that's what Kenny Rogers is to Reed. It's not a place where he dislikes going or he feels like they're making him do things he doesn't want to. He's there to play, and he loves it.
We've talked to these therapists time and time again about, you know, how they structure their day and how they structure a set of therapy with these kids, and it really is dictated by the kids, and they come in so excited. Most of these kids to just do what you said, just play. They just want to be kids.
Absolutely. That is Reed's whole goal is, you know, to move forward through this play therapy. That's how he's made all of this progress. You know, a year ago, we were still working with Reed on supported standing. And now, as you can see, he is jumping and going crazy and doing all the things that a 2-year-old should be doing. And it's all because it was Reed's idea, and we supported him through it.
So how does Reed react when he sees you, Brandy?
Well, it depends on the day. So some days he's super excited to see me, and some days he's just like, oh, I need my mom, you know. But he is such a joy to work with. Like I was overhearing a little bit. I mean, he is constantly on the move. It is constantly, what does Reed want to do, and how do I incorporate what I need from Reed into what Reed's plan is for the day, and he always has one. And it's usually not ever the same as mine.
So tell me about that. How do you go about structuring a day for him?
So in my mind, I have things I want to accomplish. So core strength is a problem for Reed, so it's something we work on a lot. Balance when he's standing and walking are things that we work on. So I have, you know, a bunch of ways that I can work on those things. And if on Tuesday he decides he wants to play with the squigs, then we get out a mirror and we get the squigs, and I put him in my lap and we start working on his abdominal strength. Or sometimes that lasts 15 minutes, sometimes that lasts 2 minutes, and sometimes 30 seconds. So then he says, I want to play with the piano, so we grab a piano and take it over to a bench and put it in front of our vibration plate, and we stand him on the vibration plate, give him a lot of sensory feedback. He thinks he's just standing on a wiggly plate, but we are working on strengthening his legs while he's playing the piano. So I sort of just have to take what it is that he wants to do and weave the things that I want to do into it.
So let's talk about core strength for a minute, because you know there's people watching that may not know that term, and it deals with pretty much everything in the trunk of your body, right?
It really does. And what people don't realize is that your arms and legs can only be really efficient doers of things if your core is strong. So if your core is not strong, that foundation for things to move off of affects your arms and your legs. So a lot of it starts with the core, and by making the core stronger in and of itself, you make the hands function better, the balance better, the walking better, and we didn't even really work on balance or walking. We also do a lot of things with Reed to influence how he's walking during the day. He, being the age that he is, he just doesn't love a lot of handling, like a lot of a therapist having her hands or my hands on him. So we wear orthotics, we try compression garments, we do different things that he can wear during the day that improve how he walks, so he gets the repetition of doing those things, and he's getting therapy all day long when my hands aren't even on him. Because a lot of times he doesn't really like that very much.
You talked about the vibration plate. This is one of those really cool things that we have at the center that I think, I know me, I took for granted for a while until I realized what this thing really does.
Yeah, it's really amazing. So it vibrates at a frequency that we dictate, and it activates the reflex in the spinal column that causes your muscles to kind of involuntarily contract. So, meaning like even if you have like a patient who has a spinal cord injury, you could stand them on the plate and set it at the appropriate hertz or frequency and turn it on, and their legs would extend and they would essentially stand. So it is the same for our patients, except our kids have muscle control. So if they choose to sit, they can sit, or if they choose to stand, they can, but they get up to 2,000 muscle contractions during a 3-minute bout of standing on the vibration plate. So it's tons and tons of sensory feedback, proprioceptive feedback about where are my joints, where are my feet in relation to my legs, and tons of muscle contraction, relaxation, which is how our body tells us where our legs and arms are in space.
And it's your job as a therapist to try to help all of these items work together, because in some kiddos, they're just not, some things aren't clicking in the right order just yet.
Right, and Reed is a very complicated puzzle when it comes to sort of what is influencing his balance and his gait, and he'll have days where he comes in and his balance is amazing, and then he'll have another day that he comes in that he really struggles, and he's falling a lot and he's tripping, and there's not really an identified rhyme or reason to why that's happening, but he consistently responds that when we put him on the vibration plate, his balance is consistently better the second he walks off of it than it was before. So it tells me there is a key component of knowing where my legs are in relation to my body and really feeling those things that helps make his balance better.
And Mom, I know we talked about just the short amount of time that you've seen progress with Reed and the things that he's done and how far he's come in just this short amount of time. What would you tell people if someone asks, well, what does the Kenny Rogers Children's Center do for Reed?
Miracles. They do miracles for Reed. They are just such an amazing team to identify his puzzle, because he is a puzzle. We don't have a big diagnosis for Reed, and every single time that we go in, we have 5 sessions a week, and every single time that we go in, we're problem solving. We're looking at where are we at today and where do we need to go to make tomorrow better, and every single thing that they do works for him. They just do miracles for him.
You heard it right there, right out of a parent's mouth. This center does miracles in kids every day, and it's people like you, Brandy, that take the time and do the research, because, you know, I don't know where you manufacture all the time that you do to be able to search out things to do for Reed. And like you said, you have these patients that are these complicated puzzles, because not every kid's cut and dry.
Right. And that is one thing I can say about our entire therapy staff is we do, like, we go home, like, and, you know, like some people bury themselves in TikTok videos when they're laying on the couch at night, and a lot of the therapy staff, many of the therapists are at home, like, Googling, you know, like proprioceptive input and toddlers with, you know, dystonic gait, and like, what can I find? What does that mean? And sometimes we often share our contact information with our families, and so sometimes you'll just be sitting on the couch and you'll like text a mom something random in the night, like, hey, did a doctor ever tell you this or that? Or did you ever, you know, have you ever heard of this? Like, just because sometimes our brains can't turn off, you know, like we just go home, we're thinking about it, I dream about it sometimes. I have a 30-minute drive to and from work every day, so that's also a really like great time for me to like process my thoughts and where I am with kids. And sometimes I'm dangerously texting while I'm driving, so I'm doing better about—
You didn't hear that.
That's right, but I'm trying to do better about talking to text when I'm driving, because that's just a time where we all have to, you know, a lot of us live in Cape, and that commute gives you time to decompress and process those things.
Yeah, it's literally a 24/7 job, and your Google search history, I guarantee you, is a whole lot different than mine.
Hilarious. Yes, it's
I mean,
funny.
yours has a lot of big words, and mine's like taco. Where can I get a taco at this time of night?
Yes.
Things like that.
I mean, sometimes I just Google margarita.
That's related to tacos. I mean, let's face it. So, you know, we see these kids, and you guys see just an abundance of kids in and out, in and out. I don't know how you keep it all straight from one kid to the next. I mean, and the constant barrage of thinking of, okay, here's this. We can try this. Let's try this today.
But gosh, that's what's so amazing about our jobs. That's why we all love them so much, because we don't come to work and do the same thing every single day. Like, every patient is not the same. There's no two that are the same. And to me, that's what makes it so fun and stimulating and challenging, and sometimes frustrating, right? Because the parents, we're trying to help, they're wanting the best for their kids, and sometimes we're doing it right, and sometimes things aren't going the way we want, and so we feel those frustrations from parents, and we have those same frustrations. It's one of the reasons, one of the big limitations that COVID has had on our clinic is we all used to be in a staff office together, so it was so easy to bounce ideas off of each other and to talk to each other. And now that everybody has their kind of own individual little box, we're so disconnected from each other. So I am really excited that after Telethon's over and things settle down, our plan, then since the positivity rates have dropped drastically in the area, that we're ready to take down the walls and have our culture of patients being treated in the same rooms at the same time with each other and being able to interact with each other. The social aspect of coming to therapy at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center has been so lost for so long, and it's been a necessity, but it's something we've really missed.
And we're going to see kids just like Reed thrive because of that, because of the social interaction.
It's going to make my job way harder, though, I'm not going to lie, because Mr. Social Butterfly is going to be all up into all of everybody else's stuff, and I'm going to be like, oh, maybe we should just go back to that room and close the door.
So Reed's Wranglers have been at work like our other families. Let's turn around the check here and see what we got. $2,129. Reed's Wranglers. Mom, thank you so much, and it's great to see the progress.
Thank you. We're so happy to help with this.
All right, here is more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
So Gideon is 7 years old. There's a lot of things that he likes. He's a really good eater. He likes a pretty wide variety of foods, and he really loves animals. There's really not a stranger that he's ever met. He loves just being around people, making faces at people. He's a pretty unique little guy.
So when Gideon was born, we learned that he had trisomy 21, which is commonly called Down syndrome. He has 3 of the 21st chromosomes, where typically you're born with 2. Typically people with Down syndrome, they'll have some sort of cognitive delay and also be delayed in reaching milestones. They're low tone, so walking's harder, talking's harder, holding pencils. Just typically he'll reach his milestones, but it's going to take him a lot longer than other kids.
Even after he was born, I didn't suspect anything, but the doctors there, they they quickly informed us that there was what they believed Gideon had Down syndrome, was born with Down syndrome. Of course, not expecting that at all, we were very shocked. I think what we were expecting, that idea, that was quickly shattered.
Obviously, when the doctors had concerns about him, they're quick to tell you all the things that your kid cannot do. I think like most people would do, the first thing is you Google and figure out different things. And there's a long list of problems and complications that come with Down syndrome. Here at the center, Gideon does weekly physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. So with speech therapy, obviously we're working on speech and language skills. Physical therapy, he's worked on just large muscle groups. And of course, when he came to the center, he was able to walk and navigating stairs and jumping. And then we do occupational therapy, which is fine motor skills, which will help him with using utensils to eat, pencils, dressing, buttons, snap.
I can tell that whenever I drop him off and they come out, you know, he's ready to go with them. He lights up and he gives them a big wave, a big hug, something like that. And so I know he's cared for and he's comfortable here.
One day I was calling for him and I thought he went downstairs, and finally I could hear when I yelled Gideon, I heard a what? And I thought, well, there's a nicer way to kind of respond to your name, but it was the first time he ever responded. I'm like, we'll deal with that part later. I was happy that I called his name and he responded to me. And he was then able to tell me where he was, that he was in his room playing.
This center has meant a lot for us. It would be a financial burden for us to be able to afford the kind of services that are offered here at no cost.
So with our insurance, it doesn't cover Gideon's therapies. It would cover some of physical therapy, but speech therapy, occupational therapy is all denied through his insurance.
You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Phone in your pledge today.
Thank you.
Well, we're $203,761, and we have, about 22 minutes left, Reed.
22 minutes. So 22 minutes for you to take a look at these numbers at the bottom of your screen, to text, to call, to do whatever you need to do to get your donations in. And if you don't do it that way, you still have a chance to help raise money, because there's something going on after 5 o'clock when we shut the lights off here. Something about blacklight bingo. We were talking about it earlier.
They're going to shut the lights off at the VFW and turn on some special lights. Tonight is blacklight bingo. If you've never been to a blacklight bingo before, it is a lot of fun. I've actually been to one, and it's cool because especially if people are wearing neon colors or white, it's really going to show up and be real bright in there. And they have special daubers that they use for the bingo and all that. So it's a real fun night. Go to the VFW right after we're finished here. Tell them you want to play a couple games, hang out. You may win some money.
You might.
And then they're going to be, all the money spent there will go right back here to the Kenny Rogers Center.
And it's all going to go to make sure that this tote board, if I'm not mistaken, 300,000.
300,000 is our goal.
So I mean, you can tell here at 203 and some change. Now we've made some strides since the last time we updated that, but like you said, now that we're getting into the 20 minutes left, we know that this total is going to grow, but it still takes you. Don't just sit back and rest on, it's okay, I didn't do it or whatever. No, we need you. We need you now. Actually, we need you now probably more than we did when this thing started earlier this morning.
You know, we've told you all of the stories, and you've seen all the kids come here, and kid after kid. Reed, this isn't just a donation. This is an investment. This is an investment in the lives of kids right here in Southeast Missouri, not just in Sikeston. We service kiddos from all around the region. You know, this is a lot of people say, oh, well, the Kenny Rogers Center's in Sikeston. This center is regional for all of these kids to be able to come and get therapy services. So your donation is more than just a donation. It's an investment into the lives of kids to help them get better and to be kids.
Well, you know, I was talking with Charlie and Brian earlier from Olive Branch, Illinois. So, I mean, that tells you right there, there's an Illinois, and it's here, and it's there. And it is an investment. I think you hit it 100%, you hit the nail on the head. Yes, okay, you can call it a donation or whatever, but you're investing into the community. Brandy had Lindy, I believe her name was, from Portageville here earlier. A girl that, you know, things happened, and she had the therapy. Now she has moved on. She can drive a car. She's got a job. I mean, that's an investment. Your donation invested in Lindy's recovery, and now she's living a normal life.
And I'll take it even a step further. You know, our therapists use a bunch of different tools in their arsenal to help these kids, down from things that we just see as toys. You know,
Right.
you go to the store and you're like, oh, that's a toy. But our therapists are constantly working on things with these kids to use those toys as tools for the therapy needs for each of these kids. So, you know, you may sit back thinking, I don't have $100. I don't have $1,000 that I can give. I can't get on this board of whatever. It doesn't matter, because you would be surprised at what the staff at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center can do with just $10.
That's right. And if you think about the population, wherever you're listening right now, wherever you're watching, of the town, village, community that you live in. And if you think, okay, I live in a small village or a small town of 600. Let's say 300 of you gave $5.
Imagine the impact.
Yeah, now go to a town of 3,000, and half of you donated $5. 10,000 population, and half of you donated $5. That's what makes this grow. And that comes from, you know, these people out here. You gave, I'm going to choke up, buddy. Listening to you talk about your son and what the Kenny Rogers Children's Center has done for you personally. These are the stories. I mean, you're invested in it personally. I had a niece that got therapy here. You know, we're invested into this personally. That's why we're here, because we see the benefits every day. You see it every day.
You know, one of the greatest statements ever made was made a couple of years ago, and it was, don't give because you have a child that goes to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Give because you don't.
That's right.
You know, there was a time 10 years ago, my family did not need the services of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
That's right.
10 years ago, we had a perfectly healthy 3-year-old little boy that was running around having the time of his life. But then life happened. And you fast forward, and here we are, 10 years into therapy, still loving every moment that we come to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center with our son, still treating these therapists like our family, because they become family with you. Whenever your
absolutely.
kid, you know, so you may be sitting at home right now or wherever you are watching this telethon going, but I don't need the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
No, you don't.
But what if you do?
But there's the thing, and I challenge anyone, if you really think about your bigger family, find someone, cousins, distant relatives or whatever, that hasn't had somebody impacted by the therapy, whether it be speech, occupational, whatever the service is. And, you know, and to think how many years that we've been doing the telethon, not just you and I on the telethons past or whatever, but, you know, a vision that a man who came to a rodeo had. And here we stand today, thankfully, back in a telethon-like setting, being able to do this once again.
Absolutely. You know, it goes without saying that this center means a lot to a lot of people. Here's more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Court is 5 years old. He is happy and very, very energetic. He loves swinging, going on rides, anything that has to do with the alphabet, numbers, ball pits, obviously. Anything that is fun and he can get his hands on, he's ready to do. He's been diagnosed with autism, which is a neurological and developmental disability that can cause challenges with communication, socialization, and behavioral challenges. We knew from the time that he was 1 that he was having some delays in certain areas, so we kind of felt like it's possible that you were going to get that diagnosis for him. It's hard to hear, it's a hard pill to swallow when you find out that your child has a disability that's going to be lifelong. Luckily, we were able to come to the center shortly after he was diagnosed at 3, and he's been receiving services for 2 years now here, and it's made a world of difference in his life. The therapists are great to work with. They help him, they love him, and he loves them. They're really open to his needs. You know, they help find ways for him to do things So he's not as frustrated in, you know, just having to sit down and do one task. They help him take breaks, they help him find ways to cope and still be able to get his task done at the end of the day. We receive speech and occupational therapy twice a week here. Occupational therapy helps with like daily skills, daily life skills, and speech helps, of course, him be able to communicate how to pronounce words maybe, to teach him words. Once we started coming to the Kenny Rogers Center twice a week, it has made such a difference because he's been able to build that trust with these therapists here. And he's more able to receive what they're trying to do for him, and he's more open to letting that happen and to learning things from them. He has been able to communicate his needs and wants more, which is something that he really struggles with. He has been able to better just everyday life, like simple tasks that most people don't have issues with, he struggles with. He's been able to be a little more independent from that. He's learned to sit at a table and be able to do tasks that are placed in front of him without having to get up so many times. So they've really helped in a lot of ways in his life. When you start getting those words from him and you see him doing these things that you didn't know he was going to be able to do, it's absolutely amazing. If you can donate anything, please consider donating to the Kenny Rogers Center. They help make it possible for these children around here to receive free therapies, and just it makes their lives so much better. It helps them in everyday life, in their futures. If you can donate, please do. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Center Telethon. Please phone in and make your donations today.
All right, we're back here as we are starting to get to the end of the telethon, but not yet. It's getting closer, but not yet. As a matter of fact, you recognize some of these gentlemen standing here with me. The Sikeston JCs, the Sikeston JC Boot Hill Rodeo, Crawfish Boil that's coming up in May. Who we got over there with a microphone? They said that you're going to be talking today, so.
Yes, sir. My name's Jacob Rutledge. I'm the 2022 president, and I'm joined by the Rodeo Board and Executive Committee.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the Sikeston JCs. You guys are no stranger to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Absolutely not. We love being a part of the Kenny Rogers Center as much as we can.
Now, a lot of people, through the years remember, some don't, but you guys, rodeo is a money maker for charity. You guys are one of the biggest charity organizations in Southeast Missouri, and Kenny Rogers is one of your big, benefactors, I guess I should say.
Yes, sir. They're actually our biggest benefactor, and we make sure of that every year.
So let's talk about, I know we can't talk about rodeo yet because the announcement hasn't been officially made, but can you tease us a little bit about what to expect this year, maybe? I'm putting him on the spot.
All I know is that our general chairman has picked up a fantastic line for rodeo.
And we're going to find that out on?
April 8th.
April 8th at noon.
Sir.
Okay. Now, Crawfish Bowl, though, is coming up. That's another money maker for you guys so that you can make money for the area.
Absolutely, and we do have them artists released. We have Ernest and Dylan Carmichael, who are what I believe great up-and-comers for country music.
And then local, I think Jason Heater and Deuce Denninger are also going to play that afternoon as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, guys, all of the things that you do, all of the events, tireless hours, because you guys started working on rodeo when rodeo ended last year. You were actually probably working on this year's rodeo as rodeo was still happening last year, right?
Absolutely. It never seems to stop around there.
Yeah, well, it really doesn't. Well, on behalf of everyone over the years, we thank you for everyone that is a JC now, for everyone that's been a JC in the past, for everyone that continues to do what they do. And this is why. So let's just turn this thing around. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sikeston JC Boot Hill Rodeo, the Sikeston JCs are donating $25,000 from the Sikeston JCs and the committee here. Guys, again, can't say enough about what you do. And this comes from everything, right?
Yes, sir. This is part of our crawfish boil, part of our rodeo expenses. We pull from everywhere to make what we can happen.
Well, I tell you what, we're looking forward to Crawfish Bowl, and I'm really looking forward to April 8th.
Yes, sir.
Because that's going to be a big day to find out what the lineup's going to be for this year's Sykes and JC Boot Hill Rodeo. The Sykes and JC's $25,000. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Thank you guys once again, as always, every year from that. All right, CJ, over to you.
Well, you're going to come over here and join me, Reed, because we're about to have a little bit of a party with some kiddos and all the staff's over here. I got my buddy Marshall with me. So come on over. Marshall's excited because from what I understand, we're going to have a new total here in just a minute. But before we do that, we do want to say thank you to everybody that has pulled together and put all of this together from start to finish. I know it's a long planning process for this telethon to take place. A lot of hands go into it from the community and from the center and just volunteers in general. So thank you to all of you. So are we ready? Michelle, are we ready for a new total? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we go to the tote board, here we go. Here is our new total. $326,000. Oh my goodness. She's going to hit the button once again to put the total back up, but 326, 261. I say that's reason to celebrate, don't you? My goodness, I want to go over here. Marshall, play with you some balloons there, buddy. I want to talk to Michelle one more time. Come over here, Michelle, before we go. You've got to be over the moon excited.
You know, I am thrilled with that number. We worked really hard and really fast today. I do want to say they wanted to remain anonymous, but we got two $25,000 donations in addition to the JC's $25,000. So that really helped put us over the top.
Absolutely. So thank you to those people that donated. Absolutely. They get a round of applause. Anything from $1 to $25,000 to $50,000, whatever, is all welcome and is used every year right here at this center. And with the work that you and these therapists do day in and day out, that's reason to celebrate.
It is a wonderful reason to celebrate. We thank everybody for all of your support. And if you're around tonight, join us for Blacklight Bingo. One more push, Blacklight Bingo at VFW.
All right, so get out to the VFW. I keep getting pummeled here with balloons. I think that's intentional while we're trying to talk. Brandy, come here before we go. What a day.
It was an amazing day. I am so excited that we were able to pull this off in one day instead of two. And I just can't say thank you to everybody who helped make this possible today. It's been amazing.
Brandy, Michelle, thank you so much. Marshall, thank you for the kisses, buddy. And thank you for watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. There it is on the screen, 326, 261. Good night from the Minor Convention Center. We started late and ended early. Look at us. Man, that's how we do it. It's just rock and roll. That's how we do it.
I know it's only rock and roll, but I like it.